We have the cell tower and what's the other one? The purchase property. So since those two are time, are you recording?
I am.
Okay, no good.
Yeah.
I will in a minute, Tom. Okay, I got the gavel now. So we're just explaining to everybody what we're going to be doing. So we'll have a short meeting, and then we'll delay everything to the following meeting.
So perhaps what would be helpful is, Kathy, if you could just relay to everyone, before we even open the meeting, what you know about the electrical issue and where we are, because that might help.
But that could be on the tape. I mean,
There was a wire fire up at Old Philadelphia Pike in Slidersville Road. So all the power in the area is out. We're right now running on emergency generators. Unfortunately, it's not hooked up to the dais and any of the equipment up here. So that's where we're at. Lower Saucon Fire Rescue is already dispatched, so we do not know when power will go back on.
Okay, thank you for that update. So at this time, I'd like to call the May 1st Lower Saucon Township Council meeting to order, and the time is, what's the real time? 6:39 p.m. And can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Marion,
Here.
Mr. Benonis.
Here.
Mr. Carochi.
Here.
Ms. Cardera.
Here.
Ms. Ray.
Here.
Also present is Kathy Gorman, acting township manager, Steve Fitzuzzi, solicitors, and Stacy Wilkaiser, administrative assistant.
Okay. Do we also
Yeah, Brian.
Brian.
Oh, and Brian Clifford. Sorry, Brian. You just wanted.
Okay, I'll
Hold on, my computer is going on and on.
Is it still being?
I'm gonna just get it. Hold on. I know my computer keeps turning on and off.
Okay.
So every time I'm trying to get on.
So we'll go with the flow and see what happens.
Excuse me, your camera's waking up.
Yes, yes,
So,
all the equipment is
I would
up.
like to make a request that we are being recorded properly and also videoed properly.
Okay, we are being recorded because we have a little report.
That's insufficient.
I agree.
We spent thousands of dollars
So
on
we
it.
wait for the,
We'll wait.
we wait for the camera.
That's great.
Perhaps somebody can go online to see if we're visual.
I know you like to hide things from the public. So wait for the-
Not me, I got 3 copies and none of them are ever edited. Thanks, Jason, I did it just for you.
President of Twin Brothers.
You're gonna excuse that? You're gonna like it over again?
We're on a little bit of a technical difficulty right now, everybody, so just, where is everybody?
It's only 10 or 20 to 7. We've been there until 3 in the morning. What's the rush?
Oh, that's right. What did you do?
Mitchell and go.
Why did you come over?
Hey, Grace.
There a fire or something up the street?
I don't know, I saw it, yeah.
Oh, the power was out there, it really cold.
Oh, is that what happened?
And that one across the boundary for the township. So we can do a recorder from all you should have a time.
Okay, back to the meeting. I'd like to announce It's being recorded.
Is it
right
video
now.
It's not being recorded properly. No.
What are you trying to hide?
Look at the camera, that's how you know.
What are you trying to hide?
It's in sleep mode.
What are you trying to hide?
Look at this, the microphone works.
The camera.
This works. The microphone works. Can folks hear me out there?
Yes.
All right, good. So you can hear me. This is working. What about the cameras? What about the rest of the world that wants to see your cover up? Week after week after week. Let's turn on the cameras.
We'll turn it on.
Nice try. Let's go.
We got 2 years that you're doing that.
If you can control Mr. Zimic, please. Control Mr. Zimic keeps yelling at me. Would you please? Can you
Wait
do
till
that?
I'm sitting in
Can you do
that.
that? Can you do that? You're not going to thank you for acknowledging you're not busy. All right. Great. All right. We're going to have a show tonight. Get ready. Buckle up. Buckle up. You want to have a show? We're going to have a show. You're going to allow that conduct to happen? You're going to allow that conduct to happen? We're going to have a show tonight.
Everybody is talking,
Bring the big rock.
Okay, the meeting is in recess, the time is 6:44.
Who made a motion to go to recess?
I made the
Second,
decision.
and where's the vote?
You don't need a motion.
Sure you do.
We've been doing this for 36 or 37 years, so it doesn't happen. I didn't make the motion.
Like a disability for 40 years.
Satisfied Jason, I'll make the motion to go into recess at 6:44.
Disability for 40 years. Not the recess, that's the real reason. Real recess. Real recess is being on disability for 40 years, right?
Motion to go to recess.
Someone figure out the.
Until we figure out, until we figure out this day, this is going to be on disability for 40 years. What? What's the question? A recess? For her to go back to work? Yes.
So we're in recess. Ms. Red?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
You can't make it up.
You really can't. 40 years on disability. You can't make it up. You can't make it up.
Let's just see if he lives as long as you. It is. It is. It is. You should have Act 1, Act 2, Act 3.
We walk around and sell popcorn candy and cigarettes.
Crazy Catholic, he told me.
Oh, the video was very
Actually, that's kind of right out. Put weight on my hips.
But then did they throw him out?
Did Mark say we were live on his stuff?
Like with corks or bombs? Like a reed for the table? What does, like, three of them? There's something over it. How's it not fall?
I know what he, so that shows you, I know, as soon as he said that, the first thing I saw. Oh, is there one? This guy Friday on the sense.
And I let her check.
Yeah, I got rid of it.
Are we good yet? I am. I've been good even when the power was out.
I know, it's, you have the unedited. You have the tapes everybody wants.
How come you're doing all this? Because the idiot next door lied to me on my front porch, lied to me when he went to run for office, and on top of it, now he's went to the chief of police and the district magistrate and lied about me threatening him and filed false charges against me. That is now waiting to go to Northampton County Court. Mr. Victim, as the chief likes to call him, failed to show up to claim he was out of town. Which guy is that? The guy down here on the floor? No, the other one. The second guy? Yeah.
The guy.
In the blue shirt jacket. One of the two that always makes a scene. Oh, watch. Here goes one. See if you got a comment.
Well, it seems to me they like lying in here.
Video and send it to Grant.
It's like we got some action.
Okay. Oh, here.
No. Although it is.
All right, go ahead.
It's not, this is not a job. I don't think you're
I see it
Everybody hear me? Yes. I'd like to reconvene the meeting, and the time is now 6:53 p.m. And I'd like to announce that council did meet in executive session prior to the meeting.
I'd like to speak to that, please.
I'm not finished with my statement. We met in executive session prior to the meeting to discuss litigation regarding Hellertown, the Hellertown Library, and the Bethlehem landfill. And I would like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to authorize the township solicitor to continue to pursue the direction outlined by council regarding Hellertown and the Hellertown Library. Would there be a second? Second. Laura? Okay, and can we have a roll call,
No, we
please?
have comment on this. We have comment on it. We have public comment on all this. Are you going to go to the sunshine?
Whenever you're ready to recognize me, I'm ready.
I'm recognizing you. Go
You
right
are?
ahead.
I'm sorry,
The public gets to speak too.
I didn't hear you. You recognize me?
I just said yes.
I didn't hear you. I said I didn't hear
Speak
you.
up.
Yeah, I'm sorry you didn't hear me either. So. All right, so I just want the record, you can call me Mr. Sunshine because I'm going to shine sun here. Once again, Victoria Optoff Cordero advocated vociferously with regard to the township's position on the landfill. And the position that she is taking is consistent with the position that her parents have taken in litigation against the township and against the landfill.
The motion is about the Hellertown
Hello, I'm
Library.
speaking.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
Hello.
Don't be rude.
Once again, she's
It's not
taken a
about the library. This
position.
is not about the.
Can you please stick with the library subject that was started?
We're talking about Hellertown and the Hellertown
Don't look at
Library.
me.
I'm talking about litigation. Okay, I'm talking about litigation.
You
I don't think he should be recognized unless you stay on
He was
topic.
Yeah,
recognized.
you gotta stay on topic. You're not on
Right,
topic.
so once
Don't
again,
get there.
Once again, Victoria took a position in these private conversations that took place back in the council executive meeting room. And her position that she took, once again, supports her parents completely. This was brought up at the last council meeting at length during the non-agenda items by Mary Ann Garber, who's the attorney for the landfill. She pointed out these egregious injustices and abuse and violation of the Ethics Act. And it continues. She clearly did not heed that warning. She did not recuse herself from those discussions. And in fact, she took a position that was advocating very strongly in favor of the position that supports her parents. So that's what I have to say. It's out there, part of litigation, I'm sure.
Tom, did you have something to say?
I did. You want to speak first? You seem ready to go.
I just want the record to reflect that, number one, we're not on topic. Number two, I've
This
been
council's never
told
been on
to
topic.
shut the hell up by Mr. Carochi when I'm not speaking. So I would just like the record
When
to
Mr. Bones is
reflect
speaking, that's
what
Well,
are
Mr.
the
Boone will control the
comments
meeting
that
and
are
allow me to
made
speak.
by
Somebody has to tell
some
you to shut
members
the
of
hell
our
up.
council
Right.
during our meetings
Yeah.
and contrary to what our rules of conduct and our code of conduct state.
You just broke the rules of
I
conduct
think
by
it's
interrupting.
incredibly wrong for us to continue with our
Encourage Mr. Rosinski to come up here and
so
approach me, and now you're talking about rules of conduct? Give me a break.
I'd like the record to state that Ms. Optoff is the one that interrupted Jason, and she's the one that's violating the rules of conduct, if anybody. And Jason's absolutely correct. She has a huge conflict of interest, a definitive conflict of interest, and she's back there advocating for her parents and herself against the landfill. And this should be made public because it's a huge conflict of interest, and it should be dealt with. And as far as the library is concerned, I mean, I don't know why we even need a motion for this. Mr. Goodshusian is continuing to talk to these people, I guess. He won't really tell us who he speaks with, but
That's a lie.
that's not a lie. On our April 3rd, he refused numerous requests to disclose who he spoke with, and there's going to be some consequences for
I
that.
also sent an email to him with regard to that he ignored and didn't respond to.
That's correct. That's correct. So Mr. Goodshusian is also part of the cover-up, Susie there. So, all right, that's all I have for now. I'll be back.
Yes, we're looking forward to keeping,
We gotta talk about it.
we're looking forward to having our solicitor keep working with Hellertown. We will get these things resolved to get our library back, our compost center back, and all the services that we used to run jointly with them.
In other words, they want to give your money away.
Okay, my comment is that I also support this, and with that, can we have a roll call, please?
It's a public comment.
It's an executive session.
No, it's a motion, it's public comment, public comment. I call for public comment. What are you trying to cover up? You don't want the public to speak? Please come to the podium, sir, I recognize you. Thank you. Thank you for coming to the podium, I recognize you.
You're not running the meeting.
Rules for me, but not for me.
I'm not sure that we would
Rules
have
for me, but not for me. Go ahead.
Please
speak.
Executive session.
Please
I
speak.
don't
If you
know.
want to provide the courtesy to do so, and overrun the process.
If official
So I'd like to
action
provide
is
the
happening, then there has to be public comment.
Okay, start the clock, please.
He didn't identify himself yet, so I'm stuck.
That's not my fault. He knows what the rules are.
No,
You
it's
tell him.
supposed to be.
I can't hear you.
He's waiting to be recognized. If you would run the meeting properly, he's waiting to be recognized. You never did that. You said start the clock. You generally recognize the person at the podium.
I don't
Motion to
know.
reset the clock for the gentleman who'd like to.
Yeah, reset the clock.
Absolutely.
Motion to reset the clock.
We get a vote.
Who wants to cover up?
All right, Dave Milan, do I have the floor, madam?
Yes, 5 o'clock, 5 minutes, 5 minutes.
5 o'clock, somewhere.
Disability.
It's real easy to lose track of what goes on here after 4 years. And the way I recall it, when the library committee came in a late December meeting demanding that the council, I'm sorry, Mr. President, are you listening to me?
I am listening to you.
And giving me courtesy, thank you. The bottom line is when they came in and did all of that, the question that was asked, and I hope the public is listening in the camera, because this is the way things are going. The bottom line is when they came in and said, we need to have this $150,000, the question was asked, who on the council has seen this bill, et cetera, and the answer was nobody on the council, including Mr. Treadwell, who had been here for 23 years, was asked if he'd ever seen this legal document, and he said no. Nobody'd seen it, and yet there was a demand on the floor that it be signed. Here we are over 4 years later, and now we have a solicitor, Mr. Gaduzian, are you with us? All right, who I understand has gotten some kind of, and you can correct me, and I'd welcome if you did, agreement that was offered by Ms. Optoff-Cadera over here, that if you were hired, that we could forget about any conflicts you might have had, like your wife being on the Howe Library Board, and now you're going to run that investigation or whatever we're talking about tonight? Boy, if that isn't just wonderful, huh? Yep, fox right there in the hen coop. Correct me, sir, if I'm wrong. Hearing nothing, I am going to assume it's correct. That's really outstanding. I hope the public's listening to this. This is what you brought in here. We have 3 new people that don't know upside down from right side up and right from wrong, as best we can tell. And understand, if you do not see the council's picture, I understand here from my poor eyesight that we've gotten any response from our tentative, I think, solicitor, whatever it is. That's coming up later. I will address that later. I would like to see, I don't even know what this motion was, but it's ridiculous to have somebody represent Hal when the bottom line is he's got conflicts and will not acknowledge them. And I'd like to see, by the way, that document that Ms. Optov-Cadera had and referenced this what appears to be a sweetheart deal, okay? If I'm wrong, correct me. I've been wrong once in a while.
I would like to, Susie, when a resident who is paying your $180 bill fee is at the podium, I'd appreciate it if you would listen to what they have to say, not do work on your personal computer like they're doing, right? He's doing emails there, Jason? You know, and double billing, probably you're billing that client and billing us. This is a resident, a taxpayer, who pays your bill. So I'm gonna ask you to please give him consideration, at least pretending to pay attention. Can you do that for us, Susan?
His board docs up on his computer.
Okay.
Tom, to your point, he was looking at emails earlier.
Yeah, I know. He double bills, he bills his clients,
I'm not
he
billing
bills
I'm not billing the township, I'm not even employee of the township, okay? He's billing us by the
Anyone else like to speak on
My name is Mary Ann Garber and I represent the Bethlehem Landfill Company. I understand that the motion on the floor has to do with the library. However, in light of comments that Mr. Bononis made about what took place in executive session with respect to litigation regarding the Bethlehem Landfill and Ms. Optoff's participation in and discussion about that. As I noted at the last council meeting, Ms. Optoff-Cordero has a clear conflict of interest with respect to any matters related to the expansion of the Bethlehem landfill, and in particular, but not limited to, the litigation to stop the expansion of the landfill, which her parents have been parties to 3 separate pieces of litigation to that effect. Demonstrating that she has a fiduciary interest in the outcome of that litigation, which renders her incapable of voting on any of these actions. To the extent that anything in that executive session resulted in a direction to the solicitor to take action, I'm going to reiterate that that's in violation of the Sunshine Act. And what I will say, although the library is not my dog to fight, that to the extent that you're taking official action on the library, that was not listed with any specificity on the agenda, and that in and of itself is a violation of the Sunshine Act. To the extent that the next motion that's made here as a result of the executive session is to direct the solicitor to do anything with respect to the Bethlehem landfill litigation or the Bethlehem landfill expansion generally, that in and of itself is a violation of the Sunshine Act, because there's absolutely no specificity listed on this agenda with respect to that official action. And I will again reiterate that Ms. Optoff has a clear conflict of interest and should not and cannot participate in any deliberation, any discussion, or any official action with respect to the expansion and with respect to that litigation specifically. And I'm going to reiterate for the people who weren't here at the last meeting or weren't watching at the last meeting, these are just some of the facts evidencing Ms. Cordero's conflict of interest. Her parents, Lawrence and Margaret Optoff, have claimed under oath that the proposed landfill expansion will decrease the value of their property. That is their belief. Ms. Optoff-Cordero has publicly taken the position that proximity to landfills has a negative impact on property values. That is her belief. Her parents were parties to, and if that's true, then she should not be allowed to vote on anything with respect to that litigation, because her parents have a direct fiduciary interest, and that is illegal. You do not vote on this. Is well aware of these rules. She is a licensed attorney barred in the state of Pennsylvania. She's a lawyer who worked directly with the attorney retained by her parents and other individuals that are fighting the expansion of the landfill, Gary Estak. And upon information belief, and I witnessed it with my own eyes, and I have documents to support this, she did substantive legal work in those cases, legal research and fact-finding. She worked with Gary Estak to develop legal strategy. She assisted with the retention of experts. She acted as a liaison between Mr. Estak and the individual opponents to that litigation. She sat at the council table with Mr. Estak in various proceedings, and in fact, the court reporter in the conditional use hearings listed her as attorney of record for the opposition. Expansion. And she was the founder and spokesperson for and the media contact for Citizens for Responsible Development. This is a grassroots landfill opposition group whose tagline on their website is Fighting Lower Saucon Township Landfill Expansion. And she's raised funds on countless occasions to raise money to pay for the legal litigation costs and for expert fees in all of the various pieces of litigation, including litigations that's currently pending before the court. This goes far and beyond just having an opinion on an issue that is important to the township. She's making decisions on something that is affecting all of the township, and her parents have a direct interest, and that is what she is fighting for. So I demand that Ms. Optak-Cordero recuse herself from any issue related to the landfill expansion, and in particular, this litigation. And I want the record to reflect all of those objections.
Yeah, not only is she's advocating her position and her parents' position in executive session. She's advocating her parents' position. She's not just representing it.
It's not just mere discussion or
She's
participation.
advocating.
Ask for the floor to be recognized. Will you yield the floor so I can be recognized and asked to be recognized?
Yes, of course.
Number one, everybody in this room and everybody in the community who had been following everything that's been happening is well aware of my public activity that occurred in 2022 and 2023. Certainly, my position, and it remains my position, and it will not change, is that I do not have any pecuniary or financial interest in any outcome of any litigation.
But your parents do.
My parents, first of all, I have the floor. Would you please let me finish my statement?
Just trying to clarify. For
Okay,
the record.
so will you,
Oh, now you're gonna follow the
will
rules.
you,
Okay.
will you
Let's follow the rules now.
Will you follow basic decorum and follow directions and let one person speak at a
It's
time?
not even ask the president to follow the rules and enforce the rules.
I am asking you to let me finish my statement.
And that curse
I
I
am
will too.
asking
You
you
spoke over me, ma'am.
to let
You
me
spoke
finish
over me
my
when I was
statement.
speaking, okay?
I am asking you to let me finish my
So
statement.
you want rules for
I
me,
have the
but not
floor,
for me?
I have asked to be recognized. If you interrupting me, you can't hear the
From
statement.
me! Get away from me! Right now! Get away from me! John, get him away from me right now!
Officer, get him out of here.
I want him out! Right now! I want him out!
Get out.
I want him away from me!
You.
Get out! Get him out! Get him out! I want him out! I want him out of this meeting!
I want you out.
I want him out of this meeting!
I want you out.
I do not want to be approached by another resident who's threatening me! Get him out of here!
The second time it happened, he did it to me.
You don't do anything about
Get
it.
him out of here! Get him out of here! Get him out of here! I don't want to be threatened!
In control of it.
Yes! Yes, he did! Yes, he did! And I'm filing charges!
Get him out of here.
Motion for.
Get him out of here!
I'll second that.
He's made threats to Jason.
No, this whole, it really is.
No, it's not funny! It's not funny!
Don't yell at, first of all, you act like one.
First of all, I
This
want
whole
to make
thing
a
acts like
statement
a
here.
bunch of kids.
We are all here, and the arguing that is going on back and forth over here.
The disrespect
You can have some
is
respect for all
unbelievable.
of the people of the community that are here on our private land to go through the agenda.
I've been in a lot of City of Bethlehem zoning meetings, I've never seen them like this. This is a joke.
I'm sorry this incident happened, Donna.
Get him out of here! I don't want him at any more council meetings!
You can't do that.
Yeah, maybe you should.
Order, please.
He threatened me!
What are you saying?
Don't attack her. Russ, leave her alone. Leave her alone.
What is wrong with you, Russ?
Leave her alone.
Donna.
What did he say? Leave her alone.
My lawyer and I will discuss it.
Leave her alone. She's a bully.
We need to call this meeting to order.
There's no bully in there.
Any more outbursts will have to be taken outside.
He's still in the hall, she's saying.
Don't bully her.
So I think, Victoria, you were speaking last.
I was. I had asked for the floor. So
So what I will continue to say is my public position on the situation that occurred in this township beginning in October and November of '22 and continuing remains the same, because it is my belief that what occurred and what I've said publicly was improper, and what happened in our township was improper, that our prior council behaved in such a manner that was improper and against the health, safety, and welfare of our residents. So those public statements speak for themselves. Anybody can go back and participate. There's been no information out there, or no information that's secret to anybody. You can go look at every public meeting I attended. You can look at all of those things, and you can judge for yourselves. And that's what I ask you to do, is judge for yourselves what you think happened and what my position was. Certainly I ran. Part of my campaign was running on the issues that occurred in November of 2022 through 2023. I ran on those positions. In no way, shape, or form do I have any pecuniary interest. I can appreciate Ms. Garber's request or demand for me to recuse myself, but frankly, Ms. Garber is hired by a large company, $1 billion corporation, to represent their interests. Oh, you're out of order. She is hired, and
She's hired by St. Luke's?
presumably an hourly rate to come to meetings and promote the landfill's objectives, one of which is to continue on the course of conduct of expanding their landfill. That's what she's hired to do. She is hired to come to the podium and make statements and certainly make legal positions. That's her right and that's her job. She wouldn't be doing her job. My job is to represent the residents of this township. They elected me to do a job, and I'm doing it, and I will not recuse myself. There's no need for me to recuse myself. That's my position. It's not changing. So we can have shouts back and forth all evening. We can have shouts from the audience. We can have claps. You can have roars. But my position is not changing. If you would like to take it someplace else, you have every right to do that.
Okay, thank you.
And
Okay.
I'd like to recommend that you did recuse
You know
yourself
what? We have
to her
public
sister's
comment going on.
and I asked to be
We're out of order,
recognized.
Tom.
I want to be recognized. You
No,
recognize
we're
me?
not being recognized right now.
Tom, I'll recognize you.
Thank you. So, a couple weeks ago, her sister's development.
Diane Hollowell, I'm just making a comment. I know somebody went out.
Council,
Until I get ordered. Tom?
she recused herself because her sister owned the property and then developed. So that was
Public comment, Diane, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm just like, I know somebody came up here and said they had poor eyesight, and don't know if they saw over here while they were talking. I noticed that Tom was looking down most of the time. So please, like, show a little respect to everybody who comes up here. And I have to say, I'm a little freaked out, Tom, that I don't know if you're checking me out on social media, but some of the questions you asked me up here, I know that two of you must be like looking into me. If you want to talk to me afterwards, I'll tell you all about my life.
also should be.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Anyone else like to go on comment?
Governor, I just have a very quick comment about the library. As I recall, we had a dual relationship with the library, and as I recall, it was called the Hellertown Area Library, which was supposed to include both Hellertown and Lower Saucon Township. I don't recall it being 4 years. It might have, but I don't think so. I think it was 2 years. I also remember that we gave $50,000 to Southern Lehigh for nothing. I also know that Southern Lehigh Public Library fell apart. I know that their board is completely restructured now. They don't do anything the way they used to do it because of the impact of Lower Saucon Township. And I think it's a disgrace. And I think that we should have been partnering with the library all along. The amount of money that we have spent on the library, I can only imagine what those legal fees are, and that would have paid for our portion of the library 1,000 times over.
You know, if they would have given us usage data and justification. Maybe it wouldn't have litigation either, but those facts don't matter apparently. Selective memory that you have.
Record, please. Chris Gurrow. Just a comment. I just want to thank Priscilla De Leon, Victoria Ottoff-Cordero, and Laura Ray for continuously taking the high road here in these meetings, and for your excellent representation of the Lower Saucon Township residents who overwhelmingly voted for you. Thank you.
Robert Blaster, yes, I am a resident. There have been close to 12.5 times that the bed buddies up there on the either end of the podium, of the Diaz, rather, excuse me, brought up things stating, oh, there is sure to be lawsuits to follow. Yet as sure as they are, I haven't seen either of the bed buddies invest their own money in those lawsuits.
Thank you. Next. Hi, your name for the record.
Anne Marie Slavic. I live in Lower Saucon Township. I would say that it seems like a big inconvenience to have everybody yelling and everybody going back and forth and people asking questions and people interrupting people. It's a big inconvenience. So when I was out door to door talking to people about, you know, the election last year, a lot of people brought up the library, of course. And, you know, I didn't grow up here, but I get confused about the convenience versus let's do things the right way, right? Like, it's an inconvenience to go to a different library. It's such an inconvenience, it's such a pain, it's such a problem. But you know what, everybody, when you're asking people for money, that money is not the government's money. Let me reiterate that. The money that you're spending is not your money. It's not the government's money, it doesn't fall out of a tree. It comes from taxpayers, which I represent here tonight. So all the people in the audience that have a problem with things going back and forth and questions and asking questions, and one side seems like ain't angelic and one side seems so nasty. But the bottom line is this: if there's an organization coming up and asking for money, we should be able to see the financials. There shouldn't even be a question. It doesn't even make sense why we can't see the financials of Hellertown Library and where the money's going. It makes no sense. So it's an inconvenience when sometime down the road, somebody in the government is stealing money, which is happening, right? Everywhere. People are stealing money from the government every day, all the time, because they think they're entitled, because they need money, because they're poor, because something happened. Whatever the reason, they're stealing money. And so the point is, let's look into it ahead of time to make sure that doesn't happen. And you have an obligation to the taxpayers. You do. I know you think that this is your gig. The three of you, this is your gig. You are on the ethical side. You're on the good side. You're so sweet and nice. But the bottom line is, it's not your money.
So, can I get some clarification on something? So I'm on the ethics.pa.gov website. This is the official ethics website. And here's the question. What is a conflict of interest under the Ethics Act? Under the Ethics Act, a conflict of interest exists when a person uses the authority of their public office employment or confidential information received through their public office employment, which is used for the private pecuniary benefit of the public official, public employee himself, any member of his immediate family, or a business which he or a member of his immediate family is associated. So if I'm understanding your comments correctly, that's exactly what you're pointing out, that all this blather that we heard out of Victoria Octoff-Cordero's mouth is utter nonsense when she says there's no conflict, when the state law says specifically that it is, because it is an immediate family member.
It's
Am I
your
understanding you
opinion, it's
correctly?
not law.
Am I understanding you correctly?
So, you can have an opinion that counts.
Hello, I didn't interrupt you.
So on another situation, if you worked in the private sector, you don't get away with any of this. You recuse yourself. If there's a conflict of interest, you get in trouble, you get fired, you get fined, and that's how the real world works. So again, people who are complaining, why are we asking so many questions? Why are we asking so many questions? Because the government needs to be ethical, because again, this isn't your money. This isn't your gig. This isn't your thing. This isn't your money. This is the taxpayer's money. This is the township. You can't come in here thinking that you guys are right and whatever you think is right, therefore you can break all the rules because you think you're right. And that's what's happening in the federal government, that's what's happening in the state government, and that's what's happening here. So it's just trickling down. Just because you think you're right doesn't mean you are. It's your opinion. And also, you should recuse yourself if you should. You need to. Just do it. That's all we're asking. We wouldn't be going back and forth here. We wouldn't be complaining. Just recuse yourself.
Exactly.
No, we're not.
You're right about the stealing of the money. Priscilla's been on disability for 40 years, and collecting a paycheck.
Oh, my God.
So you're right about people stealing money. Priscilla hasn't worked a day in 40 years, except for the township, of course.
Sorry, you were interrupted by the lady that spoke before you. I apologize.
My name is Judy Saucon from Saucon Township. I belong to Allentown Library for many years. However, I want to know where the I want to see those financials. I have a right as a taxpayer. All of us should be interested in that. You don't invest in anything unless you really see what's going on, what it's. And as far as the $150,000, what percentage of their budget is that $150,000?
It was 75, 80. I mean, it was most. Hellertown was only going to fund about 20-25%. We were about 75%. We asked for emails and they wouldn't turn emails
No,
over.
that's not true. We got the financial information.
That's not true.
The township has it here. We had their 990s, we had.
They couldn't justify it.
Speak public, verify what you're saying. Excuse me, I have the floor, all of you. All of you. All right, if you have the financials, why can't we see them?
You can do a right to know request and ask for the,
Get it out, since this is part of the conversation.
The
at all these meetings.
990s are available online. You can look them up, the 990s for any nonprofit, and they are online.
All right, we'll check
The
that out.
990 is not itemized, it doesn't identify the expenses or anything else of what they're using the money for. It shows their assets and their expenses generally. It offers no detail into the financial operation. They never provided that information to us. And they also never provided to us any usage information to justify the outrageous figures that they were demanding from this township. They sought to extort from this township money that they could not justify for their purposes.
And they didn't turn over, we had a right to know for emails, and between them and the borough, and they wouldn't turn them over, they still wouldn't turn them over. They hired an attorney and fought it in court. That's how much they didn't want to turn those over.
All right, the other question is, do we have equal representation on this board? If we're
No.
paying 3/4 of their budget?
No, in fact, they had, at that time, they had a majority on the board, and that was not gonna change. As they say, it's the Hellertown Library. It's not the Lower Saucon Library, it's the
Sorry,
Hellertown.
ma'am, but the figures being provided to you are not accurate. I think it would be appropriate for you to see that material, but to be just throwing numbers out in the air, 75%, 80%.
That's what it was.
Relying on
Actually,
those numbers,
two-thirds, one-third.
I don't think
That's not true.
would be
That's
appropriate.
right. It was about 150 for us, 50 for them. That was it.
All right, so then at the very least, if it's 3/4, then it should be Hellertown Lower Saucon Library, if you're gonna do that. But the fact remains, there are a lot of questions.
I think it should be Lower Saucon Hellertown for paying.
There you go, there you go. But I'm just saying, you just do not give money over without having questions. And making sure the public, which is all of us in this room, get to know everything. And just stop passing over. Let's get down to it, let's get the answers, let's present it here before we hand over money. Thank you.
Mrs. Strzok, just to add to a point that you brought up, you're talking about just handing over money. That's exactly what they did. They handed over money secretly at an executive session, and then they realized that what they were calling was an invoice, which was not an invoice that was due. There was never a contract that made those invoices payable or owed. So then they recast that in public finally.
Characterization is inaccurate.
They recast that in a subsequent meeting, and they had a vote on it to bring it out into the sunshine because what they did was actually improper. What they claimed to be paying an
Another
invoice that was
inaccurate statement.
not owed. That invoice was not owed at all. And then they cast it as a donation. That's how this all works.
They gave them $98,000. They never got the emails and we never got the finances. We never got the emails and we never got the finances.
The lady with the, I'm sorry, I freaked out.
But when Victoria interrupted Jason, you didn't gavel anybody.
The lady has the floor. I'm trying here, but they don't
Why did you
listen.
gavel Victoria when she interrupted
Well, you're
Jason?
doing a good job.
All right, let me just say this.
You can say whatever you want,
I'm telling you,
Jason.
you're acting like a fool. You will gavel me and Tom, but you will not gavel anybody else. Uniforms are private homes.
Yes, I'd like to say it's questionable at best. It does not look good. And you sit up there and represent us in the township. You shouldn't have this hanging over you. You should really want to get to the bottom of it and clear it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody want to go next? Go next.
Sutton, live on Saucon Avenue. I have a question for Jason and for Tom. We're bringing up about the dump. I'd like to know something. Did the dump help fund your elections the last time?
No,
Really?
no. I have a campaign finance report, sir. It's filed. You can
I-
go, it's
I
a public,
have-
you asked me a question. Let me finish to answer the question. You want to answer the question, I'll give you the answer to the question. Okay, you want to hear the answer?
Yeah.
The answer is no, N-O, big N-O. Not one single dollar came to our campaign from the landfill or its PAC or anybody else.
You're lying.
No, you're a liar,
No,
so
you're
don't call
lying,
me a
because-
liar. Don't call me a liar, because the
I
public,
have
there's a
proof.
campaign finance statement. The proof is the campaign finance statement shows exactly who donated to our campaign. Okay, so if you want to be part of this defamation lawsuit that clown over there is subject to, we can, welcome aboard, we'll bring you on board, because it's an outright lie, and we have integrity, sir, would you shut up? Would you just shut up? Would you stop, sir? If you want to slander me, bring it on, you want to slander me, let's bring it on, we'll do this dance.
I have
We'll
the
do the
floor.
dance.
Shut up.
My campaign finance report show exactly where the money came from. If you're too lazy or ignorant to go to the courthouse and pull those out, the
I
elections
did
off
go
and
to the
take a look at
courthouse.
those.
I
Yeah,
have
go
it,
and get it.
and
Go and get it. You'll see what's on
I have
there.
it.
$0. $0. I know you don't like facts. Facts hurt. Words hurt. I'm sorry. If you're going to stand up here and throw shots and ask a question, I'm going to give it right back to you, okay? Get your head on straight and know what you're talking about.
I have
You
my
don't
head
know
on
what you're
straight.
talking about.
I tried
You
to-
do not know what you're talking about.
If
You're
you let him
ignorant,
finish,
sir.
he can say what he's talking about, but you can't let him finish.
Just let me finish what I'm saying.
You asked a question. I gave you the answer.
I'm talking now. You do not have the floor, so
I
shut
answered your
up.
question because you don't like the answer, sir. That's why you want me to stop talking. You don't like the truth, okay? You don't like to hear the truth. So go on.
I have
Shoot
the
your mouth
document.
up.
I
Shoot your mouth up all you want,
so
sir.
I know
Welcome
at the
aboard.
hearing, and you would not allow it. You're trying to throw me out of the meeting. I had the document, I wanted to put it in evidence, and you disavowed it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
Where
you
is
don't
it? Where
want
is
to.
it? Bring it out. We're talking
I don't
about.
have it now.
Absolutely, a document. Sir, I will bring the campaign finance report to the next council meeting, and I will show it. I'll put it on the township website for the whole public to see, so I have nothing to hide. Okay? I'm an ethical person, even though you don't think I am. You like to shoot your mouth off at me. I'm an ethical person. I'm sorry you don't like it.
Feed his cats over there.
Mark, address the floor, the chair, please.
Marcos, Lower Saucon Township. If anybody knows me for the 23 years I've been in my house, they should know I haven't threatened anybody. Especially the one that made lies.
Mark has the floor.
But anyway, back to,
Mark, please, just ignore them, talk.
Mr. Gadzuzzi, if you or your wife have any issues or conflicts with the library, please resolve them for the public, not for the girls, not for bananas, not for anyone, for the public. Our taxes pay your money. As far as getting the library back in shape to work, yeah, do that. Because the kids need it. Not because adults need it, but because the kids need it and the kids deserve it. As far as morals and ethics, did we ever get a report on Southern Lehigh Library expenses and where the $50,000 went? Or was it more than that we don't know about? That's right, you keep staring at me. I can do this.
Okay, Mark. Okay, we need to,
So, no dumb conversation, no nothing. Run the library, keep it there, and get through this meeting. I don't want to be here till 2 o'clock in the morning.
And go home.
No, I'm not going home. I'm staying, and the reason I'm staying is because of you.
okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so
The
we're
public
gonna
should know
close
who
public
Mr.
comment.
Osenik is.
I'd like to know who Mr. Osenik is.
I'd like to be recognized.
Yeah, I recognize you, Tom. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Public
Mr.
comment.
Osenik is a Lower Saucon Township
You don't
resident.
have the floor,
He
Tom.
was charged with, in 1991, was charged with
Mr. Benonis.
a fatal hit and run of an Allentown man, Hill Road, Allentown.
You are terrible, Tom. You are terrible.
Point of order, we're not on topic at all. We're having a roll call for a motion.
So after being held for 4 minutes.
That is disgraceful.
It's true.
It doesn't matter, it does not belong to be
He
said here.
he stood that podium and talked about integrity.
That is not on the agenda.
He stood that podium and talked about
Let's
integrity.
continue with the roll call, but Kathy,
Was found guilty.
Jason, you're gonna either make a motion or you're not. I mean,
Oh, yeah, there's a motion that's pending, I can't make a motion. There's a motion that's pending, I can't make a motion.
I understand, I made a mistake. I can admit that I made a mistake. We're doing roll call. And Kathy just called on you, be respectful to at least
Listen, I'm not
Kathy.
gonna interrupt Mr. Croce speaking.
Mr. Carochi is out of order, he cannot be, yes, he is, and I'm running the meeting and he's out of order. Like it or not.
Maybe he's unresponsive.
Was that?
Maybe he's unresponsive.
I'm not responsive at all, I'm responsive.
Okay, so
Are we moving
Jason,
on to
So what do you
whether I
decide
can
whether
talk?
he made the death threats against me was found guilty by district justice? That's-
Yes, he was found, right.
He's already killed somebody before, he's made death
Right,
threats.
it's no cigar.
totally disrespectful and out of order.
It's the truth, it's a public record.
I don't care if it's the truth or not, it does not belong in this meeting.
He stood up and lectured us about integrity. And he lectured us about integrity.
Awful. Do you guys realize what he's doing to a resident here? Do you
Telling the truth.
And it could be any one of you had a problem and he'd be out here talking about it in front of everybody.
I wasn't arrested for running somebody over.
So disrespectful. So,
I didn't take a picture of my wife and kids and put it up on
Right,
Facebook
right,
page.
took a picture of
I didn't do that at all.
wife and kid.
there's a motion on the floor. It has
His wife and
to
kid,
be
took a
to
picture of
roll call.
that.
Wife and kids.
Took a picture of it.
That's okay, that's acceptable behavior.
That's
That's endorsed by this council.
What, Mr. Bananas? I didn't get the vote yet.
Jason is the first person Kathy's calling on.
Tommy, you done?
No, I want to speak, but I don't know if they'll.
You're not allowed to speak. You're being disrespectful to a resident, and that's not right.
This is a public,
It is a public meeting, but it does not belong on this agenda.
because I'm talking about a criminal record? That's public?
Not on the agenda.
Let's move on the agenda. You're out of order.
It's inappropriate because he's your friend.
Tom,
Have a seat. There's no
Please
more
have a
public
seat.
comment.
No more public comment. Please sit. Please sit, Mark. Jason, you're being called for a roll call. What's your vote?
Tom, I'll vote, and then when it's your turn, you can comment, finish your comments, okay, before you vote. The motion is what?
The motion is to authorize the township solicitor to continue to pursue the direction outlined by council regarding Hellertown and the Hellertown Library.
No, never. I mean, he has such a conflict of interest on this. His wife was on the board. There's a tremendous cover-up. To allow that to happen is just wrong.
Mr. Bananas.
I said no.
No.
Yeah, no, it's,
Sorry. Ms. Alcantara.
Yes.
Mr. Carochi.
Well, and also the former library attorney now works for him. He hired the former law attorney for the library. My answer would be, no, I'll have more on Mr. Rosen later.
Ms. Ray.
So what would your vote?
Yes.
I said no.
Okay.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, the next vote is to I'd like to make a motion to authorize the township solicitor to continue to pursue the direction outlined by council regarding the Bethlehem landfill, to ratify the actions of the township solicitor in joining the preliminary objections. I believe I stated that correctly. Okay, would there be a second to my motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, Victoria. And any other discussion by council?
yeah, you're talking about continuing the direction. There was never an initial direction that was provided. This council
Then why
never.
is he routinely talking?
Hello, I'm speaking. Hello.
Why would you get out? Why would you won't, will you, Priscilla?
He has the floor.
First time all night.
Wow. First time, last time.
Please.
Again, this was never voted upon initially to commit any direction. The solicitor undertook action, apparently unilaterally, and the position was never ever discussed in public and brought to light. Ms. Garber brought this up at the last council meeting. She brought it up again earlier today. the solicitor has joined in a brief that was filed by the objectors, including St. Luke's, the Petries, and others, and has taken a position adverse to the township, and I think that he's put the township in great peril as a result of this. There was never any deliberation on this, there was never any instruction that was made, there was never a vote or a consensus, so to tell him to continue the direction seems to gloss over and endorse his earlier actions, which were never ever considered by this council.
They absolutely were.
so-
We had an executive session.
There you go.
I think you have a condition, no, you just blurt stuff out all the time, you just can't help it.
You want us to
Jason has the floor right now. Are you finished? Let me know.
No, so to my point again, to continue seems to give a pass to the earlier conduct that was never ever deliberated, it was never ever endorsed, and certainly was never ever voted upon by motion in public, as was correctly pointed out by the attorney for the landfill. So, you know, you're again trying to cover up bad deeds, and those bad deeds are going to come back to bite you, and the taxpayers are going to pay a lot of money for it. Or they're going to, well, I'll leave it at that. They're going to pay a lot of money. I yield. Thank you.
Do you recommend?
Yes, you're next. We'll do it alphabetical, so you're next.
Thank you. How are you? I never know how you're looking. Weird. But yeah, Susie back there was trying to cover up his mistake from the earlier executive session when he didn't get permission to do any of this. His hands were shaking. He was, you know, he's trying to cover up. He knows he screwed up. And listen, he's never been a solicitor for a township before. He was a solicitor for West Easton Borough, which is 0.3 miles and has 1,500 people. 1,500 people, and it's 0.3 miles. So, you know, he's not up to the job, to say the least. And, you know, he's definitely just trying to, the whole reason to have that executive session today, in my opinion, was to try and cover his tracks from the previous ones where he really, really messed up and really didn't, violated the Sunshine Act, in my opinion, and also violated numerous professional code of conducts for attorneys. So, you know, I think that's a problem. And you know, hopefully all that will come out.
Okay, Victoria?
I approve of the motion. I also think the public should be clear and understand that we do have executive sessions. We act in those executive sessions. It's my position that we've done everything honestly and openly. And if certain members of council want to portray a different set of opinions, that's their right, but it's my opinion everything has been done properly, and I'm in support of the motion.
How do you take a position on this
You
when you
don't have the
recuse
floor.
yourself with regard to your sister, but you don't recuse it when it affects your
You do not
parents?
have the
I
floor
understand,
right now. I don't
how do you
recognize
reconcile
you.
those two
Laura?
points? You don't recuse with regard to your sister, or you do, I'm sorry.
Yes, so
You don't recuse with
in
regard
a
to land.
prior executive session, yes, we did discuss this, and we did approve for him to be working on these matters and looking at them and working to move forward.
If we approved them, why didn't we announce it last time, April 1st?
Perhaps if you wouldn't be screaming and shouting and cursing at everybody back there, you would have heard what happened, but that is what happened.
Then why didn't we come out and announce it?
You do not have the floor. I have it next.
That's a valid question. Why didn't we vote on the motion?
Well, on April 3rd.
It never happened, that's why. It never happened.
Okay, so I have the floor next, and I support this motion. And at this point, then, I'd like to open it up to public comment. So somebody go first.
All right, here we go again.
Remember, they could have done this, Dave, they could have done this when we had the executive session. They really happened. It really happened. They could have done
Tom, you do not have the floor.
Anybody with half a brain would realize that, sir.
cover up, yep.
All right? So maybe you could help me out here a little bit here. Which item are we on here in this agenda?
What's this, E, announcement of executive session?
Say again?
E, and we're in the executive session area. We didn't get very far.
All right, so we're still in the executive session.
Correct.
Oh, that's wonderful. So didn't you announce this when you came out of executive action?
We did. We're doing now, hear that?
This
Last time. They didn't do it last time.
they talk about it. Not when they claim they talk about it.
There's so many things that are going on here. This conflict of interest really gets me. And that's especially true of Hal. But this other issue of Ms. Coderre, VOC here, as she likes to be called, that's outrageous. And so this is no different than allowing the solicitor to take over the meeting and allow people at the meeting to talk about things that are outside of the 300-foot parameter, and yet they're allowed to go on for hours and hours. That's a conflict too. You just keep stacking them up, all right? We're not playing by rules that even the state of PA would be normally used to. So yes, as a public person, I'm sitting here looking at this and saying, what has happened? And by the way, while we're at it, this agenda, this agenda, let's see here. For 4 years that I'm aware of that I've been coming to these meetings, 4 years, the agenda's always come out on Friday afternoon. Congratulations. All right? All of a sudden, and I spoke to this to you, Mrs. President, to you, saying, I don't appreciate having these last-minute additions because you, who are responsible for this, decided to put some last-minute item on the agenda, which I don't have time to. Gee whiz, we pay you $5,000. Can't you get it right? Get these things on the agenda instead of sending out a notice. Oh, by the way, we're going to have another special solicitor. And we don't want you to know who it is because we're going to rip it out there just like this fellow that's sitting here. We don't know what he stands for, what he did or didn't do, and I already spoke to that conflict. We know some of that, or at least we think we do. And now you're going to do this last-minute announcement? That's transparency? Is that what you three women ran on? Please, give us a break.
Next.
I'm Bob Osman. I live in Lower Saucon Terrace. I've lived here a long time and I like it. I would like to read something just briefly to you guys. You can look this up by going to the website for the County of Northampton Recorder of Deeds. This is for a parcel of land over by what used to be part of Bethlehem Steel. This is an environmental covenant. And it reads, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, we'd be here for quite a while, but I want you to get a gist of what's in this covenant. It goes down here to say, this is part of a larger tract previously operated by Bethlehem Steel for the manufacturing of steel products dating back to the 1880s. As a result of these activities, the property was contaminated with substances including heavy metals, organic compounds. It goes on to mention many organic compounds. You can look them up. They're not good. None of them are good. They're all carcinogens. They cause birth defects. You know about Love Canal. That's what happened. Now, here in Pennsylvania, when you go to Pennsylvania's websites, it looks very convenient, like all the contamination stayed within the boundaries of the Bethlehem Steel property. When you go down to Maryland, the reporting is different. And you get a whole lot different data from the third parties that do the chemical analysis. What you see is the contaminants, including heavy metals, and the volatile organic compounds have spread miles outside the borders. Now, the next page of that covenant continues to say, this property is subject to the following activity and use limitations, which the owner and subsequent owner of the property shall abide by. As far as I know, these never terminate. They just continue on in perpetuity. Whoever owns it is liable for it at that time. And it goes on to say, the property shall be limited to commercial or industrial activity, and no eventual property or any part be used for the following purposes: single-family or multi-family dwellings, residential-style facilities, parks, playgrounds, recreational areas, campgrounds, daycares, nurseries. You're getting the gist of this. If you think that's not going to affect property value, then you're from a different planet. I don't know what that property will do, but I can tell you this. Bethlehem Steel screwed us in a big way because they went bankrupt. So all the people that profited from this, those that were at the top of management, they left. They're gone. They got their retirement plans, they sold their stocks before it went under, and they're out of any liability. The company is now bankrupt. There is nothing left to sue. That whole property is now what isn't developed, either the responsibility of the city, or it is the responsibility of the property owners that bought these individual developed properties and now have those deeds and restrictions. Here's the question, and you guys have to address this with your attorney, and you should get an environmental counsel. You should not use general counsel. This is a very highly specialized area of law. Who is going to be responsible for any future contamination, if there is any? There is monitoring going on along the creek that surrounds where the treatment facility is before it comes into the Lehigh. You have the right to DNR to get those results. They do testing, but unlike Maryland, you can't see what they are, so you don't know what's leaking into the creek. But that property is adjacent to the landfill, so you get into a legal battle with who did it. I don't know. But I like living here. I hope we don't screw it up. And we've done that in this state. So
Thank you.
please
Next,
be careful.
Mary Ann. Mary Ann Garber, representing the Bethlehem Landfill Company. And just so that we're all clear on this, I think the motion on the floor is to retroactively authorize the solicitor to file the brief that he filed on April 15th, 2024. There have been statements both at the last meeting and tonight that there was no direction given to the solicitor at the last executive session to make this filing on the 15th. And if that is in fact the case, then that's a violation of the Home Rule Charter. If there was direction given at the executive session, that in and of itself is illegal and a violation of the Sunshine Act, because that's an official action that should have been voted on in a public meeting. I can only assume that in recognition of the objection and the violation that I noted at the last meeting, that now this corrective action is being taken to sort of retroactively bless the actions that the solicitor either took without direction or took with direction in an executive session where that wasn't supposed to happen. So you're coming here tonight to take official action to direct the solicitor to do something, and that's not appropriately noted on the agenda. There's no notice of the action that's being taken, and that in and of itself is another violation of the Sunshine Act. So I just want the record to reflect the numerous violations of the Home Rule Charter, the Sunshine Act, the ethics law, the clear conflict of interest that Ms. Octop Cordero has. She's already violated by participating in the deliberations in the back room at the executive session that took place tonight. She has stated clearly that she's not going to recuse herself. Not only do her parents have a fiduciary interest in prohibiting the expansion of the landfill, but there's also her cumulative actions since October or November of 2023 with respect to the landfill go far and beyond just having an opinion about an issue in the township, which we hope that every council member sitting at the dais has opinions about what happens in the township. This goes far and beyond what is contemplated in the second-class township code when they speak to council members being permitted to vote on things that they have voiced opinions about. This is, she's participated as a lawyer in the opposition of the landfill expansion in litigation in the past and litigation that's currently pending right now. So I will reiterate my demand that she recuse herself. I want all of this to be clear on the record. And any time that something like this happens, I will be standing up here reflecting that for the record.
Can you explain a little bit of clarification of all these Sunshine Act violations? What is the liability for a township? I would ask our solicitor, he's clueless. For example, would we be liable for your attorney fees if you file a complaint?
Attorney
what else?
fees are something that can be claimed in a Sunshine Act complaint.
What else? And other types of fines and punishments?
Yeah, there could be fines individually on the people who knowingly violated the Sunshine Act. The action will be undone and, you know, various types of relief under the Sunshine Act, yes.
Susie, didn't you get West Easton in trouble with this in 2016? There was some right to knows that weren't responded to. I guess there was a news article about it.
Number one, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Number
West
two,
Easton Road?
hang on. Number two, I wouldn't talk about any other litigation here. Number three.
Well, it's settled.
Number three, I'm not asking your opinion, I'm answering a question. Number three is my position as a solicitor for this township. We've done nothing wrong, and we haven't violated any act, we haven't violated any statute, and in an overabundance of caution, we move forward today with the motion that's before you to ratify what's taking place.
You claim we did.
Hang on, sir. And where we are right now is there's this motion on the floor. You might not like it, and I appreciate that, but that's where we are. It's, again, our position. We've done absolutely nothing wrong. I've been berated. People have called me names. I've tried to be professional. I've tried to be polite. I've tried to lead by example. And sometimes that means...
It's a terrible example.
He has the floor, not you.
I believe you're proving my point.
Yeah.
I've had uninformed people make all sorts of accusations. I've had people talk while I talk. While I try to be polite and courteous to every single person I run into, including people, hold on, including people who disagree with me, including people who interrupt me, including people who go and say things in my ear as they walk by just to try to be rude or obnoxious. Short answer is this: we've done nothing wrong. The majority of council provided direction. There's a motion on the floor. That's where we are.
So my last question is then, why didn't we do this when you're saying we allegedly talked about it two executive sessions ago? Why didn't we come out to the public and do it then, two sessions ago, when you're alleging we spoke about that and gave you this authority to make that filing on April 3rd?
Number one,
Why didn't we come out April 3rd from executive
you've asked
session?
that 14 times. Clarify. You've asked this over and over again.
No, I haven't. This is the first time I've asked this question.
You just did 2 or 3 times.
All right, so on April 3rd, why didn't we come out and have this discussion then, if you say you were authorized then to do that on April 3rd? And you filed something on April 15th, so why didn't we have this on April 3rd?
Position is, we didn't need to do it then.
Why do we need to do it now?
We're doing it now in an overabundance of caution.
To cover. Right.
Why are you interrupting me? Why do you ask questions and interrupt me?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes. In an overabundance of caution, we're doing it now.
Because you got
That's
it
where we
wrong.
are. You don't like the answer.
But why not put it on the agenda? Why sneak it into the back door, executive session, if it's gonna be a public?
Because the way it normally works.
If
Hold on, you asked me a question,
I'm
I'm gonna
clarifying my
answer.
question.
The way it normally
If
works
you're doing
is
this
when you have executive
if there's
session.
something you did wrongly before, why
You're
not
not
be totally
fixing it.
transparent and put it on the agenda so that the whole public knows about this and they can see this ahead of time and say, I want to be there and I'm going to speak out about this? Because you don't want them to know. You want to sneak it through the back door, in my position.
And you're welcome to have your position. But, hold on. You're welcome to have your position. But, normally, when you have a normal governing body that has litigation, that is done in executive session. Strategies in executive session, comments are in executive session, and it remains there. We've done nothing wrong. We are where we are. You don't like it, I appreciate it. Tom doesn't like it, I appreciate that. You're entitled to your opinion. The public should know.
You're giving us this advice with no past experience as a solicitor for a township, according to your resume that you submitted when you became the interim solicitor, right?
No.
So we're supposed to take your legal advice on that.
And again, and I want to move on. I want to move forward and not go back. But, as you may
Sure you do,
recall,
because what's
please don't interrupt.
What's behind you doesn't look good, Steve.
As you
What's
may,
behind you does not look good for you.
as you recall, or you may not remember, but I'm going to remind you, when I was sworn in, when I was voted in, Mr. Croce asked, "You've never been a township solicitor?" I corrected him. I said, "Actually, I have," and I explained to him the situation. But you conveniently forgot it.
I'm looking at your resume right here, maybe you can point it out to me. Municipal practice, I'll go over this, I mean, if we want to have a discussion about it. Solicitor for Borough of Northampton, Borough of North Catasauqua, Borough of West Easton, Water Authority, Zoning Hearing Board, County Controller, alternate solicitor of Bethlehem Township Planning Commission, Zoning Hearing Board of Washington Township, Borough of Wind Gap, Moore Township Zoning Hearing Board, Wind Gap. So you talk about this, but yet your resume doesn't reflect, and this is what you submitted to us in furtherance of your credentials to get this position. So again, maybe you should spend time updating your resume if it's not accurate. What else?
What I invite you to do, if you're that interested, is go back and look at the tape, what I was talking about.
I'm looking at the paper that you submitted.
Mr. Good-Susan says,
I'm looking at the paper.
Mr. Good-Susan says overabundance of caution is why we're doing this now. It's to cover up for his mistakes.
Tom, you're talking about the West East tax. It's $800,000 is what's alleged.
The lady that's president said public comment. I think she's supposed to be running the meeting. I think she's supposed to be running.
Mr. Boulan. See this? Like a nuclear weapon on their doorstep, they took it down and decided it was a risk worth taking, even though a simple written apology would have ended the litigation 6 months ago. This attitude has blown the 2016 legal budget out of the water. With more fees mounting every day, they stand in defiance of the cases in Washington 2011 and 2015.
Hold on. Okay, just so we can move on. You and Tom have spent a lot of time talking about West Easton in 2016 of all the things that may or may not have happened. If you had spent an inkling of time trying to figure out who the solicitor was in 2016, you know it wasn't me. No. Go ahead.
You can go back and look at the tape the night that Mr. Good-Susan was here. Tom sat over there and Tom questioned him. The reason Mr. Bononis didn't hear it, because as he does quite often, he was in the back room. Go back and look at the tape because I make note of it. But that's why he doesn't remember you answering Tom and telling Tom that you had worked as a township solicitor, because he was in the back room again. That's why. Number two, as far as being supported by the landfill, you can go on and look it up. You can sit there and say, but it's actually a technicality as far as I'm concerned. Because a man named Mr. Moss is the Northeast Governance Officer for Waste Connections, who owns the landfill. He's also the top officer of the Political Action Committee that put out your door hangers and your flyers. And you said in one interview that you knew nothing about the landfill supporting you. Well, if you don't, you're the only one in Saucon Township, Lower Saucon Township, that doesn't. Now, getting to the landfill and pecuniary gain, the bed buddies are always talking about the landfill, and that if they close, the taxes are going to go up. That means their taxes are going to go up. Taxes translate to money, money translate to pecuniary gain. They campaigned on that. So if they insist that Victoria Optov-Cordaro recuses herself, they should also willingly, by their own definition, recuse themselves.
Why that Mr. D'Souza shared with us, and that was on, I'm looking here at the version.
Comment going on right now,
December 12, 2016, he's identified as a solicitor for the Borough of West Easton. He said he was a solicitor. It said right in the minutes, these are approved minutes, December 12, 2016.
I just want to say, just so like the public knows, and if you're watching on TV right there, these three ladies ran, and one of their big things was, you know, to fight this landfill. And people crossed party lines to vote for these three ladies, and they won by a landslide. So just remember that. If there a lot of people aren't here, they voted for these three women to stop that landfill expansion.
Jason and I won by a landslide too when we ran.
Claudia Markellis, and I live in Lower Saucon Township. I pay taxes. And I voted for the three of you for that reason. I felt like the council previously did not represent us at all, did not consider our position at all. And I wanted someone who was going to listen. I also have the feeling, the belief, after hearing the three of you talk at other times, that you really want to do what's best for the township on the whole. This is a big township, and I understand that that's very difficult to do, but I do believe that you would do your best. Solicitor, I agree with you continuing for us. Thank you so much.
I want to speak to the solicitor. I want to thank you for all your efforts and trying to maintain order here and trying to do the right thing for us, even though you have to put up with two-year-olds. You're like a principal.
Please don't talk about Priscilla and Victoria that way, sir. Please don't talk about
I want to say I really appreciate your work and what you do. And I feel that I told you the first day you need thick skin. Now you know what I'm talking about. But thank you for all your efforts.
Anyone else like to go next? Okay, Donna?
I think I'm speaking on an agenda item that's up, but I want to get it done so that I can leave.
No, wait, you're speaking on the agenda, the motion that we have on the floor.
I'm basically speaking on the business items A and B.
I can't hear you.
She's speaking on business items A and B.
On what items?
Business item A and B regarding the solicitor.
Okay, you can't speak on that item now.
I asked you to allow me to do that so I can go home.
We have to get through this
It's
executive
regarding the
session.
solicitor, please.
I'll make a motion to let her speak.
Second.
I would like to leave.
I'll make a motion to let her
We
speak.
don't need a motion, she can speak.
I appreciate it, thank you.
You're welcome. Just talk loud so we can hear you.
After watching the last council meeting, I was compelled to attend this meeting because I was just disgusted. So I searched Attorney Kaduzian's webpage to view his municipal law experience and found in the practice area drop-down the following areas of practice, which are adoption, criminal defense, DUI, estate administration, estate planning, guardianship, personal injury, traffic offenses. This site has no mention of any municipal law experience. The next site I went to was the Pennsylvania State Association of Township Supervisors in search of the second-class township solicitor and found the following information. Appointment of a solicitor, the sole responsibilities of the solicitor, and most important, the duties of the solicitor, which are as follows. Section 1103, duties of solicitor. The township solicitor, when directed or requested so to do, shall prepare or approve any bonds, obligation, contracts, leases, conveyances, ordinances, and assurances to which the township may be a party. The township solicitor shall commence and prosecute all actions brought by the township for or on account of any of the estate's rights, trust, privileges, claims, or demands, as well as defend the township or any township officer against any actions or suits brought against the township or township officer in which any of the estate's rights, privileges, trust, ordinances, or accounts of the township may be brought in question before any court in this Commonwealth, and do every professional act incident to the office which the township solicitor may be authorized or required to do by the Board of Supervisors or by any resolution. The township solicitor shall furnish the Board of Supervisors upon request with any opinion in writing upon any question of law. Now let me get back. Nowhere in these duties does it say that he's to run the council meeting in the absence of the president. So I asked you, Priscilla, to please hand the gavel over to Laura Ray, who's the vice president, and keep things moving and keep things
Donna, the
status quo.
municipal's planning code for conditional use hearings allows, allows us to appoint a hearing officer. If you recall, the Bethlehem landfill had the hearings, had multiple hearings, and the council decided that they didn't want to hear the conditional use hearing, so they appointed a hearing officer. No different than we did for the conditional use hearing.
Actually, it's quite different because I don't recall us actually having a motion to appoint a conditional hearing officer. There was no motion that was ever brought forward or voted upon. It was just a unilateral decision by Priscilla to hand the gavel over.
I just think that we need to stick to the way things have run in the past because it seemed to have gone very smooth. And I know you know that, sitting as president in the past years. sorry, where am I? I'm sorry. Nowhere in these duties, take action without, okay. Nowhere in the duties does it say council meeting, absence of the president, or take action without direction of council. And that's questionable, sir. These behaviors displayed by Attorney Gouzian created a lack of trust and questioned the transparency he shows the taxpayers. And this is where my concern is. I can't sit back here and watch you and believe what yous are saying, because there's so many things that are throwing red flags. I was a former council member. I kind of have a little bit of background and a little bit of understanding, nothing compared to what an attorney has. But I honestly am telling you now, you are throwing red flags left and right for the taxpayers. My inquiry created more questions. Does Attorney Gouzian understand his role on council when he initiated the legal action disclosed by Attorney Garber? Or was he directed by a council member, a member of this council? And why would this council member breach the Pennsylvania 65 Sunshine Act, as well as open our township up for litigation? I don't know if you were. Can I ask you that question? Were you directed by a council member to do anything with that litigation with the landfill?
You cannot ask. I mean, you can ask, but I'm not going to answer it because it's part of litigation. However,
I understand.
I owe everyone in this room an apology when I said I was not I checked my records as we're talking about West Easton. I was the solicitor.
You checked after
You apologize.
apologized because you essentially called him a liar.
However, I was not the attorney who was involved in any of the right to know requests. And I want to make that clear.
And then was the solicitor since January 11, 2016, since the
Jason
beginning.
called you on it, and then you
And then he
came
came
clean.
clean.
You didn't come clean until he called you on it.
Very well, you can continue, but I want to let you know that everybody in this room.
For these reasons, I feel Attorney Gouzian is not a good fit for our township. And I know you all can do better for the taxpayers in our township. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Don. Officer, can you make sure she gets to her car before Mr. Ozemic approaches her and grabs her again? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, officer. We'll keep Mr. Ozemic in here.
Go ahead, Mark.
Somebody want their paperclip back? I have a question, Priscilla. Landfill lawyer here, Ms. Garber, claims that you guys did something wrong in the private little meeting that you have back there. What do you call it?
Executive session.
The executive session. How does Ms. Garber know what went on in that executive session tonight?
Came out of her announcement.
On April 15th.
That's how she knew. She wasn't back.
Court filing on April 15th.
You have free cameras, go and watch your videos.
I made the announcement that we met an executive session regarding Hellertown, the Hellertown Library, and the Bethel landfill.
It's fine, but how does she know anything was done wrong?
Mr. Gutsuzi made a filing on April 15th.
Because she's a lawyer.
She's paid an hourly rate
Okay,
to
Mark has the
advocate a
floor.
legal
Mark,
position.
please continue to speak.
She's not.
She stood here and stated that there was something wrong in that room tonight. That's what. Don't ask me what it was, I don't care. I don't even care anymore. I don't even know why I'm here anymore.
That is so rude and ignorant.
It's true, to be honest.
You're not supposed to be making rude comments
supposed to be
to
honest.
residents.
Not supposed to be honest.
Oh, that's right. On this council, you can't be honest. That's a prerequisite. Dishonesty.
Dishonest.
Hired.
All right, thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Yes. Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. Really quick, I'm trying to understand exactly what you guys are voting on, but I just want to say this. Victoria mentioned before that, you know, she seems to definitely be on a trend of she ran for office, which is fine. She has a set agenda, and her agenda is anti-corporation. She bashed the company, she bashed the landfill company because they're a big corporation. And by the way, big corporations do employ people. It seems like maybe there's a situation here that it's the workers against the corporations. It just seems to be a trend in America these days, and trend is spilling into Lower Saucon Township. Here's my question. The gentleman that spoke about the brown, because I know they're called brown grounds, brown areas. Brownfields, from Bethlehem Steel. Does anybody care about that? Does anybody care about the poison that's coming out of there? Does anybody know if that's running into the streams, into the creeks? Does anybody know? Good, I do too. Well, maybe we should ask about it
You
then.
gotta address the chair, you can't speak to
You're
the
right.
audience.
Why don't you have the audience stop addressing her?
Yeah, by the way, I get in trouble for speaking back here. You don't say anything
My best
to
here.
your crowd. You say nothing to them. Nothing. Just want to make a note of it.
I know.
So anyway, I do believe that this Lower Saucon Township Council is going towards we hate corporations, we hate people that make money, we don't like rich people, blah, 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 whatever. But you're complaining about the landfill because it might be seeping into the ground, which the DEP said it wasn't. And I thought you trust the DEP. Those are your people, right? Department of Environmental Protection. I mean, they're definitely, if they're telling you the landfill's good to go, then why wouldn't you believe them? But you don't have a problem, you might have problems, with I do, but you don't have a problem with the Bethlehem Steel property. That's okay. And also, what else do we not have a problem with? The sewer plants. The sewer plant runoff. We don't care about that either. So I'm just making a note, a public note, that there are certain things we care about and certain things we don't. And if a lawyer, it doesn't matter if she's paid by a big corporation, if she says that you violated the Sunshine Act, you probably did. So I'm confused why you're standing up there saying that you didn't do anything wrong and you didn't violate any laws. That's clearly, you're clearly lying and you're making it up.
Just a point of clarification.
Yes.
As I understand it, Victoria Alcoff's parents or family do not have litigation against the sewer plant. They also don't have litigation against the DEP. And they don't have litigation against the estate or whatever remains from Bethlehem Steel. They only have litigation against the landfill, and that seems to be where her interests are aligned, only against the landfill, but not all these other polluting entities that exist.
I did notice that as well. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
And if you're accusing me of lying, I'd like proof, okay?
What was that?
You're accusing me of lying, I'd like proof.
You said you didn't do anything wrong.
No, I didn't.
Well, your solicitor did.
Says who? It's a matter of opinion.
Okay.
Wait a minute, how can it be an opinion? It's a right or wrong, it's a rule, it's a law. You cannot.
One thing and other people
So
say it's
here's the thing, there are consequences to elections. There are consequences to elections. We're living proof right here that there are consequences to elections. Last year the council voted to expand the landfill. That's a consequence to an election. You weren't here. Right?
She actually lost in the prior election.
Okay, that's good to know. So now this is the consequence. You can't just go behind everybody's back and have your solicitor file with a lawsuit. You can't. It's against the law. So yes, I'm sorry, but that's what they did. It's against the law. You can't change it because now you're going to vote for it.
The action that he undertook, if they're successful, will take away $72 to $80 million in township tax revenue over the next 18 years. So in the stroke of a pen, unauthorized, he took a position that has the potential to cost the taxpayers $72 to $80 million.
Let's look into the Bethlehem Steel property.
Can you fix that, Stacy? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else? Your name for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Stacy Mazensky. I live in Lower Saucon Township. So, just for clarification, the sewer plant is not on Lower Saucon property. Bethlehem Steel Properties are majority landfill. They have been on the DEP, the Breaker sites, websites for so many years. And you can fully understand that most of those properties are not on Lower Saucon property as well. The Bethlehem landfill has been spewing toxic or noxious odors from it.
I'm
Noxious odors
There's a lady speaking.
that I am
You're not, you
speaking
don't have the
of.
floor. Please sit down and let her
That we
speak.
continually call the DEP about.
Do not interrupt her.
on this side.
Go ahead, Stacy, I'm sorry.
We continually call the DEP about their odors. So don't sit there and tell me I don't know what I'm talking about.
Please
Please.
address the chair,
Okay, I'm
not the
sorry.
audience.
That's the sewage treatment plant, not the landfill.
No, but we all know what it's from. Nice try.
You mentioned in Bethel, there's actually lower Saucon feces that goes into the Bethel.
That's run by, and that's run by
It's
Ed's
not on
school.
your property.
That's run by Ed's school.
It's not on your property. You have no say in it. It's not on your property.
Public comment.
That's run by
It's
Ed's.
not on your property.
Who is,
Really, you people are children. You are children.
Please, continue.
Why is he sitting here? Why isn't he sitting on a seat? What is this, a second grader again?
He's
Your
currently looking
your
on
name
board.
tag is there, is it not?
I'm sorry, please, you have the floor and you need to speak.
Okay, so anyway. So the landfill, the three ladies ran against the landfill, and we voted on for them because they were fighting against the landfill. You had two people on this council had conditional use hearings in the middle of the day when we all had to miss work for them, which was absolutely ludicrous.
not Priscilla, she's been on disability.
Stop it.
Why is he interrupting me?
Tom, you're out of order. Sorry, Stacy.
You know, it's ridiculous. There's rules of conduct, and he always doesn't listen to them. Anyway.
The others don't either.
Jason, you're just as bad.
So are you, and so is Victoria. Since Laura doesn't say anything. She just sits here
I
like a
would
mushroom.
really appreciate it if Mr. Carucci could respect the council members and the people in this township. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak?
Let me understand, either this document that Mr. Kazuzian sent off, either he initiated it, or the council approved it, and he sent it, or just arrived by itself. How did that happen?
Crickets.
Go ahead, you want to continue talking?
Pardon?
Go ahead, I'm sorry, it's public. This is not a question and answer, but go ahead if you want to continue.
I notice it's not a question and answer when I ask a tough question, but otherwise it's a very nicely back and forth flowing. Sir, you're the attorney. My understanding is that if you took it upon yourself to send this document, your license could be in jeopardy. Not by me, not by Northampton, but Pennsylvania. We'll see.
I would add to that his malpractice carrier, and I hope he has $80 million of malpractice coverage. when
This
this
was
happens.
discussed in
I
executive
don't think he
session.
does, and if he doesn't, that's going to be a problem for the township. I think he's going to be underinsured, and we're going to end up footing the bill for his conduct.
Okay, you have the floor, so please continue.
Well, that was a direct question, and I noticed I didn't get an answer, so apparently there's differences between who asks it and who gets the answer. I was really interested in the fellow that was talking about Bethlehem and their waste sites, which are now capped by these huge truck infrastructure facilities. And I noticed that, yeah, they're capped so it doesn't go up, but anybody that's got half a brain knows it goes that way, this way, down and around. And gee, I remember hearing from the dump people that, yeah, gee, it's the landfill that's polluting it, and you even had a special guy in here from the streams of the Northeast, and he knew about every kind of fish and aquatic whatever, and he's there saying, yep, it's all polluted as heck, and the next person got up and said, yep, see how that works? It's the landfill that's polluting it, and nothing was said about, and here we just find out about, here's another one we just found out about tonight, is that, yeah, there's a beautiful pollution site right under all those nice cap things that Bethlehem approved. Wow, isn't Bethlehem smart? They gave us all the junk and they got all the money. All right, So moving on. And then we've got this other little site down here in Reddington that used to be part of Bethlehem's wonderful experimental World War II site. Nobody talks about that. And that's right down there by some of the people we hear from here and have tonight that live right down in that section. Gee, isn't that interesting? Nobody said anything about that. And then we have the side of the mountain that got denuded, and our wonderful agencies that everybody was so interested in didn't even know that had been filed for taking logging down. Right, Russ? And I gotta hand it to Russ, because he's got oops to get up there. Yeah, we got 2 minutes. He's got oops to get up there and sit there and say, look, doesn't anybody care? Doesn't anybody care? Look what they're doing. And all that stuff's going down and into the river, and there's no control, and where's my environmental protection group and everything? You don't care about that, do you? Isn't it amazing what you choose? It's no different than something that is coming up next on the agenda that you will recuse yourself from. And if she chooses not to recuse herself, boy, I'll tell you, I'll be out there beating the band trying to understand why that is. Mealy mouth and everything else, let's see what the court does. Just like how we already know that Judge Daly ruled, there's no doubt about it, ruled that they must turn over their records. And when they didn't, they just, to the judge. Let's see where that's going to go. All right? And let's find out how our solicitor does in negotiations. That's going to be a tough negotiation. His partner and his wife and who else?
Way off topic.
Listen, people get a little ripped here. I know you're sitting there taking that, but guess what? Maybe you put yourself in a position to receive that too. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I guess we're ready for the roll call, please.
Ms. Cordero?
The motion is to authorize the township solicitor to continue to pursue the direction outlined by council regarding the Bethlehem landfill, to ratify the actions of the township solicitor and joining the preliminary objections.
On what date were those directions?
I have that information in front of me. That's the
I'd like
motion.
to have a date when that direction, was it April 3rd or was it tonight?
Yep, that's the motion.
That's the motion on the floor.
I don't understand.
Why can't we put a date on that? I mean, you read the motion again, when he gave us direction, this is part of Susie's cover-up now, where he says out of an overabundance of caution. Now he won't put a date. He won't put the April 3rd date on it, he won't put tonight's date on it. Because he knows there's no basis for the April 3rd date, he knows that. And so now, he won't put a date on this motion. When was the direction given? When was the direction given? I want to know when the direction was given.
That's the motion before you.
No, I'm asking you, when was the direction given? What meeting? April 3rd or April 15th?
Mess it up.
He won't answer that question. He won't answer that question because he didn't do it on April 3rd. He's trying to cover that up tonight. And that's exactly what's going on here. That's exactly what's going on here. He didn't do it. That's why he will not say April 3rd. He knows that's a lie. He knows people will eventually probably be deposed on this. And now April 15th, or May 1st now, he's saying, I'm not unresponsive, I'm unresponsive. My vote would be, I would like to know if
He's unresponsive.
if it's May 1st, then what happened in executive session is that.
I mean, April 3rd is the
Yeah, April 3rd, that didn't happen, so my vote is no.
Okay.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
I still don't understand the motion because it talks about continuing direction. That direction was never initiated.
Right.
So without understanding what the initiation was, I can't vote to continue something that was never properly commenced to begin with. So it's absolutely no.
Paying attention at that executive session.
I was paying attention.
That's the defense.
Yes.
Yeah, we weren't paying attention.
Right.
Kathy was there too. We had to bring her in.
So that
They
they
tried to
can't say what happened. They don't know what happened, what happened.
Okay, I'd also at this time like to make a motion to amend the agenda.
I'd like to.
Please,
I'd like to talk about the
I
item that was
do
still.
not have the floor. talk right
You're
now.
making a motion and I.
You do not have the floor. I make a motion to amend the agenda to hear the following matters in the following order in section 4. Is there a second? Oh. So the motion would be to change Edwards variance, the Beethoven-Waldheim variance, and resolution 48-2024, and the firing and/or acceptance of resignation of attorney Stephen Veduzian as township solicitor, and discussion of payments of services. The remainder of the agenda will remain the same. So that would be section 4, would change in that order.
So C.
So do I have a second?
I second the motion.
Okay, so Victoria seconds. Any discussion?
motion again? I'm sorry. Victoria was talking to me.
That's how it sounds when you talk too.
Yeah.
You can't hear anything.
Right. So she was
I
talking.
make a motion to amend the agenda to hear, that's how you interpret it, I'm sorry. I'm
Sounds
not
angry to me.
angry. I am not angry. Trust me, when I'm angry, you will know.
Oh.
I make a motion to amend the agenda to hear the following matters in the following order in section 4. So it would be the Edwards variance, the Beethoven-Waldheim, resolution 48-2024, and the firing and acceptance of the resignation of attorney Veduzian. And that would be section 4.
So we go C, D, B, and A.
Right. So. We're moving around.
No, that's the motion.
That's the motion.
I think we need a second.
I still don't understand what it is.
So any other discussion by council, Jason?
I don't understand what you're talking about. You talked in circles. What are you identifying as first?
Can you look at section 4 on
I'm
the
looking at it
agenda?
and I'm trying to follow what you're saying. You're
Okay.
blabbering and not making any sense, so please be clear.
So number A would be C, so you move Edwards variance up to A.
Hold on, Laura's talking in my ear. I can't hear you. She's distracting me. Are you done?
Yeah, just for clarification, so we're on the same page. The motion would change the order of 4A. So it would go, C would be first, D would be second, B would be third, A would be fourth, and then the rest remains the same.
That's smart. So hire Steve before we ask to fire or accept the
That's the
resignation.
motion.
Smart. There it is, folks. Let's get them in the door before they can actually expose all the stuff that happened. All right?
So that's the motion. It was seconded. Jason, did you have any other discussion?
No, you see what you're doing here. It's very clear. You're rearranging it. Although although at the last council meeting, I asked specifically to have on the agenda item A, which was the firing and acceptance of the resignation of Steve Katsuzian as a solicitor, discussion of his payment for services. I asked her at the last council meeting, and it should be the first item here because it was the first thing that was requested. All this other stuff was not discussed in the last meeting. But what you're going to do is you're going to pigeonhole that, and you're going to move it down the list so that you can do your own cover up again. Get him in the door as a permanent solicitor. Have at it. Have at it.
What's Susie afraid of? Susie, what are you afraid of?
It's coming.
What are you afraid
It's
of?
coming either way.
What are you afraid of, Susie?
Just two before you.
What are you afraid of, Susie?
He's afraid to tell
What
you
are you afraid of, Susie? Open up, tell me. Tell me. What are you afraid of, Susie?
Okay, Tom, is that your question?
Yes,
Okay,
what are you afraid of?
Victoria, are you next?
I support the motion to allow the developers to go first and the other
To
items.
change the agenda
Yes.
item. Okay, Laura? Comments?
No comment.
Okay, you agree with the...
I didn't know she was here.
And I agree with it also. And I will have to open this up then to public comment. Anyone in the audience like to comment on this?
Yeah. Sure. Thanks, Dave.
Let's see here, we got Dave Boulan. You have a comment, lady? Just hold it.
Dave,
Hold it tight.
Mr.
Hold it
Rand,
right
you
there.
address the
She
chair.
blurted out at him. Why do you go after her first?
You
She's
would
the
let
one who
me
attacked the
finish.
gentleman who's at the podium.
Audience, please respect the speaker. Dave, go ahead.
Forget it. You know, they're encouraging. Although I slipped once or twice myself. Listen, the bottom line is, I already talked to this, and that was 2 meetings ago, I asked you to put out the agenda. That was a one-shot deal on Friday night, and don't make any changes, okay? Now, here we go. We already have a change that came out a day ago that we have to contend with, and now you want to change it again. Is there something else you can do just to mix things up? What kind of administration would do that? If you were in private industry and you were a subordinate, you'd be out on the street.
Well, she hasn't been for 40 years, so she doesn't know that. She's been collecting disability for 40 years, so she doesn't know about private industry.
That's slander, so.
Okay, that's hopefully, and you know, it just bothers me because you just sit there like stone.
Policy hasn't, they were holding up signs.
Victoria smiles away, she's happy.
Mr. Belanis, the
And
people
the
holding up
rest of
signs
us?
behind you, the people holding up signs behind you, I don't know what it says.
That's
The
legal.
sign says it's a comment. You're violating number
Mr.
22.
Boulain has the floor.
Who's the jelly bean in the back asking the question? She's jolly. Okay. Are you running the show or is she running it? I thought I had the floor, but I guess I don't have the gavel, that's my mistake.
You're just not listening to me. You have the floor.
She's not listening to you?
You are not listening.
You
You
see
have
this
the
fellow
floor.
over here? He'll escort her out.
Oh my God. You have
Yeah,
the
you're
floor.
God.
Can you go?
Please don't use the Lord's name in vain.
Can you go, are you speaking or aren't you speaking?
I was trying to, but I got interrupted by one of your followers here. This
And
one
I
here,
already addressed
one there.
that, okay? So now you continue to speak.
Well, you can answer him again. Why don't you treat him with some respect? He's
I
a
am.
taxpayer, he pays your bill, he pays a lot of your
Did
bill.
you hear what I said initially?
I did.
What did I say?
You don't want us changing the agenda. You do not
Again and
like
again,
that.
and late entries and changing
I
agenda.
understand.
Now, maybe the chair can tell us why this is all of a sudden so important. Mr. Gattusi, and I'm sorry, sir, you need to have a little respect for taxpayers. You don't pay a nickel to this organization.
Well, he
And
does.
they
He's a
shouldn't pay a
resident.
nickel to
He's
you.
a resident, he pays taxes, he lives here, which is part of the reason why we
Does
do
he?
these conflicts.
I thought he was a,
Yeah,
whatever. All right, I apologize. Right, when you sit out here with us, then maybe you'll feel that way, but I'm sure you're a lot richer than I. Back to this again, deep for it again. Hello? So why do we need to change this? Why? Is there any,
Okay.
There it is again. There it is again.
You can't control the audience,
well,
please.
if you can't control them, then give it to Laura Ray or, gosh, you could give it to this fellow over here. He did well for 4
There are
years.
so many people here, they have a right to do what they do, okay? I'm sorry.
Okay, I heard that, so that means I can
You
pop
did the
up
same.
and jump and
No,
down and
they
scream.
have to behave,
Right.
but I can't make them.
Well, how about you toss a few of them out when they get wild?
I will.
You know
That's why
what?
we have a police officer here.
That's what I just said.
I
Oh,
agree.
did you? Okay, well, good. What you need to do is do that. And I haven't even gotten past my question, and it's already been 3 minutes. Isn't it wonderful? So the answer is,
We will change the agenda as needed, whether you like it or not, I'm sorry about that. But there is appropriate things that we need to do, and
Okay, and
I'm
maybe-
say I'm never gonna change the agenda.
But they gave you no justification for why they're doing this.
I have not heard that. I asked that question. She answered why 2 and 2 is not 6, okay? So can we answer my question?
I have no answer that's gonna like, that you're gonna like.
Well, you're changing it, so you know why you're changing it. I don't know, and the public doesn't know. So the answer is,
Crickets.
we're just gonna change it, Mr. Boulin, and to hell with what your question is. If that's not a civil question, why are you changing it? Well, I'm changing it because I want to change it, all right? Is that the answer? And the public be damned. And for all you people that voted for all this stuff, it was the same kind of questions I asked about pollution and everything else, and it just got blown away. And now we find out that all of those questions had validity. So I ask again, you are the president of the council, you and your patriots there vote 3-2 on everything, and I'm asking, they just voted again to do the same old thing. Smiles over here, and this one's, and you're fit to be tied because nobody can answer that question. Boy, that's really tough. All right. The bottom line is the heck with the public, let them be damned, and we're gonna do whatever we want as Democrats we'll vote whatever we want, and good luck. Unless you take us to court, we don't care about you. And yeah, we do have a very vocal group. Good for them. Good for us here whose land is, and looks out and sees it's completely denuded. That's lovely. And I
Anybody
did,
else like to speak?
let the record show, I did not get an answer.
Deborah Esposito, I live in Lower Saucon. To me, the reason why you're changing the agenda is there's people waiting for variances. I remember sitting in this township meeting and needing a variance for my property. So to me, you're being very considerate of the people who need variances. So I don't understand what the big deal is.
That's not all they're changing.
Okay.
That's not all they're changing. That's not all they're changing.
That I'd like to make is that nobody likes a sore loser.
That's right.
And to be clear, the first item they're doing is the appointment of a special projects assignment solicitor, so they're not dealing with the variance up first.
Okay,
They're dealing with the other
so
items. So if they were so
if no one
concerned
else
about
has
you,
any
they
comments,
would reorder it and
we
they
will
put the
vote.
variances first, but they're not doing that. Did you, I know it's hard to follow because she wasn't clear, and I had trouble following it too. So I'll tell you when she explained it, and I found out what it is. The first item is the appointment of a special projects assignment
He
solicitor.
is not at the floor, it's roll call.
I recognize him.
You do not have the authority to recognize him.
Jason, you'll be not here, I
It's
recognize
roll
him.
call. It's called roll call. Do you understand those words?
This woman's concerned that she thinks that they're being courteous, they're not. They're not being courteous in any way.
Thank you, Jason. Is that all?
Yeah, thanks, John.
Already said.
No problem.
Roll call, please.
What's that?
She doesn't hear because when they say facts, they're lost. Like Victoria's husband on the jet.
Mr. Courage.
That doesn't include either. That doesn't include. Nope.
Mr. Courage.
Person? No.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon. Yes. Mr. Benonis.
No.
Ms. Akop Cordero.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2. Okay, thank you. Now we're moving on to F, which is public comment
I'm
procedure.
going to make a motion to have
You're not
this
being
interim
recognized
solicitor
right now.
publicly apologize to Mr. Perochi for
You
slandering.
do not
him
have the floor
when he
right
said that
now.
we
I'll second, there's a motion on the floor. Robert's
He
rules of
was a
order.
liar,
Second,
essentially.
motion on
He
the
was not
floor.
the solicitor for the Borough of West Easton, which you correctly pointed out in 2016. I wasn't
Public
pointing out
comment
the actual
procedure.
minutes.
I'll second.
Council
So
shall
I didn't hear
determine
an
its
apology
own
from you. I
rules
think
and
that would be
procedure,
appropriate.
not
It's all about
inconsistent with
dignity,
ordinance
but
or
I really didn't see
statute.
it, you know. I
Council
think it's
meetings
correct.
of council.
I agree, I second the motion. I second.
Motion second.
Regular or special interested
We'll have
citizens.
roll call.
Yeah, we do have a motion, he is.
Roll call, second. Roll
You're
call.
not being recognized.
I made a motion.
I don't really care, you don't have, you're not going to have
So you're not gonna hear that motion?
No, I'm not.
Call for your buddies.
At all the meetings of council, regular or special interested citizens with legitimate matters to lay before the council should be granted the right and privilege to address the council. The council may prescribe procedures for citizens
And
present
my motion again was to have the, if the
to
interim
ensure
solicitor,
decorum
you can
at all times,
publicly apologize to Councilmember Tom
personal
Perochi
or
for the
insulting
statement that he made
language,
about,
total
not
irrelevances,
being
or
the
harassment,
in 2016.
either on the
until I
part of
pointed
the
out
members of the
minutes
council
show that
or
as
members
voters, we elected
of the
you.
assembly at the meeting.
I think it's appropriate.
So do I, I'll
Public
second.
comment participation, including public comment, shall be within discretion and under direction of the council president. The council president shall, in her sole discretion, be permitted to expand the individual comment period. No defamatory content and/or personal attacks on the integrity of others, whether present or not. Council passed Resolution 31-2024 on January 2nd, 2024, which is a resolution of the Council of Lower Saucon adopting an agenda policy and a code of conduct for the township council meetings. You each get a 5-minute comment period on each agenda item and a 5-minute public comment period at the end on non-agenda items. And I would like to apologize to our residents for the blatant disregard of Lower Saucon regulations in the code of conduct passed by this council during our meetings by certain councilmen. Our residents deserve better.
All right, the second of your motion, Jason.
I also would like to say that we have a little card here, and we're keeping track of your last 30 seconds of your 5 minutes. So when I hold this up, I'd like you to wrap it up so people know, so I don't have to be rude and to interrupt you. I'll just hold this up for everybody to know.
Can I get a roll on that?
I second the motion.
And,
I'd like a roll.
so,
I second the
Talking until you recognize my
I'm
motion.
not recognizing you, because we're doing the agenda.
It's a proper motion, it's on the
Junior
floor.
council members, any
Properly
junior
made.
council members
It's a
here
proper
tonight?
motion, I'd like a vote. Can we get a vote, please? I'd like a vote. I'm gonna continue to talk until you take a vote.
And I'm gonna continue to
You
talk
can
to
do whatever you
you.
want.
I will.
We'll be here all night long, Priscilla.
So
All
junior
night
council
long.
member report, there's nobody,
Can I get a
no
roll? Can I get a
junior
roll?
council present.
I would like a roll call my motion, please.
Presentations and
I
hearings.
second.
Maybe if Mr. Kaczynski would just step up and be a man, and actually just say, you know what, I don't need a motion, I was wrong, I apologize. But, you know, that's too much to expect.
Too much to expect, with a man of no integrity.
All right, before we go any further, just to be clear, I think everyone in this room heard that I apologized and said I was.
Apologize to him, not to the
Hold on,
public.
hold on. That in 2016, I was the solicitor, but not the solicitor who handled those types of matters, which led to the right to know and so on
You
request.
provided an explanation, but you didn't provide an apology. I didn't hear an apology to
I
Mr.
think
Croce.
you
And that's the
said-
difference, because
And you
you
also
attacked
didn't
Mr.
say-
Croce's integrity. And in fact, it's your integrity that was put on.
You also didn't say that.
So if
You
you
also didn't say
apologize.
that when you made your comment. All right, let's move on.
Okay, we're moving on to number
Yeah,
two.
I know, you won't say, you
We're
won't
moving
call it.
on to presentations and hearings. Resolution 44-2024, which is recognizing National Police Week, which is May 12th to May 18th. I'd like to move to approve Resolution 44-2024, honoring peace officers for their bravery, for their dedication and heroism, and designate May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, with May 12th to the 18th designated as Police Week in Lower Saucon. And I'd like to take the time to read the resolution and thank the officer that's in the back of the room, being very patient. Resolution 44-2024, recognizing and honoring peace officers for their bravery, dedication, and heroism, and designating May 15, 2024 as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and May 12th to the 18th, 2024 as Police Week in Lower Saucon. So please be safe out there. Whereas in 1962, Congress authorized and President Kennedy proclaimed May 15th of each year as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of federal, state, and municipal officers who have been killed or disabled in the line of duty, further recognizing the calendar week in which May 15th falls as Police Week, and has directed that flags be flown at half-staff on Peace Officers Memorial Day. Whereas in every community, law enforcement officers are committed to the preservation of life and property, risking their lives to protect us by providing law and order and serving the cause of justice. And whereas law enforcement officers, including members of the Lower Saucon Police Department, accept a profound responsibility and work to uphold our laws, safeguard our rights and our freedoms. And whereas we honor the heroism and dedication of all law enforcement officers, especially those who have paid the ultimate price with their lives. And whereas across the nation, Police Week is observed with ceremonies including the hanging of a blue ribbon, a blue boast, or ribbon to honor law enforcement officers who have sacrificed their lives in the line of duty, and to honor those who still strive to keep us safe. Whereas all citizens are encouraged to express their deep appreciation to the men and women who risk their lives to guard and protect us. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of Lower Saucon Township, Priscilla De Leon, President, Laura Ray, Vice President, Jason Benonis, Tom Carochi, and Victoria Optoff-Cordero, Council members, wish to recognize and honor peace officers for their bravery, dedication, and heroism, and that May 15, 2024 be designated as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and May 12th to the 18th, 2024 as Police Week in Lower Saucon Township, adopted and enacted this first day of May. I'd like to make a motion to approve that, and would there be a second? Okay, so Chris and Jason. And Jason, would you like to say something?
I'll wait for the roll.
Well, that's not the procedure. We have a comment, council comment, so.
I'll wait for the roll. I spoke.
Okay, well, I'd like to really thank the police officers.
Are we going outside the board?
To your officers and thank them, so please.
I will come, and I thought we were going alphabetical order. You called Jason, and you didn't call me.
I was going next.
You just did.
So go ahead, you want to speak? Okay.
I want to thank our officers as well. And I'm glad that Priscilla's had a change of heart. Just a few years ago, she was marching the Defund the Police rally in Ellertown. So I'm grateful that Priscilla's had a change of heart. And I want to thank our police. Wasn't there, Ellertown, wasn't there like a Defund the Police? Something around there. Yeah.
Lies.
And right, it was after some type of rally, was it defund the police?
Absolutely not. I would never do
Lives
that.
matter?
I would, it doesn't matter. I would never give, not relevant.
All right. Yeah, she did vote against the police contract. She did. She voted against the police contract. Called for 5 years raises for them. And but I want to thank the police, and they do a great job, and we're lucky to have 16 of them.
Yes.
I believe. 20 now. Well, that's right, 20.
Be able to
Some of them
support
are-
the police, and I'm grateful
It's
that
not
we
marching with Priscilla.
I didn't hear what you said, because he was talking.
And I'm honored to support the police, and I'm grateful that we have you.
Okay, thank you. Laura?
I think we have a great police force, and I'm proud of them, and I'm glad they serve and protect us. Thank you.
Okay, public comment? Okay, hearing none, may we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
So I'd like to thank the police as well, particularly the police that come to these council meetings. This may be the most hazardous duty that our officers encounter from time to time, so I appreciate that. And certainly we appreciate all that you do and provide a lot of resources, and hopefully this council, the majority of this council will continue to support our police and officers and resources. Please share that with your colleagues. We really do appreciate everything you guys do. So thank you, and I will go this.
Ms. Pop Cordero.
Yes.
Mr. Carucci.
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have B, Resolution 45-2024, recognizing International Firefighters Day, which is May 4th, 2024. I move to approve Resolution 45-2024 to recognize the volunteers who serve on Lower Saucon Fire Rescue in conjunction with International Firefighters Day, which occurs on Saturday, May 4th. And I'd like to read that resolution. Resolution 45-2024. Whereas in 1736, Benjamin Franklin founded the first volunteer fire company, Union Fire Company in Philadelphia, making Pennsylvania the birthplace of the volunteer fire services in North America. And whereas Lower Saucon Township has one volunteer fire department, which operates a total of 4 fire stations. And whereas firefighters perform selfless tasks quietly and often without the recognition they deserve, risking their lives daily to protect the lives and property of the residents of this township. And whereas changes in society and in the environment have increased the dangers these individuals face daily in the performance of their duties as protectors of the residents and properties of this township. And whereas the increased number of motor vehicle crashes, brush fires, and general calls for service have placed firefighters in greater danger than ever before the history of firefighting. And whereas the time that firefighters devote to protecting the lives and property of residents of Lower Saucon Township represents time taken away from their families. And whereas May 4th annually serves as International Firefighters Day and a worldwide celebration that started in 1999. And whereas International Firefighters Day serves as a time to thank current and past firefighters for their contributions and to remember those men and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice to save and protect lives in the neighborhoods. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of Lower Saucon Township, Priscilla DeLeon, President, Laura Ray, Vice President, Jason Benonis, Tom Carochi, and Victoria Optoff-Cordero, Council members, wish to recognize and honor firefighters for the bravery, dedication, and heroism, and that May 4th, 2024 be designated as Firefighters Day in Lower Saucon Township. Adopted and enacted this first day of May. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, so Victoria. And is there any firefighters here? No? Okay. I appreciate everything they do, and we are a volunteer fire company, and they need to be, you have to remember to give them donations annually, so to really thank them to help, what they do. So with that, I guess, council discussion, Jason?
I'll wait to the vote.
Tom?
Well, you should donate, but if you don't donate, Priscilla would just raise your taxes, like she raised the fire tax this year, from 0.75 to 1.0. So, but I do support the firefighters. I was the liaison to the fire services for 4 years, did a great job. We merged them. We merged the Steel City with the other ones, so they were all one now. So they don't compete with each other for equipment. They get what they need, and it's working smoothly. Priscilla was on council for 35 years. She couldn't get that done. For some reason, who knows why? Incompetence, which screams incompetence. But I want to thank our volunteer firefighters. We need more of them. Anybody out there interested, please apply. Thank you.
Okay, I also support this resolution, and I have supported the firemen over the years.
You haven't marched against that?
Victoria?
I'm again honored to be able to be a part of this resolution. I really appreciate everything our firemen do, our firewomen do. I appreciate all of the hard work that they have, both in fighting fires, but also making sure that we have proper equipment and proper fire services. So I want to thank them for that.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, I would like to thank all of our volunteer firemen. They dedicate a lot of hours of their lives without pay. And I know in May it is their annual drive, so we should be receiving something shortly, hopefully, to ask for donations, and everybody should donate to them.
Okay, so,
Text messages going back and forth, I think, between Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carucci.
was that what's
My phone's not even on.
I don't know, they're going back and forth with each other.
I don't know, maybe they're taping, I have no idea what they're doing. Public comment, anyone in the audience like to speak on the fire company?
Oh, yeah.
Share what, smile? Hi.
Take a picture, that's what you want. That's what you're calling for.
All right, Dave Luann, and I'm right over on Alice Drive there, so every time I hear the fire truck go out, these people, you have no idea, most of you, how often they go out. I don't mean during
It's like
sunshine.
Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carucci are on their phone at the same time while you
I'm sorry, I'm having a discussion with the council.
Why don't you go ahead?
All right, can you please stop?
Attention of
Can you please stop? Stop now. All right, you did this to me once before, Ms. Octoff Kadera, where you got in my face at the landfill committee and yelled after getting 16 minutes of ability to discuss. Now you're doing it again, and this time I'm not permitting it. I will talk over you. I will talk over you. I will. Listen, all right? This is the kind of woman that got voted in.
She apologized.
No, she doesn't. That's you apologizing for her. She doesn't apologize for anything.
You did apologize, I just heard.
I apologize to Mr. Carucci, Mr.
You don't apologize to me.
While you're speaking.
Oh, you will not apologize to me for even the landfill. And yes, the attorney was there during that 16 minutes of haranguing, and then I got up to speak, stood at the podium, and you pushed me out of the way because you said somebody said something and went on and on.
Public comment is on the fire.
Well, the public comment is when she can butt me. All right? I don't want to hear what her private discussion is. She's still sitting there not paying attention. She's not sorry.
Okay,
The
please.
ends for her justify the means. All right. I'm sorry I have to speak so loud. Some people appear to be deaf. What I was trying to
I'm listening, that was Mr. Carucci.
I'm sorry, do you have a comment? Would you like me to yield to you? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm listening. I don't know what part you didn't, I am listening to you.
Well, you just made some comment about somebody somewhere, right? Now, what I was trying to do was give compliments to the firefighters who leave all times, day and night. I can see the glow on Route 78, and these guys are out there, and women working like crazy, taking their life in their hands. And to sit there and say, oh, we ought to donate. You know what? Maybe donating our time to them would be a lot more worthwhile, because that bunch really grinds it, and they don't get paid, and they work long hours, and they learn. That's something I gotta say. They go to school to learn. They take classes to learn. I'm not sure that's happening here. I think some of these new council members ought to be going to some university to learn what law is, what the laws of the state of Pennsylvania, etc. are. I commend these people because they do what's right. They do it automatically. They don't get beaten to death to have to do what's right.
Mr. Bland, I just need some clarification on something, if you don't mind. First of all, I'd like to apologize to our volunteer firefighters for the conduct of Victoria in interrupting you when you're trying to recognize them and acknowledge their hard work. I appreciate everything that they do as well. I think everybody in this room does, and they appreciate that when there's a fire or an emergency that somebody's going to come and help save them. So, you know, credit to you for standing up and speaking with them. I'm sorry that you could not speak full-throatedly without being interrupted by Ms. Octoff-Cordero. She was talking about me being on my cell phone, and in fact, I am on my cell phone, and I'll acknowledge that because I'm a transparent person. And where I am is I am on the blacklivesmatter.com website, and it has a petition, and it says here, quote, "We call for a national defunding of the police." So, when Mr. Carochi spoke earlier, there was an article, it was actually Lehigh Valley Live, and this was on June 14, 2020, and there's a statement in there where it says the following. Give me a second.
Is this about firefighters?
No, it is.
It says, where are our other elected officials, she asked the crowd. Lower Saucon Councilwoman Priscilla De Leon and Saucon Valley School Board member Sandra Miller were at the rally. I know why I'm here. I'm here because Black Lives Matter. So when Mr. Carochi spoke earlier about her supporting a defund the police movement, I believe that's what he was referring to.
But read again, I didn't know it was that, but read again what's in the chart.
It's about firefighting. We're trying to honor the fire.
Read again what's in the
It's
chart.
about firefighting. You brought up that I'm on my phone, so I'm addressing what you said.
Right,
Okay? So you can keep your mouth off. I'm going to clarify what's going on here. So you can try to disparage me like you always do. I'm not charged, because I thought it was. It says we call for a national defunding of police. It's right here on the website.
She marched for an organization that calls for the national defunding of the police.
Yes.
Priscilla marched for an organization that calls for that.
Thank you. I didn't on my phone. I have my phone. It was pointing out what she does.
Priscilla, if I got any of the details wrong, I'm sorry, but what Jason says seems to be accurate.
I did not
You
march.
should know what you want.
I did not march. Which part of that did you
The
get?
news says you were there and you're commenting.
I might have been there.
Here's the reason I can't answer why I wasn't there. Because I support my police. That's why. I support my police. That's the reason why I wasn't there.
Okay, go on.
It's not a wonderful thing to say, move on. We know who they are too. All right. Well, it's true.
You got 2:42 left, please, let's hear
I
it.
think that's the second time.
Bottom line is, they're spectacular. If you haven't been to the website, any of you in this room, probably not a lot. I know you have other things to do. But when you go and look at the website, you will see what goes on roads like 78. And they are just, I mean, these guys and women are in there, they're just taking their life in their hands, literally. And I noticed on television the other night, there was a memorial to all the fallen firefighters, and I noticed nobody said anything about that here. And there's another example of recognizing these people put their life on the line. You know, they don't get paid thousands of dollars to play games and do dumb things. These guys and women are just, they're right out there. Every day, every night, good weather, bad weather, ice, freezing, on and on and on. And nobody really, oh, I just want to say how thankful I am to them. You know, that's pretty hollow. Thanks.
Anybody else in the audience?
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you to
Valenti.
any firemen that were here. I just want to thank any, when we had that big train derailment, I didn't realize, my sister in California called me, it's all over CNN. What council members actually were there to thank them? Can you raise your hand if you were actually went to the site and spoke with any? Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
The volunteer fire services really needed 3 politicians to show up for a photo op when they're trying to deal with the train derailment. They really needed Priscilla there for a photo op when they're trying to deal with Priscilla offers a lot of help, you know, being on disability for 40 years. She offers a lot of help.
Hey, liar, will you stop it?
I'm sure.
How long has she been on disability? You seem to know. You call
She
her a
is
liar.
not on disability.
Whatever, it's workers' comp, whatever it is.
Personal health information, this is
I
slander,
don't
we're
know.
sick of it, you are out of
If she's
order
not on
all the
disability, then
time.
why would she go to the PSAT? She always gets the handicap.
Here where she asked for a special room and special accommodation, has to file special.
Resolution, this is my personal health you're talking about. I don't even want to go
No,
into
you
it.
brought it up, you're sitting here saying lies and I'm sick of it.
All right, next public comment, sir.
Okay, next.
Susan?
It's hilarious.
Tom Carucci, first off, I want to say that I appreciate the fire team. I appreciate the police. We've had people that we've had, excuse me, sir, what was the comment you made?
So why don't you continue talking, sir?
Wait, we've got to address the chair, please, Bob.
Okay. So, since we've lived in Lower Saucon Township, we have been very impressed with our police department. They're very polite, very professional. They answer calls any time of day or night. They work different shifts. I worked different shifts throughout my career. You're always tired. You don't ever get used to working rotating shifts. You just get used to being tired. As for the fire team, I appreciate them. We did have a small fire down in our field not long after we moved in. It was Freemansburg, I believe, that answered because Steel City was on training somewhere. Anyways, I appreciate them. I was in a building that caught fire one evening when I was about 12 years old down in Riegelsville, PA. That fire team was a good team too. I know what it means, personal experience, to have a good fire team. Don Carucci bragged a month or so ago about being the liaison, and he brought it up again this evening, for the fire team. When he talked about it and bragged about it a couple months ago, he said that he kept the council well informed. Jason Bononis was so well informed that the night that the fire team from Southeast was here, talking about needing a new building for the tanker, Jason Bononis, who was so well informed, was caught totally off guard. If you want to know which meeting that was the night that Jason called the new tanker a toy. That's certainly showing her appreciation.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else?
So, Mr. Plasko, just to clarify my point, I brought it up in that meeting, because I know you like to throw facts around without having real facts. What I brought up in the meeting was that the length of the fire truck was never discussed in a fire services meeting. Ty Johnson thought that it was, or suggested that it was, and Tom, you were there at all the fire services meeting. Was the length of the fire truck and the ability to fit the fire truck into the garage at Southeastern Fire Company ever discussed? Was it ever discussed? No. It wasn't discussed. So you're calling me out for saying I'm not informed, but in fact, I pointed out a glaring disparity, sir. I'm sorry you don't like what I'm saying. You can put your head down and walk away. You know, that's.
Do we have any more public comment?
Okay, so, if there's no other. Yes,
I asked Ty Johnson about that He said he knows it was brought up. And he said he's not a liar, and he said he's not a BS.
Sir, to my point, I even pointed out the fire services report.
Who's
And
lying?
nothing in the
The
fire
fire
services
company?
capital report said
Anybody else
anything
for
about
public
the bigger garage
Public
to fix
comment?
their fire truck.
Roll
I didn't
call,
even see
please.
that. That's such a glaring need. It's a huge capital expenditure. Why wouldn't you put it in the fire services report? Because it didn't happen, sir. You know it didn't happen.
We didn't start the.
Yes.
We ran our meeting this week.
Ms. Cordero?
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Croce?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Delion?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so, okay, moving on then, we have Resolution 46-2024, recognizing National Public Works Week, which is May 19th to May 25th. I move to approve Resolution 46-2024 to recognize the public works employees for their
Mr. Corrigis playing with his hand.
and to recognize May 19th to the 25th as Public Works Week in Lower Saucon. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Victoria. Okay, now let's read it. So we have the resolution recognizing public works employees. Whereas citizens are served every day by public employees at the federal, state, county, and municipal levels. And whereas the actions of these public employees enhance the quality of life in communities across the nation. And whereas Lower Saucon Township is served by a dedicated group of public works employees who provide a variety of services to our residents to ensure their safety and health. And whereas included among these duties are keeping the township roads well maintained and free of snow in the winter. And whereas the public works employees in Lower Saucon Township not only maintain our road infrastructure, but also keep our pavilions, parks, and Saucon Rail Trail beautiful for all to use. And whereas all citizens are encouraged to express their appreciation to the employees of the Public Works Department for the contributions they make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of Lower Saucon Township, Priscilla De Leon, President, Laura Ray, Vice President, Jason Vanonis, Tom Carochi, and Victoria Optoff-Cordero, Council members, wish to recognize and honor Public Works employees for their hard work and dedication, and designate May 19th to 25th, 2024 as Public Works Week in Lower Saucon Township, adopted and enacted this first day of May 2024. So, Jason?
Yeah, Mr. Blasco, I have here a copy of the October 4, 2023 Lower Saucon Township, Lower Saucon Fire Rescue 2023 Future Planning Fire Stations and Equipment Report. It's documented.
We
You may have
respect
seen
the
it.
public works
And there's
people
also
by
the
staying
Lower
on
Saucon
topic.
Township, Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue
Discussing the
2024
issues that are
Future Planning
currently
Fire
topic.
Station Equipment. I can give you a copy, sir, if you want to go through and show me where I'm
We're
on.
talking
They
about
never
public
brought it up to us.
Where will you go?
We can get
The
copies if you
resolution
want.
on the floor is about Public Works Department.
Yeah, we're talking about Public Works.
Reports may have been turned in, were minutes taken?
The report, sir. This is a report.
I'm not asking about a report, answer the question, were minutes taken?
I don't know.
For what?
Were the meetings recorded?
But if it's
For
so
what?
important, why did they put in these documents here? They talk about all sorts of things. They want lots of money.
Jason, you're really out of order.
I'm
Show
not out of
some
order.
respect.
I'm just respecting the public. This guy doesn't know what he's talking
Practicing
about.
attorney, you should know
Practicing
better.
attorney.
Well, you're not acting like it.
Well, you're not acting like a council
Respect
president
here
either, but
for the
you're
Public
trying.
Works Department, the
Practicing
fire
law.
company, and the police department by Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi by
They're talking about
continuing
$10.5
to
billion
discuss
of
things that are
stuff
not
here.
related to the
Never mentioned
resolution,
it in the
that are
report.
disrespectful to the people that work for our township and for the volunteers.
Look, there's a big
It's
old report here. It's all
disrespectful.
listed.
It's disrespectful. If you have a personal allegation or a personal dispute, you bring it up in your private
I'm
life.
offering this to show that Mr. Blasco is clearly not informed about what he's talking about. He's
Okay,
making
so-
accusations against me that I don't know what to talk about. Here's the report, sir. I can only go by what's submitted to me.
Public Works. So we're on Public Works.
All right.
So I
You
just
don't have to
read the
apologize, sir. That's okay. We'll
resolution.
get it next time.
I just read the resolution for Public Works. And any discussion by council for Public Works? I think they do a wonderful job, and I really appreciate them, so please pass that along in your night. But I really, really appreciate what they do. And they're out there in the weather, and, you know, we really, really appreciate them.
Right.
So,
I think they're also working right now on the culvert on Black River Road, and I think that's really important because they've been working very hard on that to make sure that it's on time and that our roads are taken care of. So I just want to point that out too for the residents.
Yeah, I mean, I want to comment on this. I think we put our money where our mouths are in terms of public works. I think public works does a great job. They keep our roads clear and maintain our properties very well. And to that point, this council previously authorized numerous large expenditure paving projects. Steel City, Saucon View, Saucon Terrace, and also Cherrywood development. And what that did was that allowed Public Works to go forward and work on other areas of the township so that their resources could be better focused and utilized. So, this council has been highly supportive of Public Works. I'm not so sure how that's going to continue under the current makeup of council. Hopefully they have the same sort of
There's a resolution to honor our Public Works right now.
Talk about Public Works.
Let's honor our Public Works Department.
He's talking. Are you the council president?
Let's honor our Public Works Department.
Are you the council president? Are you running the
Our
meeting?
Public Works Department.
Yeah, and you want the Public Works Department.
Respectful
Okay, Jason, continue what you're gonna say.
Why won't you tell what I'm doing?
You know what?
You know what's so disgusting? You have to see what you do.
Let's
It's
honor
really-
the Public Works
to council
Department.
next time and just show
So,
it to
so
you.
you're the council president, you're gonna run
Let's
the meeting.
honor
Just
the
like this.
Public Works
And I'm talking,
Department.
I'm honoring them, I'm honoring them by putting,
Sound like
I'm
it.
putting money where my mouth
Doesn't
is.
sound like
By
it.
freeing them up to do
We're not
other
gonna keep
projects. I
arguing. Please,
appreciate Public
Victoria,
Works very
please
much.
say
The suggestion
He
that
has
I
the
appreciate
floor.
Public Works is a gross mistake.
No, he does.
Then tell her to be quiet.
They do a great job.
Yeah, one time.
Oh, please. You were gaveling in executive session. You didn't even have the authority to bring the gavel
Let's
in there.
recognize Laura Ray for telling me I'm wasting my time by saying I appreciate Public Works. Thank you, Laura, for saying that. Thank you. Thank you, Laura, for telling me that I'm wasting time by thanking Public Works.
She didn't.
Thank you, Public Works, I'm done.
Not only do I thank Public Works and our police, but for the past 3 years, we've given these hardworking men and women, as a township staff as well, bonuses for COVID, for inflation, and Ms. De Leon's voted against them at least twice out of the 3 years, and the other two campaigned against it. So when we say we appreciate the Public Works and we appreciate the police, we put our money where our mouth is. We took American Relief Fund money and gave it to them because they worked during COVID, and they've had to deal with the Biden inflation. So we put our money where our mouth is. They like to talk about a resolution. They like to talk about a resolution and thanking them, where we actually do it. We help them and their families out with a bonus that Priscilla's voted against. Thank you.
Okay, Victoria, you're next.
I appreciate our Public Works. I think I stated that, and I apologize to them for what's happened here this evening during the resolutions of all three, police, fire, and now Public Works.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, I fully support our Public Works Department. They do a great job. They keep our roads in good shape and our parks as well, so I appreciate their hard work.
Okay, thank you. A public comment, anybody? Okay, seeing none, roll call.
Well, you got one. Mr. Chairman, he was waiting to see if anybody else wanted to talk. Just being a gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Bond. You're recognized.
All right, yep, absolutely, these folks are top flight. I don't care whether it's snow removal, which I've been out there many times. They respect your property. They don't plow your driveway shut. They're great, all right? In terms, I've already talked about getting our area over in Alice Drive and the neighboring development done faster than Bethlehem could get the darn hill done, all right, getting that paved. Now, let's talk about Black River Road. Well, you don't live over there, most of you, so you don't know, but that's a quick way to get back over to, you do? Oh, okay. All right, maybe Miss De Leon does. At any rate.
Sorry, I had a crick in my neck. I'm just kind of, I wasn't ignoring you.
You okay? We don't want you to go away here. We have nobody to run the meeting. Where was I?
I apologize for Mr. Ferrucci laughing at you, Mr. Colonna.
I'm sorry. I'm not talking to you, all right, at all. If I could disbar you, I would.
to comments to the agenda item, which is respecting our public works, okay?
Right, how about respecting our...
Our agenda item is
All
our
right,
public.
so we're back on this, okay?
We're back on that.
Spectacular job, weather was a problem, they got through it, and got through it by allowing you to go over the rough stuff for a couple of weeks until they could pave it. It's done, it's grassed, it's beautiful. And how about that bridge that's down there that PennDOT's working on, and we'll have it in a couple of years. So anytime you talk, you don't know which one that is?
The Meadows Road Bridge.
Right. How do you operate a business like the Meadows and stay in business with a bridge being out and the county just doesn't care one bit, or PennDOT, whoever they are? We're more interested in saving the boulders that made the old bridge, and the new one, mañana. That's really sad. Anyhow, our township, and that's what I'm here to talk about, did a spectacular job, continues to do everything right that I can see. So, kudos to them.
Anyone else like to speak? Seeing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Alcantara?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so again, please thank the Public Works Department. Next, we have under D, public hearing, resolution 47-2024, authorization to acquire property located along Alpine Drive, which is approximately 25 acres. I move to approve resolution 47-2024 to authorize the acquisition of tax parcels Q8-1-4 and Q8-1-10, which is approximately 25 acres, with the purchase of $150,000. These properties were discussed previously by Mark Hudson. They were up for auction in late 2023, and council approved making an offer which was accepted. So, is there a second to that?
A second.
Laura? Okay, council discussion, Jason?
Kathy, how much money do we have in the open space fund?
Approximately 11 million.
$11 million. Plenty to cover this and many more. Thank you.
Tom?
No, sounds good.
I think this is a great opportunity. Victoria?
I think also it's a great opportunity.
Okay, Laura?
No comment.
Okay. Public comment, anyone out there like to speak on this issue? Seeing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Alcantara?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great. And who will contact the county and all that stuff? Okay. Next, we're moving on to developer items. This is a decision, which is a conditional use application for Allentown SMSA, which is a limited partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless, 4235 Lewis Avenue. And I'm going to turn this over to Steve.
Thank you.
For my abstention.
So just as a matter of background, we had the hearings for the conditional use application for Allentown MSA, the limited partnership Verizon Wireless. There was a series of hearings. At the end of the hearings, the vote was taken. It was 2 to grant, 2 not to grant, therefore it did not pass. Pursuant to the appropriate statute, we have to file a written decision. That written decision has been drafted and forwarded and circulated to members of Township Council. The concept is that there's 2 individuals who voted for, and there's 2 that voted against, and that's in essence what the report says. So what's before the members of Township Council is then to issue the decision in accordance with the applicable laws under the FTC.
I make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
She would.
Oh, I'm sorry, then we go to discussion.
Who's running the meeting now?
I think she's handed over to me for this one.
Is there a Should the vice president take over?
It's still discussion. You guys, is everybody?
Well, there's a motion in a second, so is that? Who's running the meeting?
Obviously can't because I'm abstaining.
And the gavel or something?
She said, she's turning it over to me.
Did she make a motion to appoint you?
You don't have to make an appointment to just handle the agenda item.
You're not elected.
I'm not voting.
You're administering the meeting, and you're not elected to administer the meeting.
And your comments will be well noted in the minutes.
So we do comments alphabetically?
That's usually what I do.
So who'd be next? That'd be Mr. Bonus. Sorry.
Yeah, so I noted in the opinion that Mr. Gutsuzian wrote, he said the following. The township council members who voted to grant the conditional use application incorporate the brief and the legal arguments of the applicant as if set forth at length. And he also says the same as to Laura Ray and Victoria Octave Cordero. I've never had a conversation with him prior to him crafting this opinion. And for him to make the statement that I voted to incorporate the brief and the legal arguments, there was never a vote on that. So I'm not sure where he got that information from. It's a misstatement. I think it shows poor lawyering on his part. And I have an issue with that because it's not something that happened. I think he's taking liberty with it. And I think that's problematic. And he reaches the conclusion that the applicant should be denied the relief. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. You know, it's a 2-2 tie. It was never discussed with us whether the applicant has to carry the burden and win 3-2, or does the township have to carry the burden by a majority of 3-2 vote. So that's my position on this topic.
If I can address those. On the draft that was forwarded to you, it was indicated that how I drafted it, and I asked for comments. For the purposes of trying to protect everyone's asset, trying to protect everyone's position, the idea would be that if you were voting for, I wanted you, if one was voting for, I wanted them to protect any claims they had. If one was voted against, they would protect any claims they have. I didn't receive any comments from anyone from the draft till today. But if what you're saying is you'd like that removed, we can remove it.
I would like that removed because I don't think it correctly reflects the procedural history nor my position on things. Certainly my vote speaks for itself, but with regard to the position that you took on my behalf without consulting with me is not accurate.
When did you send that opinion out? It was just like a day or two ago.
April 24th.
I would think
One of the
that.
5 days you gave for the conservation easements.
Advocating for your parents again.
Okay.
I'm comfortable, if Mr. Bononis said that he wanted stuff removed, I'm comfortable with amending my motion to reflect the opinion as drafted with the redaction or the removal of the portions that Mr. Bononis is uncomfortable with. So I amend my motion.
All right, I'll second the amended motion.
Very well. Mr. Bonos, is that satisfactory?
It is, thank you.
I get to comment? You know, some of you that witnessed that circus, it was this conditional use hearing. Priscilla participated in the hearings, asked questions, made comments, was finally called out and had to recuse herself. But the attorneys had to address her and answer her questions during the hearing. I'm sure this will be brought up in the federal suit that I'm sure Fitzpatrick and Lentz are crafting right now. She had recused herself to the same property about 15 years earlier, 20 when something else came up. Over those, so she went through the whole hearing. There were, I think, 3 hearing dates which she did not recuse herself. So the counsels for both applicants had to answer her questions, listen to her comments. She ran the hearings, even though she had recused herself 15 or 20 years earlier. In those 20 years, she accepted free computer services from Rocky Vecito, the applicant. He'd come over and fix her, and it's even in the minutes. She even admitted to that in the minutes that we'll get to from March 20th. And some of these, I think, were in-kind campaign contributions that went unreported. He said he never invoiced her, and for this he did it for free. She then called when he cut some trees down on his property, not her property, his property. He cut some trees down. She called the Northampton County conservation people to get them out there on him. She's called our zoning officer numerous times. We have emails to that effect. He went out there. She called the police once to come out when she thought a branch was in her yard. So we talk about respecting the police and their time and what they do. She called the zoning officer out, Mr. Young. This was on January 2nd, accompanied by a police officer. I believe that police officer was Officer Lauer, because there may or may not have been a branch on her yard. So I want to, sorry that your neighbor cut the trees down, and unfortunately the trees won't be coming back, whether the cell phone tower is put in or not. Hopefully it is. But I did get you a little tree to plant to block the view of that 150 foot.
I'm not accepting
150 foot cell phone tower. If you plant that, I call the tree. I call the tree little Priscilla Rosina de Leon. And if you're nice to it and you plant it, it'll grow as big as that cell phone tower. So that's your little. That's your gift to me. I'm sorry about the tree. Sorry about your neighbor cutting down his trees.
For the Academy. For the Academy Award for the acting that's happening right now.
Did Rocky also tell you that I let him use my electricity while he was building his entire house? And no, he didn't tell you that though, did he? No, okay.
I just sucked up the cost.
Sorry, extension cord, that must be what, went along? Surprised it didn't trip a breaker.
Well, that's even more of a reason why you should have accused yourself earlier. You had accepted services from him, you also had provided services to him, you had a friendly neighborly relationship, so you shouldn't have been participating in the hearings at all. I mean, and you recused yourself 15, 20 years earlier with a property line change, I believe, if I got that right. So, when she's, like I said, she shouldn't have even participated in the hearing. I'm sure that this is going to be brought up in a federal court case. Hopefully.
You said that you're sure there's a court case.
Well,
People are doing certain things. Did you talk to them? Are they working with you?
No,
Maybe you're not sure.
I'll bet Tom is right, I'm sure of that. I bet you that if they put this.
Okay, point of order, let's get to the agenda item.
They're going to sue the township, and the township is going to have to pay to defend that case, and ultimately the township is going to lose because it's controlled by federal law. I'll gamble. I know gambling's not. We'll go to the casino.
I'm going to get you a big picture for Christmas. We'll get you a big picture. All right, well, hopefully little Priscilla's in the game gets a nice home, and any of you, she won't take it. We'll find a good home for little Priscilla. It's a beautiful tree. It's a beautiful tree. And I think it'll grow to cover that cell phone tower, give it nice coverage. Yeah. All right, that's all I have.
I support, I'm in a motion, so.
Yeah, I have no additional comment.
Okay, any public comment? Yes.
Sorry. I'm actually a plaintiff in this matter, and we brought suit against Verizon for putting this up there. And not only that, I think Mr. Bononis and Mr. Croce should recuse themselves from this because they're friends with the person that owns the property.
I've asked the solicitor, is it a conflict of interest to know somebody or have some friendliness toward the person?
In and of itself, it is not.
Okay, thank you. Just want to clarify that. But go ahead, sir.
Yeah, but,
'Cause you know what you're talking about. You proved that earlier. You proved it earlier. Go ahead.
well, I don't appreciate your comment, but
I don't appreciate yours either, but, you know.
the bottom line is, this was been arranged for a period of time. This didn't happen yesterday. There were only two sites looked at, and you could possibly put it at Steel City Fire Company, and they could earn the monies for the cell tower to support the fire company.
What's the basis for that?
What's that?
What's the basis for that statement?
What's the basis for that? They only looked at two properties, Mr. Stasitis and the Hill Club. They didn't look anyplace else in Steel City. Can you tell me otherwise?
No, but what's the basis that it could go to the Steel City Fire Company? What,
Because-
are you an engineer, a cell phone
Yes,
tower
it
engineer?
does. Let me speak. Can you please shut up for a while?
I'm just trying to understand what you're saying, so
Can
you
you
make
please
no
shut up?
sense.
I have the floor, you don't.
You do.
You're upsetting little Priscilla.
Yeah,
really.
You're upsetting little Priscilla.
Okay, everybody stop. Trees, come on, everybody stop. You have the floor, sir, go ahead. I'm gonna ask, hey, pardon me, ladies. Ladies, I'm gonna ask everybody to respect the process here.
The point being is this tower obstructs our scenery, our nature, and everything up in that area. And the thing is, they could locate it down on Riverside Drive where the signals dropped. Because even if the cell tower goes up where it is, it will not clear the mountain. It will not help the other part of Lower Saucon because it won't go over top of the mountain. The only body that benefits from that is Steel City, Freemansburg, and Bethlehem Township. And by being at the Township Fire Company, they can benefit from the monies from that, and it can be up to $5,000, $6,000 a month. And I think that's beneficial because Lightsville has a tower on their property, and they use their monies to support their fire company. So that's why I'm trying to explain why it should be located there.
Just any clarification for something that you said. Any clarification. I'm all about finding alternate sources of revenue to support the township, okay?
Right.
And if the cell phone tower could be located at the Steel City Fire Company, as you're suggesting here, I think that's a great idea. I sat through the meetings, the hearings, where this topic was discussed, and I didn't hear that brought up one time by either the applicant or any of the objectors who were represented by council here, that the cell phone tower could be located at the Steel City Fire Company and provide the level of coverage that was necessary to fill in the gaps here. So if I missed something, tell me.
I'm represented by an attorney, and he did not bring that up. He did not bring that up. I wanted him to bring it up, he didn't bring it up.
But what's the basis for it? It's not here, it's not before us.
Excuse me?
If that was brought into the evidence, okay, we had a hearing.
Yeah.
When there's a hearing, there's testimony, there's evidence and exhibits that we received. And if that was brought up, maybe that was something that we would have factored in, but now you're bringing this up after the fact. The hearing is done, it's closed. So it's not making any sense to me where you're getting this information from. So I'm asking, what's the source of this information? Because I'm interested in what you're talking about. I think it makes sense, but it was never brought up. So if it wasn't brought up, it makes me question the veracity, the truthfulness of what you're telling me.
I discussed it with the attorney, he told me
I
not.
understand you discussed it, but like, did you come up with this idea yourself, or did you, what's the basis for
I
it?
discussed it with the attorney, he did not want to use it. So I can't put words in his mouth when he's representing me.
I understand that you discussed it. I'm not asking you to get into attorney-client privilege or anything like that. You have with your attorney.
Right.
You represented to this council that the Steel City Fire Company is a viable location for the cell phone tower. It should be placed there so that revenue can be generated from the cell phone tower to help support fire services or anything else.
Sure.
What do you have that says that that is a viable location that would be acceptable to fill in the gaps that were brought forward here before this council by the applicant and also by your attorney who never brought that up saying, don't put it there, put it over here because you can make some money on it.
But not so much the money, but the gaps is on Riverside Drive. And where is Steel City?
I'm not asking about that. What's the
Where is Steel
basis
City
for it?
Fire Company? It's located on Riverside Drive. That's where the signals dropped. It would be right there on Riverside Drive, and they could benefit from the monies from that rather than going to a private person.
Let me ask you this way. Was there any study that was done about locating a cell phone tower at the Steel City Fire Company
No.
that would improve, that would show the same level? I'm not talking, that's not talking. What's your problem?
Next conversation.
Come on.
Interrogation.
So, my question is, what study was done? What engineering analysis was done to say that you could put the tower there and it would be just as effective or more effective than where they applied it?
They only looked at 2 sites. They could have looked at more sites.
It was never brought up, say, hey, why do you look over
They
here?
only looked at 2 sites.
It was never brought up to them, saying, why do you look over here?
No,
I mean,
I would put clarification. If they put it there, I mean, it seems like a dangerous spot next to the railroad, and we just had a train derailment. How would it be protected from train derailment?
What's the tower got to do?
You put a tower right next to the Steel City Fire Company, that's right next to the train.
There's towers next to railroads everywhere.
But the spot they want to put it at is not next to it.
You didn't say that, we don't know the spot. The
It's
engineer-
Casino's property.
Yes, but there's a lot of property.
There's no train tracks up there.
Even if the thing's valid, it wouldn't hit the railroad tracks.
All right. No, I got it.
But they have a lot of property where they can locate it.
I was gonna give you a little Priscilla, but you're not nice enough.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else?
All right, please, the man hires an attorney as his mouthpiece, spends all that money, and the attorney tells him, shut up and sit down. All right, that's number one.
I wish our attorney would do that to some people.
Whatever.
Bye.
I've been there and done that. The second, Jesus, there's just so many things that we have to retry this, Mr. Gaduzian, again in the public court, right? I'm still frosted about the fact, not only were the people with the 300 feet notified and showed up, but somebody took it upon themselves to allow additional people who may or may not have been within that distance. And as a matter of fact, they spoke for an additional 2 hours negatively against the cell tower. I couldn't care whether that cell tower goes in or doesn't. What I care about is the process. And watching Miss De Leon finally recuse herself after months before I had told her she would be in conflict, and I'm not an attorney, but even a dumb 10-year-old watches TV and understands what recusal is, and there we go. And now we have 2 letters to understand whether she shouldn't recuse herself, and I'll speak to that when this comes up for a vote, all right? In the meantime, I'd like to know those people who sat here for additional 2 hours and talked about what they didn't like about the tower, are they being allowed to join or not join the opposition, whatever the term is? And you, sir, were here, you have the ability to answer that question, and I'm asking that question, and I'm not going to be as long as Russ here.
Anything else you want to say?
Well, that's pretty good for a start. Are they ruled in or ruled out? And who?
Right now, just so you're clear on this, what's being voted on is whether we're going to issue this opinion as drafted with the modification we've already discussed. That's where we are.
Yep.
The next steps are the next steps.
Okay. So do I get an answer or not?
That's where we are.
You're not going to say whether they can be voted in or voted out?
Those decisions were already made at the time of the hearing. Whether they're addressed at a later date, they're addressed at a later date.
So all that testimony they gave, even though
It's part of the record that's going to go up to the courts, if it goes
it's going to go to the courts. That's what I wanted to hear, because I think, yes, this is definitely going to the courts, and that's really sad.
Money. Taxpayer money.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem. Taxpayer takes it and, oh yeah, we all got elected in big, what these people are finding out here at this meeting, and I'll point that out, and yes, now that I got the right to know documents that Laura Ray so vehemently screamed about, wow, you're taxing it, you're killing us here, all those documents. Whoa, that is a treasure trove. If the average person in this public room or on that camera, and they'll get them sooner or later, wants to know what's going on, you won't believe what goes on between certain people in the newly elected council and the newspapers, how to write articles, what to say. It's delightful. It makes TV look like a waste of time, which it is.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'll say I have not screamed at a meeting, so.
So,
If you could identify yourself.
my name is Stacy Mazensky. I was one of those properties that were added at the last minute. I spoke at the hearing, and I just want to reiterate and emphasize to you that Lewis Avenue is a paper road. It's a driveway. And to access that driveway, you have to go on Saucon Avenue. And when there's cars parked on both sides of Saucon Avenue, you can barely get one car through, let alone industrial equipment, let alone construction equipment, let alone dump trucks. It's a very tight squeeze. So the tertiary road is a tiny road. You're looking at a driveway that they repaved for Roberts Avenue. And that driveway is on a slope that's stronger than my slope, which is like a 21% grade. And it's never plowed. It's never taken care of by the township. It gets potholes and they fix it themselves, all 3 property owners. It's not a road, and it should not be looked at as a road. So it's no place for our cell tower. Thank you.
Rosemark.
He's too mean for little son.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm not afraid of a cell phone tower, I'll put it in my yard. I will. But my complaint towards cell phone towers is that when I'm out running Lower Saucon 6 for elections, there's no reception out there. What the phone company needs to look at is something out there maybe. Because I have to go out and stand in the middle of the street when I call the courthouse. Just so you're aware of it. They're trying to do stuff through the election office and the courthouse while I'm out there trying to do a job is impossible. So take that into consideration. And yeah, you can give me the cell phone tower.
All right, seeing no further public comment, we've got a roll call.
Ms. Ray?
Yes, so the motion is to
To issue the decision as
opinion with
with a
parts
modification.
modified by whatever Jason wanted deleted out
Correct.
of there.
And if I may, just to be clear, what that is on page 5, there's a reference that says, the township members who voted to grant the conditional use application incorporate the brief and the legal arguments of the applicant as is set forth at length. That language
So
will be
that's just
stricken.
been removed. Okay, I vote yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Oh, I have to abstain.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Ms. Alcoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
No.
So for clarification then, if it's a tie motion, it does not pass. And that's where we are. What happens now is there another motion? Mr. Benonis, Mr. Croce, anybody else, is there another motion that you'd like to make?
No.
And then what happens next?
Anybody else can make another motion too, you don't have to just do it.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Would somebody be willing to make a motion indicating, issuing a written decision indicating simply it was 2-2 and that was the vote?
I would entertain the motion to reflect whatever the minutes reflect as a 2-2 vote.
I'd make a motion to table it, I want to see that, I don't trust you enough to write that. And that's the only thing they're going to write, I just don't trust you. You've lied to us plenty of times since you've been a solicitor. So if you want to bring it back to the next meeting with that simple decision, then I could consider voting for something like that. But I don't trust you.
What date do we have this due though? Isn't it a certain?
Yes, the date is due 45 days afterwards. after the last hearing, and that runs in, I think, about 4 or 5 days.
So we've had this for 40 days, 40 of the 45 days, and we're just voting upon it now. And in that period of time, we've had at least 3 council meetings.
It's like a 2-page decision, a 3-page decision.
Is that fair statement?
It's not like a 45-page decision.
You had it drafted this a week ago, asking for comments, to which I received none.
Well, I was getting that. You had for 40 days.
But it was given to us last week with the expectation that it would be voted upon at this meeting. It wasn't given to us prior to the April 3rd meeting. It wasn't given to us prior to the April 17th meeting, where we could have taken action similar to what Mr. Croce is proposing at this point. So we're dealing with this now, and now we're backed up on a deadline that's 5 days from now. It was not created by me in any way. And I agree with what Tom said. You know, it can come forward. It can come to us again in a future meeting.
If we had a solicitor we trusted to do what he actually says he's going to do, it'd be a different story. But we don't. And we don't because of Priscilla.
I think the record reflects that Mr. Benonis initially had some concerns with how things were worded in the decision. The motion was amended to accommodate Mr. Benonis' concerns. He didn't mention any of these new concerns the first time we voted. Now we're just considering literally writing, the vote was 2-2-2. So I think the minutes from the vote that we had whenever the last meeting was reflect that. The minutes speak for themselves. There's no opinion or argument made by the solicitor that we would now bring up as a concern. So if that's what the written decision says, I'm fine with that. That was my motion. So I don't know how there could be any other concerns or complaints with a decision that literally says the vote was 2-2.
I don't see it in front of me. It hasn't been-
I don't see it in front of me either.
And Mr. Susan already filed a joinder brief in opposition to the landfill, which I never saw either.
And we knew nothing about. And we knew nothing about. We knew nothing about that.
Is there a second to my motion?
I'll second it.
If you want, I could even handwrite it as we speak.
I think that's a great idea.
But that's not what he's going to turn into the. I don't.
We'll turn that in.
I don't trust him. I don't trust him.
Yellow paper with handwriting on it.
He
turn it in
is-
a legal brief on this issue.
He
It's
is-
look real good for the township.
He is
No, you're not allowing him to type it up.
He is ethically
You said you didn't want him to
challenged. He is ethically
I want to
challenged.
type it up. I want to see it.
He has no integrity.
Okay, well, maybe he, you know,
What he did on
we can always call a
on
special
April
meeting.
15th was ridiculous.
Let's have a special meeting.
Let's have a special meeting. I love getting together.
When you advertise it.
I'll put a little Priscilla in a pot, bring her back.
We can type it up afterwards, but here's what I'm saying, just so we're clear, and if, here's where we are. A decision was made 2-2 after the hearing.
Should we pass the notepad around so they all can see it?
I don't trust him to type it up and do it right. He filed a motion, we never even
Kathy
knew about
type
it.
that up.
You knew about it, you knew about it because your parents.
What if Kathy
Your
types
parents, you
that?
wrote it for your parents. I don't trust
Give it
him.
to Kathy.
I don't
Kathy
trust
can, you don't trust Kathy?
Kathy's not going to sign it.
Yeah.
Kathy will type it up so you can see it.
She won't sign it. She won't sign it.
You don't trust him typing it up? She can type it up.
I would like to call a recess because I need to use the ladies' room. And while we're doing that, we should take. I'll make a motion for recess. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion that Kathy should just be staying in the meeting while we're in recess. I don't know why she's stepping out to type up documents that she's prepared by her solicitor. So he's probably going to.
You don't want him to type it. You just said you don't trust him.
I want him to type it.
Do you trust him to type it, or do you want Kathy to type it? That's the
I
question.
want him to type it. I want to see it in paper. I want to know what it's going to be, just like he submitted the original one to us. I want to see it in writing as to what exactly is going to
Okay,
be.
well, he can, either one of them can type it right now.
I wouldn't trust Mr. Consusion to tell me what's the color of the sky. I mean, you just can't trust him.
I have a motion on the floor for a recess.
Mr. Benonis.
No.
So recess?
I mean, it's 10 o'clock. The folks are waiting. We're going to take a break.
The ladies' room.
Use it. Hand the gavel off to the vice
I wouldn't
president.
use
The
it.
meeting go.
I wouldn't use it. I got up in the middle of the meeting and used it.
Hand the gavel off. She can do it while you go to the bathroom.
Go ahead, Ms. Cordero.
Yes.
Carucci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Delian?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2 for recess. And the time is 9:51.
We're recessing so there can be typed up 6 words that were requested.
They can do it again.
Well, you meant the wall. Sure they can't do it in this private session.
No.
It should be public.
Well, he opposed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did anybody know when I let go? No, I know that.
They just behind the scenes. He quit after a couple of he wants to. Why would he want to?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went the book. Most of them are 2 to 4 hours. That one, particularly one is Mom, we're going to be home. I can't tell you that because
What's that? Not much.
Stay out of trouble.
So they were gonna change it? Stay out of trouble?
yeah,
They tried to change it and then,
well, it got, for some reason, I can't understand. It's firefighters, police, and a couple of folks took at least a half an hour. That should have been 5 minutes.
We have a farm.
they're just doing whatever they wanted to.
That's who sold the Vulcan property. Yeah.
Well, was that actually?
Yeah, we bought the old farm.
Yeah. I thought you oh, then you probably have, although they'd be good movies, because the one of them got fired, and she called them after she did it, and this was what, a year or 2 years ago, and afterward they don't go on the road anymore, because they all watched each other.
Police
you were using
No, that's when those we know.
something back. Yeah, there's something you can't.
Not unless you fight it at the start.
I mean, they're now they're just falling. It's been like that.
So much for baseball.
I know.
How you holding up?
Oh my God.
I'm Justin.
What is your name?
Justin.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Good. And I thought of you. I thought, oh my God, I gotta let him know. Some people enjoy doing it to me. Some people hear it close.
Yeah, but I used to remember when you were younger, get beat in the head with a hammer.
Yeah, we may not be.
I know. We all are.
And, you know, he has no idea when he said I was being yes, being mad. He has no idea.
I've been here when you that was many years ago.
Oh, no, we looked into that.
But they
Honestly,
because
because of all that happened, like, I'm ready to
what do we do?
Because it was up to me to section 8 housing, just to prove a point.
Yeah, because it's a shitty personality.
The problem is,
I do know.
the problem is we own it. So he doesn't.
Who are you?
He's my father.
Oh, okay. That's on the way.
We had the test for the old test for.
Oh, which horses?
Come over. We got two
Talk
donkeys.
intern.
Well, I waited to see if you said what you got said.
Come over.
Yep, they're out.
We got pigs, goats.
I haven't fed them yet, so people come
They're probably
I said
eating
the pigs are probably eating each other right now. Because I ran the kids around to practices and stuff, and they came right over here, and I was not.
They're jumping so much in the
Front. They're in the front, but there's like some trees around. And purposely did that so they have shade. But they're in the front part, not where the horses. 3 goats and 2 pigs for the family. So.
I feel sorry. I feel sorry for you.
Yeah,
Just want to swear.
I know, I've said it several times. You don't know that yet. All the stuff they keep saying about her. It's slander.
Yeah, we actually had a nice black and white portrait.
Defamation.
You're gonna try
I
to.
think it was a canvas I got done. Yeah, but we gave her one of the canvas, you know, over.
People picked on her, but she was super intelligent. She had degrees for like
Environmental engineering or something like that. So maybe it was and I'm trying to like Gary, like
I'm sorry. I just felt like oh, I know.
around the and it has I knew she was going to be yeah.
You want to watch? She stopped by.
Yeah, so like it was near a drive-by.
Sunday.
Just to look around, like,
So he's going out. So this is what happened.
no, we were there. But up against. Okay. All the way on like backside on the left. Yeah.
I
don't think they should. No. That's what I told him. I said, yeah. And they didn't realize
And we spent so much money cleaning the place. Just for them to put big business.
Well, the club was closed.
Even that technically, well, they do. Even that technically, they keep convincing this doesn't which I mean, people.
He got hold of it.
Yeah, he was smart about it.
The boy played with the bank. Then he lets it run a little bit. Then he she should have to go because he wants to have a full-scale restaurant where he needs to
oh no.
No. I don't care whose side you're on. I'm Bananas' side. I mean, the people that are on the side of them trying to stick up for them like this one. She has some good points about the library. She has some saying the concerns that I believe in this shit and buy all the crap.
It was a what? It was last year's Oh, was that a zone? Oh. Yeah, I was gonna say.
The township grants are in the fucking drain, and now they're trying to play all the shit like they did somebody else. Charges against them too. I got it all. Oh, when it goes to court, and the police report comes out, which the body cam footage, I hope, they're gonna get sued. They got $9 million and I want some of it.
Yeah, I'm.
Those two were and then when they're out of their office, they're like, oh boy, we're not there.
Teachers know about this.
I haven't been doing nothing. Township bullshit, dealing with all that. I've been out of shape. I just let it get me out. I'm tired of it. Now I gotta deal with the gun club behind the house wanting to put a bow and arrow range in my backyard.
Step over the property line over the shop.
Well, they wanna put a fence up and they went to this and that, but there was an alley back there at one time. And, you know, nobody knows exactly where the property line is, I guess. Well, yeah, there's markers there, but you're on the property, it's not in the right place, because the old man jumped over there. He moved him. He moved him, his wheelchair was with fucking Charlie next door, and he shot the fucking pickup. And Charlie went to work, and he got pissed off.
It's all on record, so they could be. Yeah, 40 degrees left, 60 degrees right. When you're standing there, your GPS and all, it doesn't really go it's close. And they use those things. Those things are
I'd like to apologize to the public. It seems like we're still her father. What's next?
Okay, I'd like to re-adjourn the meeting. The time is 10:07.
So, after
Dad does the trees. He's been in here screaming.
After the break, I have drafted a decision, which I've now provided to members of council, that reads as follows. Following oral argument, a motion was immediately made to grant the conditional use application. One council member recused herself. Accordingly, 4 council members voted, 2 council members voted to approve, and 2 voted to not approve.
I want not approved first.
I'm sorry?
I want not approved first, it's in the last sentence.
Okay, is that your motion then?
I'll second.
I'll see what's wrong.
I could print out, that's what you want.
Yep. Well, the one signed, we the right one.
Okay, fair enough. So your motion, just to be clear, says 2 council members voted to not approve and 2 voted to approve. Correct? With that, would you like to see the laptop that we printed up?
Can you see it?
Yeah, I'll bring it over.
This is the one that's gonna be signed.
Yeah, we'll print it out right now. Here, you want to grab it?
Let me see.
Okay.
Doesn't make any
Okay, let's vote on it
difference
first and then we'll print it up. Okay, there's a motion, second. Any discussion from council members?
You know, again, I think that this is unfortunate that we're getting this document assembled and handed to us 5 days before the deadline. I wish we would have addressed these issues earlier on. I'm not sure I've received an explanation as to why this was not put on the agenda earlier. We've had multiple meetings, this could have been taken care of. And instead, at 10:10 p.m., we're now trying to figure out a document that's going to be acceptable to carry a majority of the vote here. I guess the only question I have about this is, are we being double billed for this? In other words, are we being billed for your time sitting here as a council, township interim solicitor, as well as for the preparation of the document?
You were not.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for that. Thank you for that information. That's all I have.
Anyone else from council? I think we already heard from members of the public. Anyone from the members of the public with regard to this revised decision?
Yes, I'll supply. Yeah, I agree. You know, here we are, public be damned again. You just sit around everybody while, sit on your hands while we have Mr. Gadusian write out this document, all right? And yes, I've noticed that also. The cell tower's been languishing for week after week, and I'm wondering, why isn't this moving along? So here's another example of, well, you guys, you voted for all of us, and we're doing the best we can, but unfortunately, you can fix stupid but not incompetent.
Anyone else? Okay, let's do a roll call, please.
Ms. Alpop Cordero? Yes. Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray? Yes. Ms. DeLeon? Abstain. Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0, and abstain.
I'm sorry, before we go any further, Mr. Croce, would you, as a courtesy to you, would you like us to print this out now?
Yeah, by the end of the meeting, I'd like to see it signed.
Very well, thank you.
Yes. So we're finished with the
Yes.
conditional use hearing. So then, I guess, under township business items, number 4, we have a change, which is A, which is the Edwards variance 03-24, Mark and Hannah Edwards, 1304 Evergreen Drive. The applicant is requesting a side yard setback variance to construct a garage. Is there somebody here to go over the plan?
So I think when you made your motion to amend the agenda, that was not the item that you moved up. Your first item that you moved up was resolution 49-2024, appointing special project assignment solicitor.
Okay,
It was your motion that you made. I'm sorry, I
Yes.
forgot what you moved to make, to change the agenda. That's why I point out that
No,
one.
I appreciate you bringing that to my
Unfortunately,
attention.
You know, you're not actually being courteous in giving that variance first listing. You're actually
Okay, so we have resolution 49-2004 has been prepared, appointing Hoffman, and I don't know how to say that, Helleback? Lavick, as the township's special projects assignment solicitor. And it would be, whereas the council of Lower Saucon appoints Hoffman and Lavick as the township special project solicitor, whereas any special projects and/or assignments will be assigned on an as-needed basis, and whereas the fee to reimburse the services of Hoffman Lavick as a special project solicitor is $225 per hour. Now therefore be it resolved, and it is hereby resolved by the Council of Lower Saucon that the above listed fee is hereby established on an as-needed basis for 2024, and resolved and enacted this first day of May 2024. I'll move for approval of that. Is there a second?
A second.
I'd like to be heard.
I'm sorry?
I would like to be heard.
Thank
So I'm recognized.
you are.
The concerns that I have about this is it does not identify who the attorney is who's going to be the township special projects assignment solicitor. It doesn't identify what special projects or assignments are currently pending that requires us to identify and appoint a special project assignment solicitor. I'm interested in knowing the credentials of the individuals that are going to be handling these matters on behalf of the township, these special projects and assignments. I'd like to know what these special projects and assignments are that require us to have a separate solicitor to handle those matters. And I don't know the nature of those matters, who's going to be handling them to justify a rate of $225 per hour. I think all that information is relevant to us as custodians of the taxpayer dollars. My suspicion is this, that we got a letter, and those in the public may not know, but April 29, 2024, our interim township solicitor, Steve Gutsuzian, was kind enough to advise council that he has a conflict of interest. And that conflict of interest follows. As you know, the Waldheim Club is on the agenda for Wednesday, May 1st, and that's on the agenda as item 4E, Beethoven Waldheim Variance 02-24, Beethoven Waldheim Holdings LLC, 1991 Waldheim Road. It's on the agenda. This correspondence formally advises you that I have a conflict in this matter, as I have represented the principal of the Waldheim Club for many years, and in fact for a period before Lower Saucon Township, perhaps a year or two ago, for a very brief matter regarding the Waldheim Club. So therein is a conflict, right? He's been representing them for many years, but yet a year or two ago, it was a very brief matter, trying to trivialize his conduct, or his contact. He says, accordingly, I will not be involved in this matter. If the township council decides to have an attorney represent the township's interests at the zoning hearing board, I've already spoken to the Hoffman and Lavin firm, and they would be willing to assist in this capacity. So he's helping out somebody that he knows. He already reached out without any instructions from us. First of all, there's no special projects that are in front of us at this point at all. There's no justification for this, and there was no instruction to the solicitor to reach out and find somebody to fill this role. So reach out to the firm. They'd be willing to assist in this capacity. I wanted to bring this to your attention prior to Wednesday's meeting. Thank you. Again, this goes back to the original meeting where Mr. Gutsuzian was appointed as the interim township solicitor, and I brought up a point of conflict of interest. He had a conflict of interest with Hellertown that I pointed out very clearly. He said that there was no conflict of interest. Even though he said that there was no conflict of interest, he ultimately resigned from his position in Hellertown. So if there's no conflict of interest there, why would he resign from the position in Hellertown? To cure the conflict of interest, that's the reason why. So that was the first thing that happened. And then what he did on top of that was he got covered by the majority of this council, and he got a conflict waiver from this council to allow him to proceed in representing the township. We already talked about in the executive session earlier, the engagement of these settlement negotiations, his refusal to share with council who he was communicating with on behalf of the township and trying to negotiate with. So it brings up that point again to the conflicts that I brought up initially, and here's another example of a conflict of interest that's going to require us to go out and get a separate attorney to do the work, and rather than charge us $180 per hour, which Mr. Gutsuzian is charging for solicitor work, we're now going to be paying this special project solicitor, presumably to handle this matter, at a rate of $225. So that's about a 25% premium that we're going to be paying because of Mr. Gutsuzian's conflict of interest. And I have a problem with that all around. It makes no sense to me. I think this issue could have been addressed early on when I brought these issues up initially when we were going to hire a solicitor. And I brought up the fact that he's going to have conflicts of interest. I pointed out the existing conflicts of interest. And here we are, and we have a conflict of interest. That's why this was moved up in the agenda, because then they're going to get to the other matters. They want to be able to say, well, I can't be involved in the Beethoven Wall-Time Variance 02-24, and instead we're going to pay somebody $225 an hour to go and handle this. We could have the solicitor that we had before had no conflict of interest because he never represented this guy, and he also wouldn't have tried to gloss over that representation by saying very briefly. All right, it's not very briefly. It had to be substantive, and it had to be related to the matter that was that's coming before council with regard to this variance, and it will go before the zoning hearing board with regard to that variance. So I have a problem with it. It makes no sense to me. I think it stinks like everything else that these folks do, but that's what happens here in Lower Saucon. It's not just the landfill that people claim stink. This council stinks. No offense, Mary Ann. So I don't believe the odor complaints.
Okay, Tom?
Yes. I also have a problem with it. I mean, we're getting robbed at $180 an hour by Mr. Gutsuzian for his services materially. And now he wants to pay $225. What, Mr. Gutsuzian, what is your relationship with this firm? Did you take a referral fee to refer them as our special counsel?
Yeah.
You didn't take any fee? Have you ever been referred a case by them?
If I had asked to refer cases, yes. How many? I don't know.
So this is payback? Do you expect to be referred cases in the future from them?
No. I have a professional relationship with these people. They do a good job.
So you've been referred cases in the past, and you've charged for those cases, you've made money on those cases, from this firm. You just said that.
Slow down for a minute. When they have referred cases to me, right, and I have hired, been hired, of course.
Right.
Okay, I didn't understand your question.
Right. Right. So now you're throwing them $225 an hour for special projects from Lower Saucon Township, because as Jason read, you're the one that found these people. Priscilla didn't even know how to pronounce the firm's name.
I found these people because I wanted to provide the township with an option, because in this case, there is a conflict, which I identified in advance, which is exactly what you would want me to do.
Exactly. I'm not talking about
No. Which is exactly what you would want me to do. So I did. Not only did I advise of the conflict, I did it in writing. Not only did I explain that I had a conflict, I explained why I have a conflict. Not only did I identify the problem, I provided you with a potential solution. That potential solution is before you to vote.
And I didn't ask about any of that. I asked about the quid pro quo of them
referring cases to you, and now you giving them a $225 per hour, contract per hour contract. That's what I asked you about. And that now let's talk about the future. So you already admitted that there's a quid pro quo here.
There's not.
They referred you cases that you made money on. You're now referring them for a $225 per hour job. That's the quid pro quo. Now, what happens in the future? Are you going to refuse to accept cases from them? What happens if they call you 6 months from now with a case and there are special projects for this? Your firm.
What I would anticipate is you'd want, the township would want my recommendation with regard to who to fill in if I couldn't do it. I provided you with that recommendation.
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking at all. That's not what I'm asking at all. I'm asking you 3 months from now, 3 months from now, 3 months from now, will you be accepting referrals from this firm?
If they're good enough to refer a case, yes.
So you won't recuse yourself from accepting referrals from this firm, your firm?
If they think I'm the appropriate attorney, that's fine. If they don't, they don't.
And that's what they're getting for the $225 an hour? You're, I mean, that's just sleazy. It's sleazy. Come on. You can't recuse yourself from a referral, your firm from a referral from them? You're giving them $225 an hour of taxpayer money, and you won't recuse yourself from taking a referral. Just take a referral.
You got my answer.
Yeah, we did. We did.
The public heard.
Let the public, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I don't, are you finished?
For the time being.
Okay, I don't have a problem with this. Victoria?
Even know the firm's name.
I appreciate the actions of Mr. Gazuzian in helping bring this forward to us.
He's talking now.
I think the other important thing the public should be aware of, and maybe they might want their memories refreshed, in 2023, when there was a different council majority, there was an appointment of attorneys for special projects. Eckerd Siemens. There was no identity of which attorney in Eckerd Siemens were for special projects. There was no identity of what projects they were pursuing. And we never heard any updates. We never even saw Eckerd Siemens. We've never seen an Eckerd Siemens attorney here, yet we've paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to Eckerd Siemens for a legal work done in 2023 that nobody here has seen. Nobody has even provided an update. So I appreciate Mr. Bononis' concerns, and I think you've even heard the amount of information provided to you today, which is much, much more than we received. I would also like to point out that the last special counsel we had, their hourly rate, I think, was like $280?
$290.
$290. So we were paying Eckerd Siemens $290 for special projects we didn't identify, that we didn't identify who in Eckerd Siemens. There's a huge firm in Harrisburg that drives back and forth to our township. I've never seen them, and we've paid them hundreds of thousands of dollars. So if you're looking for transparency in special counsel, I would refer you back to what your conduct was in 2023. Thank you.
Can you clarify for me that you said that Eckerd Siemens had never been to the township, then you just said that they're driving back and forth from Harrisburg. I can attest that they were here.
But they haven't come to our council meetings.
Well.
When were they here in our council meetings?
They were here.
Did you see them in our council meetings?
Let me answer your question, or you want to keep asking questions? Which one do you answer?
I'm asking you, when were they here in our council providing information about their legal representation?
Okay, good, right up, let me.
Are you done?
That'd be a great time.
Are you done?
That's the question.
Okay, so make sure you're done. So, Eckerd Siemens was here many times. They were here many times at the township because they were dealing with employment matters with the police union.
When were they before council? That was the question. When were they here to the public, so the public could see what they charged and what they paid for? What we paid for, our tax dollars. Where was the money? Where was the money going? We never saw them in front of here. We never had a solicitor sitting next to us from Eckerd Siemens advising us about the special projects.
They were in court.
Which question do you want me to answer?
The question I posed to you now 3 times.
You asked me 17 questions.
When were they in front of our council at a public meeting to speak to the taxpayers?
They were never asked to be here at a public meeting.
Exactly.
You could have asked for them to be here as a resident taxpayer. You could have stood up there and said, I'd like to know where they are, but you never did that. Nor did Priscilla, nor did Laura, nor did anybody else. So they were hired as employment lawyers. They did an effective job for the township, very good. So you say, like, we didn't know who they were. They had been the labor lawyer for the township for many years. This firm that you're talking about just became the labor firm at the last meeting. And It's unclear as to why that they were hired as the labor.
Well, we know, Mr. Gutsuzian gets referred cases from.
Oh, no, it was to get rid of Eckert Stevens, that's what it was. Yeah, it was to get rid of Eckert Stevens, it was also.
My comment speaks for itself.
No, it doesn't.
You want to
It
complain
speaks for
about
the-
special counsel
speaks
not
for the
being
ignorance.
identified, you have the
We're
proof.
talking over each other.
It speaks for
Please
ignorance.
stop doing that.
So now we're gonna spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, so Mr. Gutsuzian can get referrals. But the tax dollars, it'll be hundreds of thousands of taxpayers' dollars, so Mr. Gutsuzian can continue to get referrals as his quick
You're
pro
an
quo.
attorney, so you know how it works, right?
Yeah, that's how Mr. Gutsuzian.
Yeah, right.
That's how Mr. Gutsuzian. That's how Mr.
There's
Gutsuzian.
all the lawyers in the world pursue it.
That's how Mr. Gutsuzian.
Not everybody's not that.
And all we did, we asked that he not take any more referrals from this one firm, and he won't do it. He won't do it.
Money's money.
Money's money pursues you over there.
Okay, so where were we? We had Jason, Tom, Priscilla, Victoria, Laura.
Yeah, I'll add to that with the special projects attorney that we had. So the rate was $290 per hour. That was approved on the January 3rd reorg meeting. And during that meeting, we also had a special approval to establish the fees for the year for 2023, but made them retroactive to January 2nd of 2022. So that was another one of our special
That was an oopsie, legal oopsie. We forgot.
backdated things that we approved.
You forgot to appoint your special counsel and you retroactively did it to cover yourself. One of those things
And
where
it's not really unusual to have a special projects attorney, and I don't think you have to identify what the project might be at this point, but you have them there.
What's unusual is that firm's relationship with Mr. Gutsuzian. It's a quid pro quo.
Okay, so you have your turn. So anybody in the audience like to speak on this?
Yes, there we go. Someone with legal ethics. Thank you. Please,
Mary Ann Garber, I represent Bethlehem Landfill Company, and I just wanted to point out, obviously, this issue is not relevant to the landfill. However, in looking at the agenda, it's not clear at all what this involves. So it's this very vague appointing special projects assignment solicitor. We find out now here that it's a result of a conflict, and it sounds like this solicitor would be appointed on zoning and land use matters, but the attachment says labor attorney fee schedule, and when you look at the attachment, it just says fee schedule. So, again, these are just clear violations of the Sunshine Act in terms of the specificity of the agenda item. You don't know, until you just made that statement, it was completely unclear to me, and I'm sure to the rest of the public, what kind of lawyer are you hiring, why you're hiring them, and some information with respect to what they're going to do. So again, this is obviously not related to the landfill in any way, but I do want to just point out that there's a pattern here of lack of transparency and violation after violation of the Sunshine Act.
So when the eclipse went by about 3 weeks ago, it didn't leave Lower Saucon.
I appreciate that identity from last year when we had the special projects. I'm sorry, Ms. Garber, you weren't allowed to talk last year because you weren't a taxpayer. So I do appreciate that.
Okay, Mark?
There's got confusion going on in his head. First off, Ms. Garber doesn't live in Lower Saucon Township. She represents the landfill, so why should she even give a crap about what's going on? As far as Mr. Benonis and Treadwell and the other lawyer, special needs, that he paid $290 to, whatever happened in that lawsuit for filing against Pennsylvania and the library? And all that money,
Still.
nothing, crickets.
That's the hundreds of thousands of dollars that they spent last year.
I know,
Cases are still open.
I voted no to all that.
but I guess that as long as what you do is within the law, and the Sunshine Act, which I don't know, I should go home and look that up, then you just keep on doing it. Because one day, some people in this township are gonna dig the crap out of the hole and throw it in the dump where it belongs. This whole meeting is nonsense every time, every night we come here. The only good meeting I've been to throughout anything lately was the landfill meeting yesterday. I'm giving you some credit. As far as this township, there's two people that need to change. I may not agree with everything, and I do agree with some of what comes from the public. Mr. Boulan, you're one of them. See, I'm more fair than anybody.
What's your criteria? Why do you have to keep reminding me to do your job?
Why don't you shut up? Why don't you shut up and stay out of my business?
Mark,
About my business.
Talking to her. I'm not speaking to you.
yeah, he's being,
See,
Mark,
you know what?
he's being critical of me because I didn't correct you for addressing a member of
For
the office.
violation of your policy.
And, oh, please, where are we gonna start with violation?
Mr. Zimic, I'm sure Ms. Garber's just thrilled that you gave her credit for something, a man of your
I don't care
stature.
if she's thrilled or not.
A man of your stature.
Answer her question, Tom. She asked, what are you talking about? Talk about her stature. Talk
Talking
about her
Stacy.
stature. The things you were talking about earlier that you brought up. She asked you the question. Answer her question.
Right now.
We're into public comment right now,
You asked me a
okay?
question. I think you have a
No,
right
I
to
was
respond. You said, what are you talking
I was
about?
talking
You said,
out
man, your
loud, I
stature,
was
so
not
explain
talking
to her
to
stature.
No, he's threatening
Okay.
council members. He's threatening council members.
If the bickering of the children is done,
Their families. No, I'm not telling you.
You don't have the floor right now.
Thank
You
you.
guys asked him a question. You implicitly gave him the
I
floor. I
take
asked
that
you.
back.
You said, what are you talking about? You can't take it back.
Yes, I can.
You can't.
Every law firm that I ever worked in,
On the floor, please.
you think we require every
Prerogative, you know, you gotta respect the women.
I do. I love my mother, my wife. I sure do.
He threatens.
Because they're actually getting.
And he threatens.
That's debatable. Stacy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So my question to all of you is, where is your process of procedure for special projects attorneys?
Yes, good question.
I mean, every law firm that I work at, we follow everything by a standard, a policy, a process. What is the township's process for hiring a special projects attorney?
I think the policy is to help out your buddies so you can get referrals.
No, I don't want to speculate. I want to know,
I think it is.
where is it?
I think we just heard what it was.
Can I say something?
Yes,
At reorganization,
yes.
we appoint our appointee, like our solicitor, our engineers, you know, we have a list of people. And this year there was a lot of changes. And in fact, didn't Mark come up with the labor attorney? Before Mark left,
He didn't come up with it. It was dropped on him.
You didn't refer.
It wasn't like he looked for them.
you weren't there, so.
And
And
you were, so what's the answer?
So
If you know the answer, why are you asking me a question?
maybe you guys should put together a policy on
What are you talking about? You found
how you actually hire a special projects attorney?
Yeah, exactly. So
It's
parameters.
just by resolution.
Yeah.
Every year, the council has, it's at their discretion who they hire for different things. So they can or cannot hire a special counsel.
Right, but I mean, like dollar parameters.
Right.
Policy parameter, you have to have X amount of years of experience, they have to have within this a range of policy. I mean, hey, I think it's great that you went from Eckert Siemens, which is a total ripoff of a law firm, I just know from personal experience, at $290, which you probably got a mid-level attorney for $290, to go down to, you're going down to you're gonna go down to 210?
25.
225.
We actually had the managing partner of their office at 290. So, you know, you're talking mid-level, he's the managing partner for the firm.
he's got him on speed dial.
I don't know the speed dial, I just know that he's a managing attorney, because I actually look into who works for the township, I just don't speculate and shoot my mouth off.
No,
has the floor.
I have worked with Eckert before. I'm not shooting my mouth off, but
No, I'm not directing that at you, I'm directing at Victoria.
So,
Let her speak.
so for 225, how many hours of work are you looking at doing? Like how big is this project?
Depends on how many referrals Mr. Gitsusi gets, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they get a lot of work.
In the scope
If he's
of the
getting a lot of
project.
patients,
You know darn well what I'm talking about. When the scope of the project, how many hours are you looking at?
I don't even know what the projects are.
So we're hiring somebody, we don't even know what we're hiring for?
We need them.
We're hiring them
You
because
hire
we're
them
full.
so that when something
Yeah.
comes up and you need somebody, they are there and available.
But we're hiring them because
It's not
Mr.
waiting for council.
Okay,
found
so-
them. Mr. Gitsusian found them and has a business relationship with them where they refer in cases.
Well, I'm sure you go through a vetting process, don't you?
You would hope.
No! Read
Every
what
council member
Spencer
has the
said.
opportunity to reach out to the proposed
Read
council
again
and
what
look at what they have to offer and speak to the attorney.
There's no vetting process. Stacy, he's gonna read you exactly what we got. There's no vetting
At
process.
council, which is what we're doing now, is we discuss and we decide whether we're gonna reappoint the prospective attorney or not for whatever we're trying to appoint them for. In this case, we're trying to appoint a special counsel for a project that hasn't been identified. There is no project identified, and if there is a project identified, we would identify the project and say that this firm is appointed to do that project.
But we were presented one firm that Mr. Gitsusian identified because he has a business relationship with them. One and only firm.
Oh, that's,
Go ahead.
here's the vetting
Here it is.
process. I've already spoken to the Hoffman and Ladnick firm, and they would be willing to assist in this capacity. I wanted to bring this to your attention prior to Wednesday's meeting. That's the vetting process.
Right.
2 sentences.
They're willing at $225. They're willing. Well, we're lucky to have them. Mr. Gitsusian is lucky to be able to pay him back with taxpayer dollars for all the
Well-
cases.
Perhaps I can help, ma'am. Perhaps I can help.
Okay.
The Havlet, the Hoffman and Havlet firm are already appointed as labor counsel for the township.
So you know the special project's labor?
No, there's
No, that's
labor
a separate
attorneys now.
question.
Separate apart from that, they may be appointed as special counsel if and when needed. So the concept is the same firm would be doing the labor work and serving as special counsel if and when needed. As indicated previously, right now, there's no special project. There may be a special project that is identified in the course of this meeting, and therefore we would have someone lined up if necessary. That's the idea. You might not like the idea, I just want to explain it to you.
No, it's fine, as long as
You probably also want to know that the heritage and the legacy of this firm and the relationship to the township goes deep. I mean, it's been going on forever, for a grand total of 16 days, okay? So they became the labor lawyer 16 days ago at the last council meeting. We have
And
no
I'd
experience
just
with them
like to-
whatsoever.
And I would just like to say that before Mark Hudson left, he was looking for a labor attorney. And that was the name that he came up with. So
When we had a labor attorney, he was looking for one.
No, we didn't
At whose
have a labor
direction?
attorney.
Well, okay,
Then we had, with the Edward Siemens firm.
They were never appointed in
They were appointed
2024.
for
We had
2024.
one. We
They
had one.
had one, they were not
Sure
appointed.
did have
Why don't
one.
we get, ma'am,
For many years we had them.
still public comment, so let's let her finish.
Okay, so for 225, give him a shot. I mean, it's only 225, you don't even know what you're looking at yet. But only is right.
Okay, so talk to.
Anyway, because I do know how much attorneys cost. Thank you.
Stacy, please.
Anyway, so how much was Mr. Treadwell's per hour?
235?
220, 230.
You gave him a raise last
Yeah,
year.
he deserved it. He was
Long
the best
way.
solicitor this township ever had. And when we meet half this mess, Mr. Hudson would still be here, Flink would still be here.
Okay, so you said 235?
220.
Something like that.
Okay, and what's Mr. Gazuzian's rate?
180.
So there's your savings right there.
Yeah, but you get what you pay for. Look
Yeah,
at
we
that.
paid for it.
No, Mr. Treadwell was not all that great.
Oh, he was good.
No, he wasn't that
Compared
great.
to Susan?
Meetings were a lot shorter.
No, he wasn't that good. Okay, and then you also have the library lawsuit.
Turn like good Susan should be serving like Treadwell's lunch.
So, well,
Wait a minute.
at the rate and the depth and breadth of what you don't know what you need to hire this guy for, 225 is worth a shot. So, I mean, if you've got no other standards going on there, just run with what you got then.
Let's just hire somebody, not know what we're gonna use them for.
Well, you did it for Edgar, you had no protocol, you had no guidelines, you had nothing.
We gave a specific assignment.
I don't have a problem with the rate. I have a problem that Mr. Gitsusian has a relationship with his firm.
You have a relationship with all the towns, all the attorneys around here, everyone does.
But I'm not the one referring them for taxpayer to be paid
But
with
then what's
taxpayer
your referral
dollars.
then?
For taxpayer dollars. I don't refer anybody. I said we put it out for bid and we.
And no one
posted
wanted it.
Well, keep putting it out for bid. There'll be people that apply for that. At $2.25 an hour, people will apply for that. Absolutely.
But you haven't gotten any hits.
Well, they haven't put it out for bid.
That's sure. By Wednesday, right?
Madam Chairman, is this gonna go on for 20 more hours
She
here?
has the floor right now.
Well, the clock has been not running
Oh,
for the last 10 minutes, okay?
Anyway, my point is, if you don't have a process and a procedure in place, then you really can't complain about any of it. Because you have nothing to go off of.
Obviously.
So just go with this guy. If you don't like him, then figure something else out.
Oh, sure.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
real simple.
Anybody else?
God, yes, I can remember what we were talking about. And by the way, please start the clock, and I'll talk according to the clock, not according to the chair's desires, okay? Because, yes, I have some thoughts on this. Yes, I was the guy that complained that this thing just popped up on the agenda. Thank you. All right?
You're not supposed to address the.
I wasn't, I was gonna sneeze.
I've said it how many times?
He didn't say it to Stacy. He didn't say it once to Stacy.
Really?
You're such a You're such a
Leave the clock run, okay? The bottom line is, we're in this mess because we didn't vet the current testing solicitor.
Interim.
Oh, interim. I stand corrected. Don't stop the clock. All right. And I objected to that then. And I remember as soon as, yep, look the other way, she said, and I want to have Gadouzian, or I'm sorry, I'm bad pronouncing it. Do forgive it. The bottom line is, and the question was, well, good, what are his credentials? Nothing, 3-2 vote, he's in. Now, we have the same guy, which the, Laura Ray, don't look away, I'm talking to you too, you know. I'm equal opportunity here. The bottom line is that the three of you just steamroll everything over. We're not gonna ask who he is, we're not gonna find out what his credentials are, and by the way, whatever you said about Link Treadwell, he did serve this community for 23 years. He didn't?
Yeah.
I see you shaking your head.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. Well then go, yeah, he did. And by the way, as I recall, he worked for you. Now, all of a sudden, they're all out the door. This is the new way that we run things, okay? And by the way, Ms. Optok-Katera, the bottom line is, did you ever ask about Eckert Siemens? I never recall in all the years that I've been watching this, you ever said anything about him. And yes, by the way, if you don't know there was a resolution about the library, let me try for the 50th time, and if you want, I will mail it to you. It's the ruling about Judge Daly on HAL saying you must 501c3, if you know what that is, you must turn over those records. And you know what they did? And then you guys got in office, and Mr. Gadouzian, or you, wrote up this resolution that there will be no more lawsuits. We're just going to terminate it, sweep it all under the rug, and away it goes. Now you've got the gall to sit there and say we got nothing for it. Well, we did get something for it, and it's out of Judge Daly, and I don't know who actually sent that one, but take a look. And if you want it, I'll send it to you. I don't ever want to hear you say that again, and I don't want you in my face again when I'm talking. Now, in terms of this idea, well, we just hired this guy for $225 and he doesn't work out. Gee, I wonder what sort of damage we can do in between. How about, although there was a very good comment here, yes, ought to write up what each and every person, probably including what the requirements are for being a council member, what the requirements are for these special attorneys, or likely to be, or when you're going to hire them, right? She's absolutely right. I wouldn't hire anybody. You don't just go hire people to do whatever. Don't hire a welder to be a harp player or something. Come on, that doesn't work. So write it up and then complain about it. You're running the council now, so do it. So much for transparency. Please, don't ever say you are the new elected by a majority and everything's transparent.
I have almost 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah, I know. I can read it. It says 41, 40, 39, not like somebody else. All right. So we pay you $5,000 a year.
That's not
And what do we
accurate
do?
either.
What do? We just sit here and turn out every other week to try to keep people honest and look for the transparency that isn't there, quite frankly.
Mr. Glenn, I need to clarify a point that you made. Their mailing actually said respect, cooperation, and transparency. Respect, cooperation, and transparency. That's what they're about. So I just want to make sure that they didn't campaign just on transparency, they campaigned on respect, cooperation, and transparency.
It's more than we got
Getting
out
caught
of
up in
you.
these hourly rates, but you have to understand,
So would you stop
there's a
Mr.
big
President
cost,
from yelling at me again?
there's a big
Would you
cost
stop
to
Mr. President
township.
from yelling at me? He just
You know,
yelled at me.
we're on our,
Get control of them.
we're on our second
Pay attention to
solicitor.
what's going on. I know it's hard to follow along here.
We're on our second solicitor. We lost our township manager.
I want you to do your job and tell that guy to stop yelling and interrupting.
listening to these two
Why don't you
people
listen to the
here.
room too? Can you do two things at once?
Nope, I can't.
All
Really?
right,
So,
Remind everybody to be respectful and kind and wait their turn when speaking. I know we were just talking about respect and we had a lot of interruptions and talking over one another. I mean, even
No,
Mr.
I was
Roach,
talking.
something on
You do it right
this.
now.
you're over talking me right now, okay? Just like you have many times before. So fix what's in your own house first. I missed the comment you said from that card, that, what was the word?
Respect, cooperation, and transparency.
Okay, I have a
Transparency was
different,
last. It's very clear that it truly is last.
I have a different word, feckless. Look it up if you don't know what it means.
I just want to say one thing about the hourly rate difference. You know, you have to look at overall costs, and people who haven't worked, like Priscilla, don't understand this. We were on our second solicitor, and we lost the township manager because she wouldn't keep Link Treadwell. I had conversations with Mark Hudson about
Did
this.
you have a conversation?
Absolutely,
with
I had a conversation with
Mark's gonna swear under oath that that's.
Why don't you stop interrupting him?
Exactly.
She can't do it. She can't help herself.
Right, we had a solicitor that lasted 16 days, because we couldn't trust him, we could file right to nose to get any information out of him. Same thing with Mr. Gasusian. Why would Mr. Hudson, a good township manager, stick around for all this? So now we've had to, you're talking about a $25 difference in the rate of pay for an attorney. We've had to hire a firm for $10,000 to find us a new township manager. If we do get a new township manager, anybody takes this job, anybody worth their salt is gonna want $160,000, $170,000, because that's what township managers are getting for townships this size now. So you're talking about $25 an hour here or there. Her refusal to bring Link in, and we don't have a solicitor we can trust or the right to knows, drove Hudson away, and that's a fact, and I've talked to him about that. That is where your $25, but she doesn't grasp that. She's sitting around for 40 years collecting disability. She's never been in a work environment. She thinks every attorney is the same. That one's 250, one 180, the 180 one, just take the cheaper one. Everything's the same. And she doesn't understand overall cost and what it's done to this township. $10,000 to hire a firm, then we're gonna go from a township manager, we're paying $135 to about $165, $172. And you're worried about $25 extra an hour on a project. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. She has no concept of economics. And she drove Link out. There's no solicitor we can trust. That's why we have filed his right to knows. For our second manager, we'd be lucky to get a manager. We'd be lucky to get a manager worth their salt. I mean, Kathy, with the exception of Kathy. But I don't know why Kathy would want this job, quite frankly.
I would just like the record to reflect that I worked as a radiologic technologist for over 20 years in Philadelphia and the Lehigh Valley areas.
Right.
So just have the record reflect that I did that for 20 years.
And she goes on about this. She goes on about how this is private information.
Would you like to?
She gave an interview to the Morning Call
You
in
sure?
1995.
Because I mean, Mr. Carucci is impeding on your time to speak.
Actually, I will.
Go ahead.
I was just waiting patiently.
Go ahead.
I know I'm not supposed to address anybody in the public, but I like what this woman had to say. I agree with her on a lot of points. I don't know a lot of lawyers, but most lawyers know a lot of lawyers, right? That's given. People that work in jobs that know lawyers. You're always gonna know a lawyer. But, you know, in my opinion, I said this last time I came up in that last meeting where you were hiring the labor attorney. It's like, my point is, the process, maybe it's better to get a process so you're not doing favors for people. It just doesn't look good. So like, maybe the guy's a good guy, I don't know, but it just seems like a little bit of a conflict when the solicitor is recommending a lawyer to do some solicitor work at the township. Put the bid out, like I said before, try to figure out who's the best person, let them bid on it, and like a hiring scenario, like you're in a company and you're hiring somebody. You want the best person. You don't want, you don't just want some referral from the solicitor because he has a conflict of interest. It doesn't seem right. I think it's better if you just get more candidates. That's all. Thank you.
Now, what I was saying, before I was cut off, what I was saying is, Priscilla's like, oh, this disability is a private matter. It's not. She even interviewed at the Morning Call in 1995. Lower Saucon Township Council President Priscilla De Leon has been appointed to the Board of Directors of the Chronic Fatigue. De Leon, who suffers from chronic fatigue. So don't let us say this is a private matter. It's not a private matter. She's given interviews to the Morning Call about this. Again, she doesn't understand the work environment.
Off topic.
She hasn't worked in years.
She brought it in the topic.
She brought it in. She made it the topic. She tried to talk about her work experience.
Okay, Mark?
Isn't this his second time on this subject? I think it is. How many times are we going to give people?
Yeah, we can't have people go second.
Did you go second?
He went already.
Did you go already?
Yes.
On this topic?
Yes.
On the solicitor?
Yes.
Pay attention.
He did.
If you did, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you to sit down.
Well, I just wanted to point out that when it's
There you go. There you go. Priscilla, let him speak.
They're gonna see you tell the truth.
Mark, you can't, I'm sorry. Okay, anybody else? Okay, I guess we're ready for roll call. Kathy, please.
Mr. Carucci.
I would do it if Mr. Goodsuzian would agree not to take any referrals from this particular firm in the future. It's already bad enough, it's a quid pro quo for previous cases and him throwing in this contract the firm he identified. But I'm going to have to vote no unless he would agree to do the right thing, to do the ethical thing, to do the thing with integrity, and refuse to take future referrals from this particular law firm.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
So I'm back to your point about the $45,000 extra that's costing the township here for $10,000 to find a recruiter, and the additional monies that we're going to have to pay to the new manager. If you look at that number, at the extra $25 an hour, that's a total of 1,800 hours that could be paid for with that $45,000. It's 150 hours a week that we could be paying for. 150 hours a month, I'm sorry, 150 hours a month, that extra $25.
Right.
Instead, there's a saying, was it penny wise, pound foolish, right? The opposite, pound foolish, whatever.
Penny wise, yeah, pound foolish.
That's exactly what this is, and it's unfortunate. I'm going to vote no.
It's all started by not retaining one trigger. It's unbelievable.
Ms. Cordero.
I'm voting yes, and I want to make sure that the public is aware that Mr. Gazuzian does not get to pick who represents the township. It's the council's responsibility to do that, and that is just what happened. Every council member has the opportunity to speak with the attorneys, to review their work. It is not Mr. Gazuzian who gets to choose. So from my perspective, there is no issue here. We are choosing, not Mr. Gazuzian, and I'm in favor of this, so I vote yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have Edwards variance 03-24, Mark and Hannah Edwards, 1304 Evergreen Drive. The applicant is requesting a side yard setback variance to construct a garage. Is there somebody here to go over the plan? Anybody in the audience? Hi, how are you?
Hello, my name is Mark Edwards. Me and my wife own the property. We've lived in this residence for the past 10 years. Our plan is to add first floor living space to our existing home by converting existing garage to living space and bumping out the garage. In our zoning district, we are required to have a 30-foot setback. We're asking for variance to reduce that to 16 feet.
Okay, you have steep slopes and,
We do, and it makes, I put the garage anywhere that I could, but there's no other place on the property that we can.
okay. So council has can either support, oppose, or take no action. I would make a motion to take no action and let the zoning hearing board decide. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay. And council discussion, Jason?
I just have a quick question for you,
Sure.
Mr. Edwards. So it looks like your lot is a little bit more than 2 acres.
Correct.
Over. Nice sized lot you have. The issue you have is strictly the steep slopes, right? You can't put it anywhere else because of the steep slopes.
Yes, the house was constructed at street level. The majority of the property is well above grade. I'd say about 20 feet, 30 feet higher.
Good.
And it's a pretty steep slope.
Sounds like a hardship to me, thank you.
Okay, Tom?
Actually, before you go on, when we take no action on this, you should probably get some explanation. It doesn't mean the council's not interested or supportive. We could either be in favor of it, against it, or take no action. We take no action just means that you go to the zoning hearing board and you get to present your case to them without having anybody from the township come in either in favor of or against it. It saves the township a little bit of money so that the solicitor doesn't have to go to that matter. So it's not that we're disinterested. I think you deserve that explanation because you probably haven't gone through this process before.
Yeah, thanks for explaining.
Yeah, well, if we would comment the solicitor will explain that at the beginning. But we don't, good luck with your project, and good luck with zoning here.
Thanks.
So I made the motion, so Victoria?
I just want to thank you for staying for the meeting and presenting your project to us this evening.
Laura?
But did you vote? I didn't hear a yes or no.
Yeah, we're doing council discussion. We still have to do
Against
public
variance.
comment. Laura?
I didn't have any comment on the plan. It's fine to me.
Public comment, anyone in the audience like to speak on this issue? Okay, seeing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thanks. Good luck at your zoning hearing board then. Okay? If you have any questions, the zoning officer would help you. Okay? Thank you. Okay, next we have the Beethoven Wall-Time variance 02-24. Beethoven Wall-Time Holdings LLC, 1991 Wall-Time Road. The applicant is appealing a notice of violation dated February 27th, 2024. Is there someone here to talk about the application?
When you made the motion to amend the agenda, you did not move this up. You moved up the other items. So the next
Yes,
item.
actually, this was moved up.
It was moved up?
Yes.
I did do it right?
Yes, you did.
I didn't hear that. I asked for clarification on it. I don't think you said that. You identified first is going to be the resolution of when the special project assignment solicitor. Second was going to be the Edwards variance. Third was going to be appointment of Susan as township solicitor. And fourth was filing and acceptance of the resignation of Susan. And then after that, it returned to the original agenda, which were E, F, and G. E was Beethoven Wall-Time. F, waiving Saucon Creek watershed, and G was compensation. That's what I recall.
The first one was Edwards variance, the second one was Beethoven Wall-Time, the third was Resolution 48, 2024, and the fourth was the firing or acceptance. So I am correct.
No, wait, I'm sorry, say that again?
That's what you said. Apologize if I'm wrong.
I remembered them as you were saying them, and this was coming after the other variance.
I did too, and it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Okay, we have Beethoven. And the appointment of you, township solicitor. Or acceptance. The next on the agenda is, so is there anybody here to talk about the application?
They would not be present? Okay, so then council has sufficient information in their packet. So again, this is something where we can support, oppose, or take no action. So I would like to oppose this because of all the violations and all the information that's in the packet, and send an attorney to represent the township at the zoning hearing board. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
Where is the
I'll
zoning
second that.
officer? Where's the zoning officer? He's the one who's issued these, and he's asking us to take official township action, and he's not here. Why isn't he here?
He had felt that the applicant wasn't here, so felt there was sufficient information in the packet for council to make a decision as to where they wanted to go.
Well, there's not.
Yeah. We had a lot of information in the packet.
Here's the other part of it. Mr. Gatsuzi had sent us a letter saying he's going to be recusing himself. We have no solicitor to advise us as council on this matter. So how are we going to proceed without having legal representation from this council? You're intending to take official township action that has an effect on this property owner's property rights, and we're going to be doing this without any legal advice because Mr. Gatsuzi sent us a letter that he's a conflict of interest and we don't have anybody else here to handle this.
Right, so what you would do is if you're going to choose to send an attorney to oppose it, it clearly cannot be me, and you might want to consider amending the motion to have.
I want a lawyer here counseling this council on these matters, right? This council is making a motion, we're taking official action, and we don't have a lawyer here to represent this council. We're taking official action without legal representation, and I think that jeopardizes the township and subjects the township to greater problems than we already have.
Right, if Mr. Gatsuzi had any integrity, he would recuse himself when this agenda item was read, and he didn't do that.
Okay, so when's the next zoning hearing board?
Are you going to recuse yourself?
When's the next zoning hearing board?
Zoning
Are
hearing
you
board
recused?
is-
Are you recused this agenda item?
We can just amend the motion and say that,
I'd like to know when the next zoning hearing board is.
The zoning hearing board is on May 20th.
May 20th. So we have another meeting in between now and May 20th, correct? So we can have our special solicitor that we just appointed to come to the council meeting to advise council.
If that's what you want to
Are
do.
you withdrawing your motion?
I would amend my motion to
Amending or withdrawing it? It's a totally different subject.
withdraw it, and I'll make a new motion. So I'd like to table this until, when's the next, that meeting, Kathy? I don't know.
May 15th is our next council meeting.
So it would be May 15th, and I guess it would be an executive session item then?
No, it would be a regular item.
Okay.
I thought Mr. Gatsuzi recused himself from this agenda item, and now he's providing advice.
I'm providing the procedural advice that you would need.
On a former client, on a former client.
It's procedural, I
Former
understand. Okay, so I'll make a motion to table this to May 15th, and it'll be on the agenda, and we'll ask our, we just appointed the legal representative from the firm.
Kathy, what did the,
So the motion is that we're moving it to.
So that would be my motion. Is there a second? Is there a second?
just so I understand, the motion is to move it to next meeting and to appoint the special counsel to represent us with respect to this matter and advise us next meeting.
Correct.
Okay,
I in time for the May 20th hearing board, which would have been anyway.
Was mailed to the February.
I second that.
February 27th? Was it sent to by certified mail or by regular mail?
That I'm not aware of. But I can find out.
How do we know
I don't know that
the,
you received that notice back in February. There's not any record of that, right? Jim's not here to confirm that.
Because they filed back that they want the charges, they filed back that they want the charges dropped,
I'm not
so
asking you.
I guess he received it if he wants to have the notice removed.
Guys, you can
Just
answer my question.
questioning
She's
how
trying to
the
interrupt you.
man know that he received the notice. What we have before us is that he, once the notice of violation dropped, so I guess he
Yes,
knows.
you must have notice.
Yeah, he appealed it,
He
so.
appealed it, so he got the notice.
So he
Clearly
knows
got it.
about it, somehow.
And we're moving this, the motion is to move it to next meeting anyway.
Yeah, if you can find that out for me, now that available at the next meeting, and I think we should also have Jim Young here at the next meeting, so we can ask him questions about these violations that he's identified.
But obviously they're aware of it, because if you look at their application,
When you
for the zoning
contacted
hearing
you,
board.
Kathy, when they contacted you, were they,
I'm speaking right
so was
now.
I, so was I interrupted you?
I thought you were finished.
I'm sorry.
Well,
I was told by the zoning officer that the attorney spoke to him.
When the attorney spoke with Jim Young, did the attorney explain that the reason why they weren't going to be here is because they didn't have notice or they could not be here on short notice? It wasn't as if they were disinterested in the matter.
No,
It's just that they were not going to be here for some reason.
I don't believe that would be the case. I don't know, so I couldn't say one way or the other.
All right, and I'll
I didn't handle the phone call.
and I'll just put into the record here so that it's clear, the April 29th letter, April 29, 2024, from Steve Kitsuzian. Again, dear council members, as you know, the Waltham Club is on the agenda for Wednesday, May 1, 2024. This correspondence formally advises you that I have a conflict in this matter as I represent the principal of the Waltham Club for many years, and in fact, appeared before Lower Saucon Township perhaps a year or two ago for a very brief matter regarding the Waltham Club. Accordingly, I will not be involved in this matter if Township Council decides to have an attorney represent the Township's interests at the zoning hearing board. I've already spoken to Hoffman and Lavick Law Firm, and they would be willing to assist in this capacity. I wanted to bring this to your attention prior to Wednesday's meeting. Thank you respectfully, yours, Kitsuzian Associates, Stephen Kitsuzian. And he copied Kathy Gorman, Kathy. I don't see that there was any copy here that was sent to the property owner. Is that correct, that he was not copied on that?
He was not copied on.
Okay, so they weren't aware that you were going to have to recuse yourself?
They were copied on the letter.
That was my question. Did you have any communications with them to tell them that you were going to, him, the property owner or his attorney, that you were going to be recusing yourself because of the conflict of interest?
I did.
Okay. And who did you have communications with?
I'm not going to feel that above and beyond.
It's not attorney-client privilege, so why would you reveal that to them?
Pardon me. I said I wasn't going to do that above and beyond the individual, the individual, the principal.
So you spoke with the principal, the owner of the property. Okay, and you spoke with him by phone? Is there any correspondence to document your conversations?
I'm not sure if there is or there isn't.
All right, if there is, I'd like you to bring that communication or any communications, anything you have in writing to the next council meeting so we can include that in our considerations, okay?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why we don't
Is that a
table.
yes or no?
I'm speaking next.
Is that a yes or no that you agree to bring this
I
document?
don't think there is, but I'll take a look.
If there is, do you agree to bring this document?
I'm not sure if there is, I'm not sure what they
I
say.
understand you're not sure, but if there is, will you bring this document?
Not necessarily because it might be privileged.
Okay. So you had communications with the principal after you identified that there was a conflict, and you're now claiming that those communications that you had with the principal after you identified the conflict are still subject to attorney-client privilege.
It may or may not be, and I'm not in a position today
Okay.
to waive privilege on behalf of my client.
I understand that, and I'm not asking you to do that. To the extent that your client is willing to waive, if there are documents, and if those documents exist, and if your client, the Waltham Club, or I'm sorry, Bigtown Waltham Holdings LLC, agrees to waive any conflict, to allow you to disclose the contents of those communications, I would like you to bring those to the next meeting so you can include those in our consideration.
I understand your concern, but the bottom line is, there's clearly a conflict. I've identified the conflict. You know there's a conflict.
I want to know what you're talking about, if he's willing to share that with us. I want to know what the issue is. Thank you.
And so I just want to clear up what was stated before about whether or not they were aware of the notice of violation. They are, because I read the packet, and the packet's application to the zoning hearing board said they were appealing the notice of violation. And so they're definitely aware of it. So I just wanted to make sure that was on the record. So I guess, let's see, who did I call on? Did you?
I didn't talk to him, yeah. As long as they're gonna get a chance to be here, next meeting as well, the applicant.
They should be.
That's what I'm saying, that's what I'm saying, we're gonna give them notice okay, as long as we give them notice, we're not, there's a question as whether they,
We will do that.
like, submitted by certified mail or something, if it turns into a legal case, you gotta make sure these,
Okay.
I don't understand why it wasn't by certified mail this time.
Well, I need to do that.
Okay, so, let's see, I already spoke. Victoria?
I'm in favor.
Laura?
I don't have any comments about the particular case on the, we'll wait until we see it next meeting.
Okay, anyone in the audience like to speak for public comment? Please come up to the podium. We don't have to
I'll speak because I sat here for all these hours waiting to speak because this was an agenda.
Okay. I'm sorry, we were talking up here, I'm sorry.
Hi, Katarina Smith. I'm a resident of the township. I don't know why you're doing the public comment because it looks like it's going to be on the agenda next time, but it was on the agenda for today.
Sunshine law, we have to do that.
Yeah, so I will speak because I did sit here waiting to be able to speak on this. I don't understand why there's even an issue with the violation that was put in place. The applicant, the principal, the owner, whatever you want to call him, clearly lied on his application for the variance and what the building was going to be for. I was here at the meeting when it was told that it was going to be used for storage. And a business is now being run out of it, and they have not done the proper procedures and policies to run a business out of the building. In addition to that, they do not have a highway occupancy permit to use Flint Hill Road and have the parking lot use Flint Hill for that business. So there are several different things involved in this situation. So I know they're appealing, but clearly there was a violation because they were running a business that they shouldn't have been running out of the building.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Smith, I want to get some clarification on something you said, and I appreciate you standing up and sharing some information with us.
Yeah.
You said that the applicant clearly lied to this council. As I recall, when this matter came before us originally for the building to be built on the property, I think the applicant was represented by Mr. Gitsouzian, and I think Mr. Gitsouzian spoke on behalf of the applicant at that time, not the actual property owner, but it was the attorney who spoke.
The meeting I was at, the owner spoke at the meeting.
Okay.
Perhaps I can identify it now. The one meeting I was there with regard to Bethlehem Walheim took place a year or two ago. Took place in the fire hall. There was tons and tons of people there. The water came in, there were various protesters who were protesting against you. The issue that was before the board at that point was a waiver of some sort of procedural mechanism, whether it was getting a full land development plan or something else. So I appeared very briefly. I think I was there, although we were there for an extended period of time. I appeared before the board for less, I don't know how long, but very, very briefly, and that was it. I did not appear prior to that. I did not appear after that. So I believe what this woman is speaking to is presumably not that meeting, but.
No, it was not several years ago.
Was it a fire company or was it here?
It was right here. It was right at this meeting.
And the applicant was not represented by counsel at that matter?
Nope, he spoke.
I understand he spoke, but was he represented by
No,
counsel?
it was just him.
Okay.
Oh, and his wife.
You're assuming that.
No.
Okay, I just want to get clarification. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't know if he has representation at the time. At the meeting, it was him and his wife, and he spoke at the podium at the meeting.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else like to speak? Okay.
Kathy, for the next meeting, can you pull the minutes from all of the meetings where this applicant was before us, so that we can see that, we get them in advance of the meeting to review them?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Maybe that
Not just the
maybe-
one that was at the fire company, but any that took place here anyway.
Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
This is to continue it to the next meeting? Yes.
Ms. Alcantara.
Yes, and I just want to clarify that the notes that you're going to pull are all the notes in which this project was for planning commission or any other committee and for council, right? Thank you.
Mr. Ferrucci.
Yes.
Ms. Renick. Yes. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next we have the resolution 48-2024, the appointment of attorney Stephen Gaduzian as township solicitor, requested by Mrs. DeLeon.
May I be recognized?
I make a motion
May
to
I be
approve.
recognized? I'll make a motion to call for the
I'm not
firing
being
and acceptance of the
recognized.
resignation.
Make a motion to fire Steve Gitsouzian. Second. Motion was made. I made a motion to fire him.
Out of order. I move to approve resolution 48-2024, appointing attorney Stephen Gaduzian as township
I'll make a
solicitor.
motion to call for the firing resignation. Tom,
Currently,
second.
attorney Gaduzian is interim solicitor. Is there a second to my motion?
No, there's a second on my motion, I seconded his first.
The president runs the meeting and you were out of order. I was speaking and you were disrespectful.
There was no second, no, I didn't.
That's right.
I seconded it. I was speaking and you were disrespectful. No, not to me. So, I made the motion. Is there a second?
I second.
No.
Is that Laura? Okay. Council discussion. Jason?
I'd like my motion to be
No, your
considered.
motion does not count because you can't have all these motions.
Let's
And
get
you
it.
can't interrupt the president as she's speaking.
So we already talked about this before. You know, when Mr. Gutsuzi was hired as the interim solicitor, here you see what's going on, right? So the last council meeting, we called for his termination and/or his resignation based upon information that was brought forward by Mary Ann Garber, the attorney for the landfill, about the issues with him undertaking official legal activities on behalf of the township without having received township approval for those and without having a public vote on those matters. And that's just one of the many examples of problems that we've had here. The solicitor position in this township has been adrift since this council has decided at the beginning of the year to no longer retain Lynn Treadwell, who's been the solicitor for 23 years. And the problems that have come up during Mr. Gutsuzian's limited status as interim solicitor are very telling, and I think that they are reflective of the competence of this council, and I think it also reflects poorly upon the legal services they provide to the township. First of all, we've got conflicts. We already dealt with one of those conflict issues just tonight. We brought this up that we would have conflicts. He was the Hellertown Zoning Hearing Board solicitor, which is a conflict of interest because the township is involved in litigation with Hellertown. And yet he said that there was no conflict there, so much so that he resigned his position as the zoning hearing, subsequently resigned his position as the Hellertown Zoning Hearing Board solicitor, and also got a free pass from this council that agreed to waive any conflicts. What's interesting, though, is we don't know if he received any similar conflict waiver from Hellertown. And that would be interesting to know, and that was never shared with us. But we'll find that out because right-to-know requests are wonderful things. You get a lot of good information through those. So, let's see here. Another example of the bad mooring that we got. Early on, I guess this is in February, this council published a knowingly inaccurate budget in violation of Pennsylvania law. In addition to that, this council also passed an illegal tax increase because the amount of money that was in reserves was greater than 25% of the future expenditures. I've talked about this at length during those meetings. At no time did Mr. Gutsuzi come forward with any information or any legal guidance to counsel against those matters. And instead, they moved forward, subjecting the township to legal liability for some bad decisions. This is particularly troubling. He refused to identify to Mr. Croce and me in an executive session who he was negotiating with on behalf of the township. That is, I would describe it as fraudulent. To refuse to identify to your client, to this council, members of this council, who you're negotiating with on behalf of the township is beyond mind-blowing, and it shows a level of arrogance that is not becoming of a solicitor in this township. To refuse to share that information, a very simple question, who are you negotiating with and what are you talking about, would not share it. I'm going to do it, even though I have a conflict here, a conflict that I don't think I have, but I'm going to resign from that position and get a waiver for it. I'm still going to not tell you who I'm talking to on behalf of a library of which his wife was a former board member and was also a board member and then I believe left and wrote critical news articles about this council that I would describe as political advocacy for certain members of this council. I think that's despicable. He has undertaken legal activities on behalf of this township that were not approved by this council, as I already discussed, as Ms. Garber brought forward to us. And that just shows the level of cavalierness to the rule of law and his willingness to do whatever he wants to do, but not be mindful of what he's permitted to do under the law and also permitted to do under the direction of the majority of this council, which he did not have. He has very limited experience, actually virtually no experience, in handling township work. Talked about this. We have his resume here. I just talked about it earlier in tonight's meeting. All the different boroughs that he represents and the authorities, but really no townships that he's representing. So this is a second-class township. You know, I want it to be a first-class township, you know, in name only, not legally, but you know, we're clearly not on our way to become a first-class township with a solicitor like this, and you can see the way things have deteriorated so quickly. One thing that came to my attention, this is very troubling to me, and I need to continue to look into this to get more information, but Mr. Gitsouzian also disclosed to you that he was and is the solicitor for the borough of West Easton. And in that capacity, I already mentioned earlier that there was a news article or an op-ed piece that was written about problems with the borough of West Easton turning over right-to-know information and suppressing it, subjecting that borough to legal liability that was calculated by the person who wrote the article to be to the tune of $800,000. This township cannot afford cover-ups that are going to subject the taxpayers to have to pay exorbitant fines and hundreds of thousands of dollars. It makes absolutely no sense, and it's unfortunate that happened. But more significantly, and I don't have all the information on this, but I will get it, is there's a matter, it's called West Easton 2 LP versus the Borough of West Easton, and also the borough's supervisors. And in that matter, this was a drug rehabilitation facility that was attempting to open within the confines of the borough of West Easton. And in that matter, the borough denied the applicant their lawful relief, and as a result of that, litigation ensued in federal court. It was a 1983 federal claim that dealt with deprivation of...
That was the year I was born, a long time ago.
Yeah. No, 1983 is a statute. I'm sorry, you don't understand.
I'm sorry, it was in the year 1983.
It's actually a statute. Most good lawyers would know what a 1983 claim is, but we're not going to go there with you. So it's a constitutional violation, deprivation of your rights in some way. So in this matter, the borough may have had insurance, and the borough insurance may have been able to provide coverage for the claim, including providing legal representation on behalf of the borough. But in that matter, the borough is represented by, who else? Mr. Gitsouzian. So in that matter, Mr. Gitsouzian's and/or his firm, or representatives of his firm, represented the borough, may not have turned over notice of that claim to the borough's insurance company. So Mr. Gitsouzian's firm made a lot of money billing their time to the borough. Presumably the borough paid his bills, and perhaps unbeknownst to the borough, Mr. Gitsouzian may have failed to turn over notice to the insurance company that would have paid for all of this. And in addition to that, I believe that there's going to be a settlement agreement of a substantial amount of money. And as a result of that, the insurance company, if there is insurance on it, may not pay that claim because they did not receive timely notice of the claim. So in other words, it appears to be that there may have been, I don't know this completely yet, but I'm going to get the information on it and share it with the public when I get it, self-dealing to line him and his firm's pockets with borough taxpayer money that otherwise would have been handled by an insurance company attorney at no cost to the borough, other than perhaps a self-insured retainer or a deductible or something like that, which is a few $1,000s. And in addition to that, I think it reflects poorly upon the competency of the representation in that case that Mr. Gitsouzian's client is now going to pay or have to pay or has paid a substantial amount of money, again, out of the taxpayer pockets. That does not bode well, and it goes back to the issue that Mr. Croce brought up earlier, the quid pro quo, right? So the concerns I have is that he would not recuse himself from handling matters that would be referred to him by the newly hired special assignments firm, Hoffman and Lavick, and it shows a pattern, in my mind, a pattern of doing anything to line his own pockets and not put the best interest of his client, i.e. the township or the municipal government, forward. And that's very, very troubling to me. I've seen a lack of integrity throughout these meetings that we've had with him. And you know, these out of control expenses and the right to know matters are troubling. So I took it upon myself, and I cautioned Mr. Gitsouzian about this, early on about the conflicts of interest and the ethical implications of the things that he's undertaken and the consequences of that. And he does not seem to care about the rules of professional conduct. So I have submitted a complaint to the disciplinary board of the Pennsylvania Bar Association, I'm sorry, the Pennsylvania Bar, raising these concerns to them. And I think they need to take a very hard look at what has taken place. And I'll share with you what I submitted. I submitted along with Mr. Carochi. We co-signed it. We're both attorneys. We understand the importance of ethic in the legal community, and I feel that we're sorely lacking of it here. So the subject of this is
Maybe
request.
they'll watch our meeting.
The subject of this is request for excuse me?
Maybe the ethics board will watch our meetings.
Yeah. Subject is, again, I'm not providing legal representation to this council. I'm a member of this council. I'm not an attorney for the township. So the subject of this is request for investigation into the conduct of Lower Saucon Township Interim Solicitor Stephen Gitsuzian Esquire. We, the undersigned members of Lower Saucon Township Council, are writing to request a disciplinary investigation into the conduct of Interim Solicitor Stephen Gitsuzian Esquire, PA Bar ID 74831. Recent conduct of Mr. Gitsuzian has raised significant concerns regarding Mr. Gitsuzian's provision of legal services to Lower Saucon Township and its council. As members of the bar, we take seriously these issues and do not raise them without good cause. Among these ethical concerns are the following. On April 3, 2024, the Lower Saucon Township Council held an executive session at 6 p.m. Interim Lower Saucon Township Solicitor, PA Licensed Attorney Stephen N. Gitsuzian informed council that he had met with Hellertown, end quote, to discuss resolution of a public library dispute and a shared compost center dispute between the borough of Hellertown and Lower Saucon Township. First captioned item is refusal to identify parties. Councilman Thomas Carochi and Jason Nonis inquired as to the name of the individual or individuals that Mr. Gitsuzian met with on behalf of Lower Saucon Township. Mr. Gitsuzian willfully refused, despite numerous verbal requests, to identify to his client, Lower Saucon Township Council, including Mr. Carochi and Mr. Benonis, the identity and participants of a meeting he held on behalf of his client. Mr. Benonis informed Mr. Gitsuzian of the Pennsylvania Rules of Professional Conduct, specifically Rule 1.4, to disclose the information to which Mr. Gitsuzian replied that, quote, he did not care, end quote. On April 10, 2024, Mr. Benonis requested by email to Mr. Gitsuzian the same information requested to the council executive session on April 3, 2024. The names of the individual or individuals from Hellertown Borough or Library that Mr. Gitsuzian met with prior to April 3rd, 2024. As of April 30, 2024, no response has been received from Mr. Gitsuzian, and he continues to refuse to identify to his clients the names of who he has met with on their behalf. Second captioned item. Unauthorized, unapproved court filing. On April 15, 2024, without authorization or authority from Lower Saucon Council or a public vote, Mr. Gitsuzian filed a joinder brief to defendant Lower Saucon Township in the Northampton County Court of Common Pleas. See joinder brief attached. Mr. Gitsuzian, in effect, switched sides in the litigation that was brought against the township without consultation, consent, or public vote by Lower Saucon Council. The filing and change of position to this day has never been an agenda item for a public meeting or discussed or voted on at a public meeting. Mr. Gitsuzian also, and again, this was submitted prior to today's meeting when they tried to do the cover-up. Mr. Gitsuzian also failed to respond to public requests inquiring about an explanation for his action in making this filing. The undersigned believe that Mr. Gitsuzian may have violated the following Pennsylvania rules of professional conduct.
You have heard them accuse council, you heard them accuse me and other people on council of doing things, not providing paperwork and not doing this and not doing that. And Mr. Benonis, as we sit here right now, is not providing paperwork. So I just end that to say you take what he has to say with a grain of salt. I appreciate the C-SPAN audition, and I look forward to working with Mr. Gitsuzian. Thank you.
Okay, Laura? Yes, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but after sitting up here for all these meetings this year with all this behavior that's rude, inappropriate, disrespectful, interruptive, it's a wonder that anybody would want to be a solicitor here in this township, because it's ridiculous the abuse that's being given to not only our solicitor but to all of us up here. It's not appropriate. And we're wasting a lot of time and money on this. So I am happy that we have Mr. Gazouzian as our solicitor.
Thank you, Laura.
I need to respond to Victoria's question. So she probably doesn't know this, which reflects upon her legal acumen perhaps. The disciplinary board of the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania is dedicated to protecting the public, maintaining the integrity of the legal profession, and safeguarding the reputation of the courts. That's why it was submitted by Tom and I to protect the public. The public are the residents and taxpayers. That's who the public is. I know
You
it's hard to
represent
follow.
yourself as? For yourself or for the public? Because if you represented yourself on behalf of the public, then you made actions without authorization of counsel.
Isn't that what you guys do?
Here's the thing. I'm not the township solicitor.
What a bunch of
I'm not the township
hypocrites.
solicitor.
You're not supposed to be talking from the audience.
Okay, gavel her.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna gavel her because she's out of order.
Sorry.
Absolutely, she's out of order. So if council's finished with the discussion, I'm gonna open it up to public comment. You're more than welcome to take
Actually,
a
I'm
podium.
not done.
Yes, you are. You already
No, you
had
just
50
said yes.
million
You
times.
said yes.
I'll
I'm not
recognize
done.
you.
And I changed my mind.
I recognize
I'm
you.
sorry.
Yeah, you're
I recognize you.
Kathy, is it the township policy to get insurance policies from vendors that are doing work on behalf of the township? In other words, if we have a contractor, they're required to be bonded and insured, and they have to provide written paperwork to us, right?
Yes.
So is it the same for a solicitor or an engineer or anybody like that they have to provide proof of insurance?
We haven't done that for years.
Why not? I mean, don't you think that's
I mean,
smart for us to do?
I do think it's smart for us to do, but as you know, Hanover Engineering has been here for
Yeah.
ever.
Can you,
Ever.
yeah.
I think
Can
that's a
you-
good policy to
Yeah,
start
can
doing.
you put that on the agenda for the next meeting? Policy, township policy and an ordinance to require proof of insurance, proof of valid insurance for anybody that's doing work on behalf of the township.
Okay, now public comment. Please come up.
So, Anne Marie Slavic. I do live in Lower Saucon Township. Anybody who looks at my Facebook, you'll see it's in Allentown because I don't really care about Facebook. But I vote here and you can check the voting records. So, I consulted a friend of mine. He's a very well-known attorney in the Valley, so I won't divulge his name. I asked his opinion about what a solicitor does. And this is what I told him. I said, I think that some people on the board are dictating to him what to do. And his response was, that's not his job. He's the board solicitor. He's not the board solicitor. He's the township solicitor. And the protection of the township is his job. Right?
Clear to me.
You all agree?
Agree.
Okay. So now, what happened was, you all are backpedaling on an old meeting that you're saying you passed something in the executive board, but these two weren't listening because they're talking a lot. And so now you're gonna tell us that what he did, filing that suit, filing in a lawsuit. So you all voted last year to expand the landfill. Like it or not, but like it or not, that's what happened. That's what this council did. So you can't come on here and decide, I don't like that, so I'm gonna break every rule, I'm gonna do whatever I want, and you wanna uphold rules for other people, but you don't wanna uphold rules for yourself. And you can't do that. You might not like the landfill. I don't even know if I like the landfill, to be honest. But you know what? We voted for people on this council, and that's what they decided. And you went behind everybody's back, and you're the solicitor. You're supposed to tell them what to do. You're supposed to advise them on legalities. And they advised you. They found you, they sought you out. That this is just my surmise, because this is what I see.
So you don't know the truth, you're just surmising.
No, I don't know the truth of how you came upon him. I don't know how you, my point is, I don't know the truth of how you found Attorney Gazouzian and how you decided that he was gonna be our interim solicitor. All I see is that someone on your council, or many on your council, decided to go to him and tell him to file suit with the citizens against the landfill.
The suit was pending. It's an active lawsuit, one of many active lawsuits against the former council. There's no.
Right, I understand that, but you're not really supposed to do that. You weren't really supposed to do that. He was supposed to tell you that you're not allowed to do that. See,
You
but
have no idea whether that happened or not.
well, but you filed the lawsuit. You filed the brief for the lawsuit.
The lawsuit's pending.
The end result is you did something illegal that you weren't supposed to do.
Yes,
It's
that's right,
and
exactly right,
it's just
that's exactly.
And your lawyer didn't tell you otherwise. It doesn't matter if you don't like the landfill. It doesn't matter. It was a done deal.
Not only that.
Quit the council, and then join in the lawsuit against the landfill. That's your
Mr.
answer.
Bononis is the one that got off the dais and sat in the audience last week, so, or last meeting.
I put the council, I just wanted to see the
Yeah, I mean,
shock
it
look on your
doesn't-
face as you squirm because
I'm
you
going
got
by what I was told of what a solicitor does, and you all agreed to it. You all agree that's true.
There's law, there's, if you go on.
The point is that we have an executive session where the members up here have certain things that happen. And as a member of public, I can appreciate that you hear from certain members of our council and tell you certain things, but to adopt them as fact is a different thing.
We didn't hear from the council, we didn't hear from the council on that. We heard from the lawyer, of which the lawsuit was filed against.
She was not in our executive session.
So Ms.
Well,
Slavic,
yes.
the way we found out about this was actually through the landfill's lawyer when she stood up here.
Right.
So Mr. Kitsuzian undertook this action, it never received approval for it in an executive session. It was never discussed out here in a public session to vote on it, to disclose to the public what was taking place. Undertook it, didn't produce a copy of it, and we found out through the lawyer for the landfill. And I actually sent an email to him requesting a copy of this, and it took a few days until he got it to me. I mean, and it's not a really complicated document, it's only 2 or 3 sentences long. You know, it's probably $1 million a character if you look at the totality of what's in the document. But he wouldn't even share that with us before. It had to get filed in secret. It was never like, hey, I'm going to file this just so you know. No. It was not.
Characterization of media, I'm not, because you're talking and you're saying, look, you're saying things that aren't
Talking at the same
So
time.
this is not a situation where he said, I'm going to file it.
We have citizens
No one really
here
heard.
trying to speak. I apologize. I can't help them.
Okay. No one really heard this the last meeting, you know, when the lawyer got up and told us what happened. None of you got up and said, oh, no, we voted on that.
Right, exactly.
We voted on that.
That's right.
See,
None of them did.
see, it took you a while.
Yeah.
You're wrong. You're an attorney and you have ethics and you're wrong. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. What you did was wrong and you know that. You know that because you sat there and you said nothing.
Exactly.
And now all of a sudden, 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later,
Yep.
you all make up a story. And you know, I'm surprised at you, Laura Ray. I really am. I'm surprised that you go along with this. Think about it. Sleep on it.
I'm not going along
She
with
was,
it. That was what
that's
happened in
not,
our.
and you know it because on April 3rd, we came out of that, on April 3rd, we came out of that meeting and they didn't mention anything about that.
2 or 3
Oh,
weeks later, we
that's
heard
right.
a different
That's
story.
right.
We hear
That's
you
right.
guys all of a
And
sudden.
then you're right, you're exactly right, they sat there last
We
week.
are on to you,
Yes.
okay? Some of your followers may not be, but we are. So just
That's right.
letting you know.
And then instead of having this story 2 weeks ago, they had to come up with it for tonight's meeting. Because you're right, they stacked stone science, there's no, they make their story up, their cover, they get the cover up. Yeah.
So they got time to think
That's
about it.
right.
Let's just hope
That's
we
who they are.
have,
You're gonna let her speak? I'm sorry.
let's just hope we
I'm
have
sure
a
this will
judge
come
in the
in my fault,
lawsuit
too.
that's fair and balanced. But let's hope we have a judge in the lawsuit that's fair and balanced. And we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sure. Oh, boy. You want to speak? Go ahead.
Be my guest.
Oh, wow. Just on the clock here. I had written quite a bit about this, and I think, geez, Jason took the wind right out of my sails because those were the things that I was going to say. But looking backwards, I have to laugh because Altaf Kadera here says, well, you need to give us that document. And Jason says, yeah, all right to know. I remember specifically asking you, Priscilla, for your letter to and response from the Ethics Committee, both of them. Well, guess what? I now have them. And you know what? I will work on this a little bit, but it's clear what you said to the Ethics Committee was not true. It's like saying, would you please judge my dog when it's a chicken? I'm not gonna, you know what I mean.
No,
You
I
said,
don't.
you want me to be specific? You said, I absolutely have no interest, no monetary interest in the cell tower, okay? That was it. Right, and you do, because you went on and on about the value of houses going up and down.
That was a lie. Kate Durso did
And
not. I
let's
did not
just
say
leave
that.
it alone, because you, the point I'm trying to make is, you wouldn't give those to me. I asked you for it, and you told me you get a file for it. And I think I might even have, I asked maybe even Kathy for it. No, you get a file
I had it here
for
and
it.
I gave it to you.
No, you gave it to the attorney, you didn't give it to me.
I'm sorry.
Well, you're not sorry.
The topic is the
You
opinion.
had two
Don't
of
tell me what
them.
I am, okay?
I'm
Don't
telling you
put
what you
words in
are.
my mouth.
You're not. It's like she's not
Words in my
sorry
mouth.
either. And I have 3 minutes,
But
okay?
you're not talking
So-
about the topic that is on the agenda
Do
right now.
you want to say something to me? Then you ask her and you can talk to me. Because you and your endless, oh, gee, Jason and Tom, what's wrong with, they're filing all these right to know. Well, now we know why you are trying to protect.
We're talking
I
about-
know why we're trying to protect the right to know that you don't want to see in public. Because it's real dirty laundry.
Documents, you have them, there's no cover-up, the right to know documents, you got them.
We do now, but guess what? It takes a
Right
long.
to know, it's public
I'm
record.
sorry. You want to give me some time back, Miss In Your Face?
I'm responding to the.
No, you're not. I'm talking to her.
Okay,
And
well-
if it's tag team, her, and you, then it's the cover-up girls, just as somebody said.
So the
And I'm really
topic of the
tired of you
agenda
just
is
jumping
the
in people's
appointment
face.
of the attorney.
All right. Now, is it my turn with you? Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell the public you don't want Jason or anybody to know what's going on. I see Gaduzzi in there. Yeah, he's got his own game going. But the bottom line is you, Laura Ray, you, Priscilla De Leon, and you, Victoria Optoff-Couture, you picked him out and you back him. And she says jump and you all say yep. And I don't like that. There is absolutely nothing that I can say that is good about what's happening here with you. And you make it seem like Jason is bad. Jason is open. Those filings, those things are public. If you could hide those, Laura Ray, you would have hidden them. And believe me, when I dig through the other,
I think we're disclosing a right to know.
Other-
Because they were being hidden, because you've got.
okay, you keep talking. When you're done, you let me
They're
know.
being hidden, how are they being disclosed?
Okay, Victoria, as a resident speaking, he has the floor, please.
There's the first time.
Oh, it is not.
It only took 6 hours.
Yeah, can you rewind my clock while she continues to interrupt me and you
2 more minutes.
You continue to do nothing. That's part of the game. We're all so nice little girls. While all this stuff's going on that you're trying to hide. Yeah, keep smiling.
No, nice little girl, I like that,
Yeah, well, you're gonna like it a lot more, I guess,
I guess.
when all this comes out, and it's coming.
Okay.
All right, so, let's see here. And as far as Laura Ray sitting there saying, oh, abuse of us at the council meeting. Yeah, I'm working 8 hours, 16 hours. I know about West Easton because I spent the time to look up Mr. Stephen Gadassi. And the bottom line is, it took me a long time to even find where West Easton was. But then when I did, and I used Google and matched the name of the attorney, and some prominent things jumped up, and we heard about them tonight. They're all there. It's lovely. Don't look so uncertain.
I just
All
want
right.
a point of clarification, is Tricia Mezzacapa from West Easton?
Please let him finish, please.
Is he, are you finished? I'm sorry, go ahead.
He's not finished.
Yeah, I think I had some more time. I
Yes.
heard 2 more minutes, right? You want to take that away from me? So, this idea that I'd asked Mr. Gadazian about before, did you file that document on your own to change the direction of the lawsuits? Or were you given, or who told you to do it on the council? How many people on the council said you go file this document, or did you just do it on your own? That was the question I had. I'm not really good at the, necessarily the names of these documents, but that's the question, and I think Jason Bonone is sitting next to you, asked that. So perhaps you could tell us, did you do that of your own volition, or were you instructed to do it?
I'm not gonna answer that. You're asking me to, I'm not gonna answer.
Don't incriminate yourself.
Why? You don't want to incriminate yourself? What? You don't like me? Did Priscilla tell you not to?
Do you want me to answer? The reason is, that's because it is executive, it is litigation. One does not, hold on.
Yeah.
One does not simply say, here's what happened, here's the inside of what went on. We don't do that. Perhaps, it's difficult to understand sometimes if this is not what you do, but that's the way it works.
Well, it's not what you do, it's obviously difficult for you to understand.
Here's the
It's not what you
thing.
do.
Assume what he says is true, which is not. There was never a public vote on the action.
Right.
Right.
Absolutely.
And there was no defense to it at the last council meeting when it was brought forward.
Right.
It wasn't until 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks later that they're trying to find some way to cover it up.
So here's the short answer. The short answer is it was not required last meeting. It was done this meeting.
Well, 2 meetings ago, 2 meetings ago, it was required.
And
April 3rd.
And this meeting was done and it's ratified. So even if there, hold on.
So there's nothing to see.
Even if there was an issue, which I indicated there isn't, but even if there was an issue, whatever issue there was is now gone. I know you're upset about that.
There we go.
I know you're
I'm not upset about it.
There
I would like to think that.
So we have to make an issue go away because we screwed it up so bad the first time.
Your legal colleagues that sit at the top of the Hebron can be real pleased with that. Just because the 3 newly elected just swept it under the rug doesn't mean it goes away. You still did it. And I don't care how you frame it or how unimportant you seem to think it is. To me, that's a moral issue which goes way over that.
To your point, what was framed in this motion today was to continue the direction, continue direction. Those are the exact words. There was never an initiation.
You never stop. If you don't have a direction, of course you don't know physics, so you don't know what vectors are. So if you don't have a starting point, then you don't have any direction to go, and it's random. I like the way you phrase it, though. It just makes it all seem, and this one over here, how she smiles when she says all these little things, and over here we have, well, she's very quiet. It just kills me. It kills me because it's so rotten.
I just have a point of clarification. Is Tricia Mezzacapa from West Easton? So the public should realize that Tricia Mezzacapa from West Easton, where we've heard the 2 council members go on and on and on about how terrible Tricia Mezzacapa, like how West Easton is terrible. And I think she was elected.
I never said no words in my mouth.
Official in West Easton. But either way, the public should know that Tricia Mezzacapa, who I think was an elected official in West Easton at some point, the borough that we're all having, concerns about, she is one of the litigants supporting the township in their lawsuit against Hal. So the very people that you're complaining about in West Easton that were so nefarious and West Easton this and West Easton that and all this stuff is going on in West Easton, you asked the same people to help you with your lawsuit against Hal. So that's I just wanted that point of clarification, that Tricia Mezzacapa is involved in the litigation that we paid Edgar Siemens.
Tricia Mezzacapa, I don't know who she is. Your use of her name is the first time I've heard her name. I do not know Tricia Mezzacapa. So don't suggest that we're somehow doing something, because I've never communicated with her.
What does that have to do with the West Easton LP and Americans with Disability Act case where Susan forgets to call the insurance company or doesn't call the insurance company because he's greedy? And what does that have to do with anything?
Okay, we have a public comment, ma'am.
Yes, I think what amazed me through all this, listening to all the incidents of the violation of the Sunshine Act, and how it was just, oh well, doesn't, that is what impressed me the most. I cannot believe it, that you don't take it seriously. And the other question is, what is the procedure for attaining a solicitor? Is there a group that submits names? Do people apply for it? How does that work?
Tara Zirinsky gave her Steve's name or something like that.
So there's no
political, and they make sure that he's politically a Democrat. Make sure he's a Democrat. They want to
Every
make
year
sure he's
the
a Democrat.
council has the ability.
No other. Make sure he's a Democrat.
Never advertised, never advertised, no resumes.
At the same time.
All right, excuse me, I have the floor.
You do
Okay,
have the floor.
Please. So are you saying there's not a committee, just one of you says, oh, let's get this
Yes.
on there?
Yes.
That's not how
That
it
was
happens.
Well, how does it work?
We had a-
Every
we had a-
were names submitted,
We had
were
a
names
solicitor for 16
submitted,
days.
were names
No.
submitted.
No, and there was never advertised.
Never advertised.
He just showed up.
Never advertised.
So how is that?
Every year every year the council reappoints solicitors. The
Who
solicitors
is
serve.
the council?
The council is all five members
So
vote.
all five of
All
No, we were
five
never
members
provided.
vote
No.
on appointing a solicitor every year.
All right.
It happens every year. The solicitor
I know
serves
that. That's not my question.
at the pleasure of the council. So this year, a solicitor was appointed, an interim
16
solicitor
days.
was appointed, and now there's another motion to make Mr. Guzzian the
So
solicitor.
who appointed, I mean, did you put names out? Did you
No.
advertise?
No.
So that, I mean, I guess
Mr.
I don't
Guzzian
understand.
was a fundraiser for Tara Zirinsky, and he was
Solicitors have
sharing her
not been advertised in
campaign.
this township.
And that's how it came to
for
Ms.
decades.
De Leon's attention, and that's
Every year.
how he was appointed. But before that, we had a guy that lasted 16 days that Priscilla also found, that was an environmental attorney. But no, it's never been put out to bid or advertised, ever.
Under your tenure,
Public bid or advertised.
you never advertised
So-
the position
so-
either.
It seems to me that there isn't any policies and procedure. Do you have a manual? Does it tell you what the policies and the procedure? Have you had training on this? It just seems like this is all fly by, 3 of you against 2, or 2 against 3. And it's just unbelievable. That it doesn't matter what's right or wrong, you're just gonna pick sides. And for the 3 of you to sit there, these 3 ladies, and not be concerned about some of this, especially the sunshine law, it's been stated how many times.
People are stating there's violations, it doesn't make it true.
I am talking,
To
I
clarify that
am
for you.
speaking. How often has she done that tonight? And you, Madam President, have left her get away with it.
That's your opinion, thank you.
It is, I didn't hear you gavel her down.
I
Once.
most certainly
Not
did.
Yes, 12:05.
Yes, all right.
Well, not once on May 1st, once on May 2nd.
This is going all night. Every time someone comes up here to talk, she makes her comments, okay? So let us, we're the taxpayers. We want these answers. And it just seems to me a lot of this is just revenge or spitefulness for something.
Ignorance.
And to have an attorney that most of the time doesn't even answer the questions, can simply recuse himself, that's questionable. That's questionable, regardless of anything else. And so think about this, what is going on here, and stop just being, oh, I'm against them. Just think about this.
Why do you think that?
Because it's always, I watch the 3 of you, and I just see this all the time. And I'm just saying, this is serious. We have some serious violations here.
Allegations of serious violations.
Allegations.
All right, they are. And we've had other attorneys quote it, and even if they're allegations, they should be concerns. They should be concerns.
We're absolutely concerned about people's allegations. We're just trying to explain to the public that because there's allegations made by some people, it doesn't make
Well,
them
then
true.
we have to get.
And we
They're
have to
so concerned
find
they
out
vote
if
for this
there's
motion. They're so
whether
concerned,
they're
instead of tabling it and leaving the interim tag on them,
Well,
or doing
that's
something
what
else,
I'm saying.
they're so concerned, they're just gonna say they're concerned, they're still gonna vote for them. That tells you how concerned they
I
are.
mean, why make this decision tonight? Because there really are some questions here, really some questions about if this is the right person. And we really need to look into this. Maybe he is, but things have been brought up, and I think we need to look at it before we make this decision tonight. What does it matter?
Well, they have to stick together, because they have to continue the lie of what happened in that executive
I don't
session
know,
April
but
3rd.
I'm
So they
very-
need Steve as a permanent guy.
I'm very disappointed that, at the way this is all being played out, and to see that there are questions on policies and procedures. There doesn't seem to be anything in writing, and I just wish you would consider and just think about this before you go ahead.
Table it.
Consider it, sorry.
Yeah, there's no reason to do it tonight, but they gotta keep Steve and all four of them gotta stay together here to come up with it, to keep the story going about what happened in the executive session on April 3rd.
So anybody else in the audience wish to speak?
I do have one question.
Well, Mark's coming up to
Well,
us.
that's okay, you give me a second. In your reorganization of the agenda,
It's you go second time. Mark's turn. Mark?
When the lawyer was hired for $290 an hour by Lincoln Treadwell, was there a discussion on that? Was there a list of lawyers submitted that council and the public could review when they were hired? No, I don't.
He was a lawyer who previously did work for the township, to answer your question.
He was the special project.
Not on library.
He was a special.
He was a labor attorney.
That was the special project. He was.
The answer is no, Mark, sorry.
Yes, yes.
So, as far as the people that come here and complain now about the way things are going, no matter whose side it's on, I don't recall seeing some of them here when the Bananas crew was in office doing what they wanted to do, and they ran amok over the township. I didn't hear them here to stick up for them. I didn't hear them here to battle them on the things that they did against the public. I didn't.
Okay, speak to the chair, please.
I'm speaking to the chair.
Okay, you're not looking at
I was watching somebody shake his brains.
Who was Marco Zimic? Clearly falls into the dangerous category. The Zimic was recently convicted of disorderly conduct for making death threats against Lower Saucon Township.
Oh, my God.
President Jason Bananas.
I wish we could have the officer remove him.
This recent conviction is not the first encounter he's had with the law. Zimic crashed his pickup truck into a car.
And we have
Oh, my
the public is
God.
trying to present their comments.
Truth hurts.
How?
When you report to the chief tomorrow, or to whoever you report to,
Is he supposed to be addressing the police officer? I mean,
you to file this
he's
complaint.
supposed to be addressing the chair, not the police
Address
officer.
the chair, please. Okay?
The officer didn't sign up for this nonsense.
So, what else you want to talk about, Tom?
Okay, look at that.
Spill it all, spill it all, spill the whole guts.
Zimic crashed his pickup truck into a car while drunk in 1991, killing his driver.
What happened to Lincoln
We
Treadwell?
learned that the deceased was an Air Force veteran of a Korean War.
What
and a
happened to
technician with
Lincoln Treadwell?
AT&T. He retired early in
You're
1987.
being rude, you're violating the code of conduct.
He asked me what he wanted to ask for.
He asked for it, he said, go ahead.
Mark,
He said, "Chair,
please
put it all out there."
don't let him do
He
this.
said it, he asked for it. Now you're interrupting the council member. He's
Ooh,
going
I
to
asked
respond to the
for it.
question.
He retired, so, Zimic crashed. This is factual information, this is not factual.
Are we
It
gonna,
has nothing to do with this agenda item. Don't
Yeah,
you
let's finish
understand
this
that?
up.
Did you ever go
Let's
to
finish
class
this up,
and
Laura.
learn how to be a councilman?
People ask me who he is all the time. Residents say, who is that guy that's
Okay, well, go tell him this
Why
part.
don't you
And
send
all
them
these
to
people
me?
out there listening, I'm telling
Then
them.
read him the story
can
then,
we
but
stay
I
on
know
topic?
the
If you wanna read the story, you can do that, but at a different time. We're not on that issue right now. That's not an issue for the
do
township.
you understand that?
It's not
Do you
township
really understand
business.
that? That tonight we're talking about right now is this agenda item. We're not talking about what happened to Mark in his life.
He wasn't talking about the agenda item, he was asking the police officer to do something.
Well, and he made a mistake.
You're right.
okay?
I came here tonight with 6 pieces of paper for private criminal complaints that I handed out to people. And I told them that they should go home and research some of the laws and file complaints to the magistrate so that they go to the district
What does this have to
attorney.
do with the agenda item?
This does
What
not
this
have
to do
anything
with
to do with
agenda
the
item?
agenda item.
Stop it.
Please, it's, look what time it is, we need to get going. We have more agenda items.
I'm not tired.
I'm not tired either.
Mr. Gadzoozian, I'm gonna take it that what you did was legal, that what you did was for the betterment of the township as a whole against the landfill, because the girls ran on the assumption that they were against the landfill, and that's part of the reason they were voted in.
But you can't.
If I was in your position, I'd do the same. As a private citizen, I might try to do the same. This nonsense gotta stop, everybody picking on each other. It's a shame. It's a shame that between the five of you, you're not looking out for the betterment of the township as a whole. And I'm not saying who is or who isn't. We can see that. But if anybody sticks up for the way the two supposedly professional lawyers act up here and agree with them.
I'm not here in the capacity
it's
of a
just-
lawyer, sir. I'm not a lawyer here. I'm a council member.
Stop interrupting the speaker.
It's just ridiculous. Don't help them tank the township. That's what they're trying to do. They want to tank the township, ruin everything, and then when they're gone, they can flop their wings and say, oh, look what we did.
Okay, thank you.
So
Anybody
we're not the
else?
majority, right? So if the township
Anybody
tanks,
else?
it's on those that have the majority.
They're in control. I don't know who you're talking about, tanking.
We're just, we're made a scapegoat for incompetence.
Was he a second? Yep. Oh, you went 2 times?
Yes.
Oh, no, you can't speak,
I
sorry.
had one question and you said okay.
I'm
No.
sorry, you are not allowed.
No, you wouldn't let me do it. You wouldn't let me do it. Sit down.
Your agenda called for firing or acceptance was A, and then
We
B
didn't get down to
was,
that one yet, we're still on C, on the resolution 48, 2020.
I just want to make sure that we're going in order, okay? So
We
it's
are
gonna
going in order.
be, well.
Okay,
gotta
please sit
keep
down.
track of this.
Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Benonis.
This is the motion to fire Stephen Suzie.
No, it's a motion to appoint.
Resolution.
I paid attention to the motion that I made. Tom seconded it. That was the first motion that was made.
No, it was an illegal motion because you did not have the floor. I had the floor.
What's an illegal motion? Tell me,
An
Counselor.
illegal motion is making a motion out of order. I had the floor.
I made it.
I was making the motion.
If I get arrested for illegal
I'm
motion.
asking her the question. I'm not asking you. Okay, I'm asking her. I'm not asking
So
you.
here's what
I'm not
happens.
asking for your.
Susan, you should recuse yourself. This is about you.
About your unsolicited.
This is about your part. You should recuse yourself.
While I was making the agenda item, talking about the agenda item, I
You introduced it, I made a
moved.
motion.
What?
You introduced the topic, and
I
I made a
introduced
motion.
the
No,
topic.
she didn't
I
finish it.
moved to approve the resolution, and you were interrupting, out of order. You were
You
speaking
finished
out of
interrupting
order.
it, and then I made the motion. And then
No,
Tom said the motion.
no, you interrupted her, you were out of order, so your motion doesn't count.
Your
Her
motion
motion is the motion that counts because she was finishing, she has the
It's all
floor.
right.
She's the
Speaking.
president.
Why are you looking at me like that? This is great. You get tired, you must be getting tired.
What about illegal? What, you get arrested?
No.
Some chronic fatigue?
Rings around you.
Mr. Benonis.
Chronic fatigue?
Trust me.
Well, that is chronic fatigue. Chronic fatigue.
Approval of resolution 48, 2024.
Appointment of attorney Stephen Gadzoozian as township solicitor. That's the motion.
I just indicated that you're out of order with
We're-
your agenda.
we're
You
on-
said no.
We're on.
It's a shell game like everything else they do.
It's a shell game.
Do something, and then you fix it.
You want to appoint him and then you want to discuss
I'm telling
firing
you.
him?
That was their motion. We'll get to that,
No,
okay?
it's on the agenda that way. Do you see
Okay,
the
roll call,
agenda?
please.
Mr. Benonis.
You can lock this down.
This is to
I
appoint.
mean, we're not all
Susan Suzie.
stupid
You got
here.
locked down.
Resolution 48, 2024.
Susan's got locked down.
Let me think about this.
Yeah, this is a really tough one. I hope
Papa
Can you
Rivera.
help her with this,
Yes,
Ms.
thank you,
Wright?
Mr. Gadzoozian.
Please, no comments
from the audience. We're out of
Mr.
order.
You're out of,
No, I'm not out of order.
the agenda's out of order.
You're out of order.
Oh, there we go, there we go, there we go, anybody can.
Peanut gallery.
Ms.
Watch
Ray.
out.
Oh, you want to complain about me, but you don't want to say crap about him.
Would you get control, would you get control of the room?
Yes.
Would you please get control of the room? Mr. Lizinnik is stepping toward me, it seems like he's losing his
Motion
temper.
Has every right to step in this room.
Not to
Why are you
not to
afraid
and
of
raise
it?
his voice and interrupt what's taking place in the council meeting room. Run the meeting.
Kathy, I'm
Control the
sorry, go
crowd.
ahead.
Motion passes 3-2.
3-2. Okay, now next on the agenda is D, which was really A, and it's the firing and/or acceptance of resignation of Attorney Stephen Gaduzian as Township Solicitor, discussion of payment of services. This was requested by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi. The last council meeting, Mr. Bononis also requested that Gaduzian and Associates not be reimbursed for undertaking activities that were not approved by this council. So I'm going to turn it over to you two.
Thank you. Well, I think this is an appropriate agenda item. I asked for it to be first, but you rearranged the agenda to suit your goals. You know, I think we should break the prior record of the former solicitor, which was 16 days. And I think that we should, I assume, Kathy, you have not received a letter from Mr. Gatsouzian stating that he intended to resign his position as either interim or permanent solicitor, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then we don't have to deal with that part of this. You know, for all the reasons that I said earlier, I would incorporate all those again by reference. I don't have to go over all those again. It's perfectly clear he should not be our solicitor, and I will make a motion to terminate Mr. Gatsouzian's services to the township effective immediately.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And council discussion. Jason?
Yeah, I mean, everything I said before. I incorporate everything I said before by reference for the same reasons: conflicts of interest, bad legal services, a rogue solicitor undertaking activities without council approval, in violation of the laws, ineffective counsel to us. And I would just say, again, you know, I cited to my complaint that was submitted to the disciplinary board, 23, almost 24 separate rules that raised questions for me as to his fitness to serve as solicitor and as a member of the bar. And I think that he should not be our solicitor. We can do better. We deserve better. The residents and taxpayers deserve better.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, you know, it was a political hire, which is not the way to hire a solicitor. It's too important. It was going to end up costing us a lot of money, I predict, because of decisions even he's already made so far. And you know, to go another whatever 5 or 6 months with until the end of the year, you know, it's just going to be a lot. Our citizens deserve better. They deserve somebody more ethical, that can follow the Sunshine Act, that will disclose to council when he's going to make a court filing, that will and disclose to the public when they're going to make a court filing of any type, regardless of whether it's the landfill or something else. And he just doesn't meet the ethical bar, in my opinion. He's lied to Jason and I. He's refused to answer questions, the very simple, direct questions that Jason and I asked. He's really only counsel to 3 Democrats on this, because he was a political hire. So he's only counsel to the 3 Democrats. And that's the game he's playing. He, you know, his firm gets charged $189 an hour. I don't even know if he's doing some of the work, because you could have associates doing it. For all we know, he could have law students doing it, or paralegals doing it and charge $180 an hour. From the reading of some of his opinions, like that conditional use hearing, I wouldn't be surprised at all. It was very basic, very simple. You know, there was no special talent or insight there. You know, so you know, again, they wanted a political hire. All that mattered was that he was someone with a D next to his name, someone that would ice Jason and I out, and just counsel the 3 of them. It's a shame that it's gotten to this. And the township will pay a price for it. He will end up costing us a lot of money. A lot of money is my prediction, because he's in over his head. It looks like he's going to cost West Easton a lot of money, and that's just a borough of 1,500 people. So, better, and we should do better.
Okay, so I'll go next, and I'm opposed to this. Victoria?
I want to thank Mr. Gazuzian again for his service. I appreciate everything he does. He sits up here from day one, listening to insults, being berated, accusations, baseless accusations. And I appreciate his service. I'm against this.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, and I want to reiterate here,
What are you showing me,
we keep hearing that, I have my microphone on, we keep hearing that this was political appointments all the time, and that is not true. Nobody's checking what political party somebody's registered for any of the positions that were filled on any of the boards.
Now, that is a lie.
And now,
That
it
is
is
a
not
lie.
a lie.
That
It's
is
not
a
a
lie.
lie, and I have the floor,
That is a
so
lie.
stop interrupting me.
I'll bring you.
We have
Shut up.
overheard many times here about this sunshine law and how wonderful these people think they were with sunshine law, and we have many examples where they were not.
Like what?
I'll go
Like what?
through this one. So the Fire Services Capital Plan Subcommittee was formed on March 22nd, 2023. And they met and then finally presented a plan on October 4th, 2023. In between that time, there was no public notice of any meetings. There was no advertised meetings public was not aware of. And that does fall under the Sunshine Act. It
What
should have
official
been
action did they undertake on
advertised.
behalf of the township? What official
It
action? None.
has to be, it doesn't have to be official act, it has to be, they render advice on matters of agency business that are considered
They didn't
an
do that.
agency and must comply with the Sunshine Act.
They didn't render any of those.
Yes, they did, they came out with that plan
You're right.
to spend $15 million on a central firehouse.
So you're against fire
So,
services? You're
I'm not against fire services, I'm against the fact that that violated all the sunshine laws because those meetings were held privately. Nobody ever got to participate in it except for the few select people that you picked.
Did you request to participate?
We don't have to request to participate, it should be a public meeting.
You want to complain about
And
it,
they
but
should
you
have been
never tried to,
advertised.
you were never shut out, right?
I was
You want to
for-
complain, but you were never
for-
shut
I don't
out.
even know when they were.
You never came
Nobody
forward and
ever
invited anybody.
advertised
I
them.
voted yes.
So what solicitor did we have last year when those meetings were held, who did not have those meetings advertised?
Lincoln Treadwell.
Okay, that's
Those are
it,
public
Laura?
meetings, those are public meetings.
Okay, I'll turn it over
It was
to
not
public
public,
comment.
there were no minutes ever provided, and no notice was ever given.
And where's the minutes for?
Okay,
fire-
public comment, anyone in the audience wish to speak? Okay, hearing none, we have a roll call, please.
Oh, good question.
We're in the roll call now.
No,
So you won't recognize the show?
No.
He
No,
didn't come, he
no.
didn't, wasn't paying
Too
attention.
I'm
Paying attention, okay.
she's right, she's the one. She's the one that you just didn't get up fast enough, right? She's the one that needs a handicap placard to park in the first space over here.
We're in the middle.
The first space is gonna
Okay,
get
out
her.
of order.
And you can't get up, and you just couldn't get up fast enough.
Oh, please.
But she needs a handicap placard, she needs a handicap
I can't
placard.
spend another
Right.
30 seconds.
Right.
Mr. Carucci.
We're voting to fire him, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Red.
No.
Ms. Deliana.
No.
No, of course not.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Yeah.
2-3.
But still has to park in the first spot out there with the handicap placard, because she can't get in the building, she can't walk too far to get in the building. But she won't give you an extra 5 seconds.
So rude.
She won't give you an extra 5 seconds to stand up and get to the podium.
Okay, next on the agenda is
12:30
consider
in the
waiving
12:30 in the morning,
Twelve
okay,
thirty.
6 hours.
watershed annual rental fee at Cidersville Hall. The Saucon Creek Watershed is requesting a waiver of the fees they are charged semi-annually for use of Cidersville Hall. The Saucon Creek Watershed is charged $300 per year for their use. Kathy, I think you had a memo or something, did you want to add?
I
anything to
did.
this?
We had previously not billed the Historical Society as it's an arm of the township, and we hadn't done that other than
Getting off.
they paid for,
Sorry.
their insurance, which is a pass-through of us, and it's been that way since I've been here. And they also pay for the electric at the Butts Franklin Schoolhouse. The Saucon Creek Watershed is the only other engine 501c3 that does pay for utility uses over there. We don't charge rent, we charge the utility use of the building. So if you are to consider this, I think it's best for this, since more 501c3s are asking for this type of waiver along with the Saucon Valley Conservancy, is that maybe on an annual basis, I bring it to council and go through my chart matrix to let you know how much
Okay, like
of
part of
the
the budget,
utility
like-
cost would be
Okay.
for the year for them.
Okay.
And that way you would have a monetary value.
To wait.
To wait.
Okay.
And it would be presented to council each year.
Okay, that
I
sounds
think
great.
that sounds, that would be, and that way we're not holding anyone counsel to a long-term situation of providing relief.
Okay, we'll make a motion then to waive the $200 per year for the usage of Cidersville Hall for the Saucon Creek watershed. Would there be a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. And council discussion, Jason?
Kathy, do you have a lease agreement with them?
We do not that I'm aware of.
I'm not aware of any either.
I think that originally they just, council had approved for them to use space over there.
I'm just thinking best practices may be to formalize the arrangement we have with them by having a lease agreement, and anybody else who's in there that uses the space, because you know, we certainly want to define what we're providing to them. And also the other question I have is, if they're going to be inside township property, do we have insurance for them, for the activities that they're conducting inside? In other words, if somebody's coming in, either as a member of the organization or as a visitor or patron of it, and something happens where they're injured, you know, I think that the township should be protected by having, you know, and I assume that they probably have some sort of insurance for their general operations and their existence. Maybe they do, but they don't. Hopefully they do. But I think if that's the case, then you know, find out if they have insurance, and also if they do have insurance, I think the township should also be named as an additional insured under their policy, and give us a certificate of insurance that establishes that they have the coverage, naming us as an additional insurance that will protect it and all this stuff.
We do have a certificate of insurance from Keystone, who's in there, and
Yes.
we do have a certificate of insurance from the senior program,
Yes.
the Saucon Valley Community Center.
Right. You would
So
think
the
that our
other
solicitor would come
entities
forward with ideas like this, like they have a lease agreement, have insurance and certificates of insurance, but I gotta do it, so I'll bring it forward.
And last year and the year before too, where was that solicitor's recommendations last year?
I will have that on an annual basis. I'll develop it and do an annual basis every year for you guys to
Okay, great.
consider.
Sounds like a plan. Tom?
Yeah,
Actually, let me answer your question. This never came before us last year to discuss this as an agenda item, so that's why I'm bringing it up now.
There's multiple organizations that have been in there for more than 2024.
To my point again, this never came up as an agenda item for us to consider,
guess you
that's why I'm
missed
bringing
it.
it now.
I guess you missed it. All those years as president, you missed it.
with, you know, waiving the fee here, I mean, then, you know, everybody's gonna want the fee waived, right? I mean, I don't necessarily have a problem doing it, but, you know, why would anybody ever pay a fee for anything? Well, now the hall, people come and say, well, we want the park without a fee, we want all these things without a fee. I mean, what are we gonna have the fees if we're just gonna waive them for certain people? I mean, and then where does it stop? I mean, this is how a little bit about how the school district got in trouble and had to pay a big lawsuit for the Satan Club, is because they were letting other groups, Christian groups and other groups, use the school, and I think they were charging them, but then the Satan Club comes along, they refused to charge them, which was stupid, they should have just let them do it, and then they had to pay a big settlement. So, you know, there has to be it's not that it's, I mean, it's a good cause, I understand, but.
That's why I brought up the topic of a lease, Tom. If you have a lease agreement, they would be considered a tenant, and, you know, it would be a nominal amount would be set forth in the lease, $1, you know, and it would be a binding contract, so we wouldn't be providing space on a gratuitous basis. We would actually be providing it as a tenant of a property.
Yeah.
I think that's covered. I don't know, maybe our solicitor could weigh in on that.
Well, if he's competent, I don't know if he's competent to do that. But, you know, my point would be, like, we have to treat everybody fairly, no matter what their cause is, and what we think about their cause, because that's how the school district got in trouble, and something we should try and do.
Okay, my turn. I support it. Victoria?
I support this. I think the watershed does wonderful things for our township. I think the memo from Kathy also highlights that there are multiple other organizations that receive very similar benefit from the township as a thank you for what they do for us as volunteers. So I'm in favor of it.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, I agree. I think it's appropriate to waive the fee for the Saucon Creek watershed as a 501c3 that are providing services for our township for the health, welfare, and benefit of our citizens.
Okay.
May I ask you, with regard to the motion, would you be willing to amend it to include something along the lines of, in conjunction with securing a lease agreement from them?
Sure, I'll amend my
Say that,
motion.
you know, because you're waiving, but, you know, the waiver, there has to be a give and take here, and I think that we would want to be able to influence them executing a lease agreement.
Okay, so I'll make my motion then to enter into a lease agreement with the Saucon Creek watershed, and also to waive the $300 for the year.
Yeah, and to identify the consideration of the lease agreement as $1.
Okay, Victoria, you second. Would you amend your second?
I'll amend my second.
Okay. All right, thank you. That was a good idea. Okay, public comment regarding this?
You didn't get up quick. She'll say you didn't get to the podium quick.
It's really interesting. I sit here and I watch. There's a German expression called Gedanken. Anybody speak German? Gedanken experiments. What you do in science, I know this is not science here, it's clear. But the bottom line is you think ahead. And what I see here, there's only 2 people on the council that really think ahead. And we just heard a perfect example of that. Although he's a council member, obviously he thinks ahead. And I'd chuckle when he said, yep, look what happened to the school and this Satan group. They didn't think ahead. Oh, hey, we're just going to let these, these Catholics in or whatever they were, without thinking about all the what ifs. And that's what Duncan truly is. What if I do this, then what? And what I see here, out of most of you on the board, even though you may be trained attorneys, no, you don't think past this thing here. And that's really disturbing. That means whatever we're paying you to sit here for how many, you never think about what truly this could end up doing to us. And I know, Priscilla, I see you watch the clock and it's so late. And I see other people who just sort of occupy a chair over here. No, nothing there. And it really concerns me because I always thought that the council were the best and the brightest. It used to be. And I can only hope that maybe you people think about things like what happens if they don't have insurance? What happens if they come in and they destroy the book? What happens if whatever? And I just don't see anybody giving any guidance, meaning our now full-blown solicitor, and I'm not sure I'm ever going to get used to that, but anyhow, I find that, and I'm not quite sure why this group, the Saucon Creek watershed, why they shouldn't pay. Why should they pay? Has anybody asked that? Who does pay? Who's not going to pay? We had somebody here in the audience simply saying, you need to have all these write-ups for these things that you do. Right? Hey, we're going to have no rental fee at Centerville Hall. What are you going to do? What are your requirements? What are your payments? What happens if they're bad tenants? Yada, yada, yada. And it doesn't take a lot of brain power to write that down. And if you have to improve upon it because you didn't get it all, at least you have a starting place. And yet, I don't see any of that. I don't see any of that. I see people are just floating around in the air talking about whatever they want to talk about. So yeah, I'd encourage exactly that. And I hope you do, but I don't, I'm not really hopeful.
Hey, Mr. Glenn, is there a word for like a reverse Gedanken where you do something and then try and cover it up?
Yeah, I'm sure there is in German.
Like a reverse Gedanken? Because like with the landfill litigation, they did a filing, now they're trying to cover up. So what's the reverse of not planning ahead? Covering up. What's that German word?
Yeah, it's called Close derrière.
All right, that's what they did.
Okay, but the other side of that is lawsuit. That comes next.
That's an international word.
Anybody else like to do public comment? Okay, is hearing none. The roll call, please, Kathy.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Delion?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Alphonse Rivera?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, moving on, we have the compensation of acting township manager and administrative assistants. Council will consider the compensation of the acting township manager and the 2 administrative assistants' salary positions. And I did not print out your letter, and if you could just repeat the
I did not, I did provide the information or emailed that to council. I didn't provide it because obviously it's your decision, and I certainly wouldn't want you to feel obligated to move forward with my suggestions. So, with that at hand, this was the memorandum, and
So,
whatever you feel is just.
Priscilla, if I may,
yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to authorize the acting manager to receive a salary at the rate of $125,795.
Are you going to talk louder? Under?
$125,795.20, retroactive to March 28th. I also make a motion to increase the salary of Ms. Werkheiser to the amount of $57,419.07, and to Ms. Schneider in the amount of $55,923.20. All retroactive to March 28th.
Okay, March 28th.
To be effective while those 3 positions are performing the duties of our manager.
I'll second that. Any discussion, council? Jason?
Yeah, I think that the numbers are too low. I think they should be higher for all 3. I brought this up at the last meeting. Kathy is doing the work of 3 positions. She's the acting township manager, she's the assistant township manager, and she's also the director of finance. So she's actually doing considerably more work than she was doing in her capacity before. I don't think that the proposed salary increase reflects the value that she's provided to the township. Similarly, I don't think that the proposed increases for Stacy Werkheiser or Carol Schneider are appropriate. I think they've taken on much more work as well, and I think that they should be compensated more for their efforts and willingness to step in under these circumstances. So my suggestion would be to increase Kathy's compensation by a total of $50,000. We're still saving money because we're not paying a township manager's salary. And I would also suggest that we increase Stacy's and Carol's increase to $10,000, not the $5,000 each that was proposed. I think it's only fair. They've stepped up. They haven't asked for this mess. They didn't create this mess, but they're the ones that are stuck dealing with it. And unfortunately, this council are the ones that created it, and the least they can do is compensate the people that have to deal with all the garbage that they've created. No offense again. I yield.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor.
Was was my turn to
Oh,
talk.
no, was there a second to
It was my turn to talk.
first one? Mine?
Seconded the
Oh,
motion.
okay.
And I didn't comment yet.
I'm just, conversation,
It's
don't
hard
we
to
have
follow.
conversation?
It's hard to follow.
We did that all night,
It's only
and
been
I try to
35
do it
years.
and I'm not allowed.
Alright, so, my turn yet?
Yes, you're next after Jason.
Kathy is amazing, doing 3 jobs, thank you. It's 3 more jobs than Priscilla's had the past 40 years. But I digress. One of the things is, when you're setting these salaries low, you have to, if we are trying to entice a really top-rate quality township manager, not that Kathy's not, I think she is, and would be perfect, but, you might want to show that you're willing to pay for what's going to be a very difficult job, by any accounts. Yes, 1, because of the makeup of council, 2, because you have no help from the solicitor, and, right, so, you may want to think about going a little higher than the proposed numbers in the motion. I would be for something higher than that. That's it.
My proposal, just to be clear, I think the increase is $23,000 more than what was being proposed. And on the other end, we're saving $135,000 with.
I think your proposal's fair and better than the earlier proposal. I'd support that, something else.
Okay, Victoria?
I made the motion. I'm very thankful for all of our staff, especially for being here. It's now, I don't know what time. Is it close to 2 a.m.? I can't see. But I appreciate their time. They've worked very hard. And I respect everything that they do. So I'm very happy to offer this to them. And I'm thankful for them.
If I was running this meeting, we'd have been done by 9.
I second that.
Yeah, because you would have railroaded everybody like you always did.
The tail end of your.
I said I'm very thankful for all of our staff, and I made the motion, so I think it stands. But I want the staff to know how much we appreciate everything they do, and for being here.
Okay, Laura?
So I will say that, we had the one recommendation the last time, and Kathy came back with a different idea. I think her idea is great and fair, and I support it. This is what was suggested.
So you support the numbers that Victoria made in her motion then?
Yes.
Okay. All right, there's no other council discussion, public comment? Okay, I guess roll call, please.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deland?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No, they deserve more.
Ms. Alcott Cordero? Yes. Mr. Croce?
Anybody else with Priscilla and Steve deserves more? No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have approval of the March 20th, 2024 council minutes. They're ready for council's review and approval. I'd like to make a motion to approve the March 20th minutes.
I have some comments. I have some comments.
Okay, go ahead.
Page. Page 29 of 34, like the last line, 55, I said, as he said, there's a basic economic theory that goods, it says goods or services, and services worth what a willing buyer will pay. Goods and services, Levi said. It says good or service. It was goods and services. That's on line 55. And
Take tabs.
Oh. Okay. On page 10, where, starting on like line 10, to their credit here, Victoria and Laura, because they produced the email despite it being written by all three, but Priscilla doesn't recall seeing a version of that produced by Priscilla that was sent from her secret email account. Ms. DeLeon says she remembers doing it. But this was the email from Dave Willard that you turned over later. So you're saying at this meeting, March 20th, you remember doing it. But you then sent an email with the email from Dave Willard stating that it was in your draft.
Yes, I apologize.
So you said at the meeting that you remembered turning that over.
I thought I sent it, and when I went back to look, it was in my draft folder, so it never went. So I sent it then.
Are there other documents in the draft folder that you failed to send?
No.
Sure of that?
I'm not the computer person, so I.
Rocky Casinos, that's right. Yeah.
What's that?
Rocky
Is there a correction to the minutes other than the one identified? Sounded like a
Not always.
typographical error or something. This other one, I don't think was an identification of any error in the minutes, it was just talking about what the minutes said.
No, he actually, the change that he made was on line 11. It says Priscilla, he doesn't recall seeing a version of that.
Right.
So Tom said it should be Priscilla doesn't recall seeing a version of that.
She's, whatever she said in the meeting is what she said.
Well,
No, this is him speaking. It's him speaking about Priscilla, and the way this is him, Tom, but the way it's written here, it says they produced to the credit here. I think he meant to their credit here.
Yeah.
He'll give credit to Victoria and Laura because they produced that email despite it being written by all three. But Priscilla doesn't recall seeing a version. The word he is in here and the comma is in here. The comma and the he should not be in here. And the first word, the second word of that sentence should be there, T-H-E-I-R, not the. Right, Tom?
Yeah, right. And I quite frankly like that paragraph re-listened to. The last time we did this, and don't say it's hard, the last time we did this, there were 14 changes to one paragraph. 14 when I requested. You're like, oh, the transcript's a transcript. It says what it says. There were 14 changes. I think this is inaccurate because it's not, Priscilla didn't write the email, neither did Victoria or Laura. It was written by Willard to all three. And it's not clear. I don't think.
The statements that were made at council are the statements made at council. It's not our job to correct.
It is our job.
Things that
the last time I asked to table the meeting and to look at the paragraph, there were 14 changes to that
Want to
paragraph.
send it back and have it re-listened?
And I want to table, yes.
And that's fine.
All right. I want to make a motion to table the meeting, and I want that paragraph looked at again to see if there's any changes. And I want that change on the other one, line 55 or page 29.
That's fine. We'll table it.
All
Is
right.
that it?
Yeah,
Anybody else have
that's
any
all in the
changes?
minutes.
Okay, moving on then, we
We don't have any
have,
minutes from April?
sorry?
We don't have minutes from any
I don't
April.
know, I only know what's in our packet, March
That's what I'm
20th.
asking Kathy.
Not yet.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, moving on, we have council and staff reports, township manager.
Yes, I have a few things. Sorry that it's so late. I'll try to get very fast. We received the coupons for the spring cleanup from the landfill, the Bethlehem landfill. So they're available in our office. Spring cleanup is on June 1st. Coupons are required upon drop-off or entry, so please contact our office for details or stop in with proof of residency to get your coupon. Stacy, if you could put up the one, which one? The Sandy Yerger. The Sandra Yerger Community Recreation Area and Natural Preserve sign is up at the property.
Hold on.
Oh.
What happened here? I apologize.
It's okay. There it is. So that was installed since the last meeting. We're going to look up
look at updating the other sign that's out there that has the mapping of the trails and identifying the permitted uses, because they all refer to the woodland hill preserves as well. I wanted to update council on the Reading culvert replacement. Stacy, could-
Let people picture for.
Yes, if you look, this is, what you're seeing in front of you is what the culvert looked like and what needed to be replaced. The reason for that, I can show you in the next picture, is this is what, no,
Which, I don't know.
the old,
There's only
there was
one
one with a
picture.
flood. Well, anyway, there was I did have a picture of the flood.
I saw the flood. Oh, here, I'm sorry, I thought you were looking for a picture there, but you, I apologize.
That was after a hurricane, that was Reading Brook. So that was the need for the replacement of this culvert. So in the next photos, you'll see that it is coming along. The culvert box has been put in, and they will be doing the next phases that's required for this under the program for Northampton County Conservation District. They're holding a private session, training session, I believe it's tomorrow, where scheduled other public works departments from other municipalities were invited to come in and take a look to see how to do it and what the program is about. It's for educational purposes for them. So just wanted to give council an update on that. I have in the last 2 days attended a digital navigator training class that was sponsored by Northampton County Conservation, or excuse me, Northampton County Community and Economic Development. The program is a federally funded program, and its purpose is to identify weak areas of internet coverage and help facilitate residents to know what their rights are when they are in an area of weak coverage and what they can do. It's also a program that assists with helping individuals who are maybe not as computer savvy as others, and to help either whatever your demographic or whatever your situation is, whether you're a senior, and since everything is moving digital, it's a program to help people in the community, to help those people that need to have a little bit more tutorial knowledge in working with computers and what's the best type of computer for their needs. So I know Northampton County is going to be working on putting together a database of businesses or in the area of Northampton, anywhere in Northampton County that offer free Wi-Fi. So just throwing that out there, if anybody's listening at 110, Northampton County, and if they feel free to email me, I will definitely forward that information over to the county. Chief Barn notified me today that the license plate reader installation at Brook Valley Park is complete. The technology will assist them in investigations of crimes that occur in the park. So that is done.
Is that like reading license plates for everybody that pulls in?
Yes.
Okay.
And I just wanted to confirm and advise council that as the pool passes and the library payments of reimbursement programs, we're continuing what was already done last year, since council has made no actions otherwise. So those checks will be, you'll be seeing them more on the check register, reimbursing people for those services.
Kathy, at Brook Valley Park, is there any signage that identifies the license plate reader camera? And I ask that because it may be helpful for the public to know that that's in place, because I know we've had a rash of break-ins at different periods of time. And it may be reassuring for the public to see signage that points this out, because then they'll feel that their belongings and their property and their vehicles are more secure.
I will check into that.
Could also
I do
prevent.
recommend that people,
It could be a deterrent. because
Right, it could be a
people-
deterrent, they could pull in there and see that sign and then turn around.
Right, like property under surveillance or something like that.
I will check with the chief on that. And that's all I have.
Okay, council, Laura,
I am going to pass tonight at this late hour.
what's that?
I'm going to pass tonight at this late hour.
Okay.
Any report?
Jason?
Yeah, so I'm going to date myself here back to the old Poltergeist movie. They're here. So for those who may not have heard, apparently there was an immigrant bus that dropped off in Hellertown about a week and a half ago. And a bus that appeared to be illegal immigrants that were dropped off in Hellertown. My understanding is that they were dropped off at or around the area of the Starbucks or the Hellertown Diner or the that shopping center. The name's escaping me at the moment. So I'm just offering that to the public so that they're aware. From the version that I heard, when they were dropped off, they scattered. Some Ubers came and picked up some people, and others just sort of disappeared into the community. So, there's a Gallup poll. There's a Gallup poll that's I'm speaking. There's a Gallup poll that just came out last week. Found that immigration is the top issue nationally, and it's here. So, it's something to be mindful of. We've had, some crimes. I'm not accusing these folks of being criminals necessarily, although they seem to have been brought into the country in violation of the immigration law, not gone through the proper process perhaps. But be mindful, keep your doors locked. We've had break-ins, and there's, certainly be mindful of your surroundings. Another old horror movie, I guess. I'd like to recognize Priscilla De Leon. This is overdue. I wasn't aware of it, but she was appointed to the board of directors of the Chronic Fatigue and Immune Dysfunction Syndrome Association of America. So congratulations to Priscilla in pursuing those interests. And
Does
sure
it have a year for that?
I don't know what the year is.
1995.
I don't know, I thought it was more recent.
I was very proud to be on that board.
Yeah, I'm sure you helped them just as much as this board. So congratulations on that. And then I guess the only other topic I have is Victoria brought up the name earlier, Tricia Mezzacappa. And I don't know who Tricia Mezzacappa is, but maybe it seems like Victoria knows of her, or at least has some concerns with her. If I understood what your comments were, she seems to be a person who's involved in the right to know request with regard to the Hellertown Library. And I'm sure that your comments were not directed towards Sunshine Law yet again. There's been requests that were made. Outspoken records determined that those requests were valid and that the library was an appendage, for lack of a better term, of the Hellertown Borough and subject to the right to know laws. They refused to turn information over. It was appealed and went to the Court of Common Pleas, and orders were entered and they were in violation. So I'm not sure why Tricia Mezzacappa's name came up, but maybe Victoria, when she gets to her council report, can talk about Tricia Mezzacappa and her significance to right to know or anything else, because I would hate to see the council person offering somebody's name in an effort to try to quash or silence her in her proper pursuit of valid right to know requests. And that's all that I have for my council report.
Okay, I have nothing during the lateness of the hour. Tom?
Yeah, went to the zoning hearing board meeting. You may remember that Mark Gambiosa, Spring Hill Road, came in for a variance, minor variance. Council decided to say no by a 3-2 vote and send a letter from our solicitor.
Tom, I was there too.
So, oh yeah, that's right, Jason was there too. So we went to the zoning hearing board. To make clear, because again, Mr. Goodsusi, this is talk about another reason why we don't trust him. He didn't say in that letter, it was like a 3-2 vote. He didn't say that 2 members were in favor of the variance, 3 were against it. He just said that council was against it. So we went and spoke and said that we were 2 council members that were in favor of it. And the zoning hearing board, who were very level-headed guys, this won't surprise you, they gave them the variance, right, it was 3-1. Of course, the one was the one member of the zoning hearing board that the Democrats have recently appointed, who's like Victoria, should be no variances for anything, she said at the last meeting, without, she doesn't even want to give them a hearing, basically. And it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting when how she changes her tune. And this will be another one of her conflicts when St. Luke's comes for some variance on 412 when they build on the Buffalo farm down there. And her and her parents and St. Luke's together in this litigation. I make sure she'll change her mind on variances pretty quickly when St. Luke says, "Get to it, Miss Anton." She's a puppet, shall we say. So that was good news for Mr. Gambiosa. And I do have a bunch of information on the right to knows, but we'll get to this at the next meeting due to the lateness of the hour. But there will be a lot said at the next meeting about the latest right to know. There's some real treasure in here. So we'll get to that. All right, that's all I have, Priscilla.
Okay, Victoria?
Thank you. I don't know, we did have a landfill committee meeting yesterday, but if you want to talk about that, I can't. Did you do your council report?
Too late tonight.
Okay. Well, we did have a landfill committee meeting yesterday. I think it was yesterday.
Yes.
Or 2 days ago. 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
And so I thought that meeting was productive. And so everybody can check that out on YouTube. The other thing I wanted to highlight importantly, I just gotta bring up. The Lehigh Valley Planning Commission has invited Lower Saucon Township to join them for the May 2024 Lehigh Valley General Assembly on May 14th at 7 p.m. During this in-person meeting, Lehigh Valley Planning Commission will meet at their new office in Allentown. They'd like to host an inclusive regional general assembly, and they're asking every municipality, legislative district, authority, and school district in the Lehigh Northern counties that are part of Lehigh Valley Planning Commission to be represented by 1 or 2 elected officials or staff. And then it gives information for registration. I think I received this information in my township council email, and I think it would be appropriate that the township have somebody go. I'm happy to go on that date. I am available, and I'm also happy to send a staff member also, but I think it's nice that they want to get input from all the municipalities.
I'm sorry, what's the location of their new office?
Allentown.
Allentown, Lehigh County. So we have this unelected group of bureaucrats located in Lehigh County that were trying to put their finger on the scale in Lower Saucon Township. It's in various...
It's a general assembly, so everybody comes forward.
Yeah, but their offices are in Allentown, so you've got
all the representing bodies,
Allentown, not our
municipal
county,
bodies.
telling us what to do with regard to the landfill and other aspects of the development.
They got some, they paid
It
$1 million in rent.
would be the township's opportunity to provide its voice to the general assembly of all the municipalities that participate in Lehigh Valley Planning Commission. It
Are
seems
we
to be
invited to have a member on the planning commission? I don't think we have one. I don't know if we've ever had one. Have we?
Yes, we have, in the
How
past,
long
yes.
ago?
I don't know, but we've had.
So I'd like to go to
What do we do?
that.
See, what do we do now?
Or send a staff member to that. I think it would be appropriate for the township to do that.
So Victoria, did you want to go to that?
Yes.
So, yeah, you can go to it.
Okay.
Priscilla makes that decision.
What's that?
You just made that decision. Do you want me to vote to Sunday?
You want to vote?
Sure, I'll vote to Sunday.
Okay, well.
But I mean, you just did it by dictate. You didn't ask anybody else. Why didn't you ask Laura? Why didn't you ask Jason? You just did it by dictate. It just shows your attitude.
And you could have objected.
I won't object. I want her to go.
Great.
I said I want her to go.
Okay.
But I would have been nice if you would have asked everybody, is everybody fine with Victoria going? That's all you had to say. But you couldn't even get that out. All you had to say. All you had to say.
Let's be laid out. She's usually much kinder.
I don't know. It's a chronic fatigue. Well, who's going to take little Priscilla?
I guess I have to find a place for that.
You good?
No, I said I think you're gonna have to find a place for it.
I'll make a motion that we plant that tree on township property.
Second
Put a
that.
plaque next to it.
I second that
If
motion.
Priscilla rejects your gracious kind gift,
Cover that cell phone town.
Okay,
Let's have a
moving on,
ceremony.
solicitors reports.
It's late, but I want to thank the members of the board, of council, for the trust in me to move forward. And there were a lot of allegations that were made today, and I'll address them in due time.
Okay, thank you. Moving on then, we have public comment, a non-agenda, 5-minute time limit. Is there anyone left in the audience that would like to speak?
I find it hard to believe that the council is sort of jaw-dropped when Jason said that this bus pulls up in front of Ace Hardware, which is right there near the new Starbucks on 412. You know, I went got a haircut the other day. A couple guys came in, entire town knew about it. I think probably if I asked you what you know about this county, meaning Northampton County and illegal immigrants, you might be surprised, or I might be surprised, as I clearly was surprised when I found out that Northampton County is a sanctuary county. And I ran across that because I was doing election work and
Mr.
whatnot.
Susan, could you please pay attention to the gentleman speaking?
No,
You're doing
that's
emails
okay.
and doing personal work.
Look, he's been appointed, he's okay. Actually, he probably doesn't even need to attend any of these meetings. There's somebody else that could be at the same level. I'm sorry I bother you all with this, okay? Because it's really, illegal immigrant, doesn't matter, right? That's
No, I'm
the
interested in
looks. Well, if you're interested, you might look it up, and then you can go ask the county executive about his executive order, okay? Because I found out from an ICE agent, and I'll just leave it at that, because everybody seems oblivious about most things. I don't know where these people are. I've been on the council, you should know those things, it should be automatic. I find out in a getting my hair cut? Really?
Priscilla could be an Uber driver. She could do, she's got the time, she's got a good parking spot.
They probably were Uber drivers driving the other crew somewhere else. Hey, we all know that happened in Allentown. Was it 2 years ago? Yeah, we found the airplanes that were coming in and going out, so. Oh yeah, good. So this regional planning thing, by the way, that's probably good for you, but I'll tell you, it will be just like the UN. You do this and you do that. This township's got to do this. It's coming.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? If not, is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
So moved.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Okay, so Laura, Jason, all in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you, everybody. It is now 1:23 a.m.
That's me to be, but no.
Okay, so we need to sign stuff, correct?
Laura, you need to sign something to do.
If I don't forget.
2:39 a.m., right? All right, so do we have, do I have to do, can I sign this? Do I sign this now?
There's plans back
I'd rather do that.
Everything is on the back table. There's,
And then we still have to print out the stuff for Laura, the last version.
What?
The conditional use decision, print that out.
Interesting.
I put it a while ago. Come on.